mic on. Two. Yeah.
Set it on fire.
On time. What's good, y'all?
It's hot.
OCO, everybody. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you all are doing well.
Freethinkers, you're now tuned into the realest historian on the planet.
It's go time, Slim.
You are watching a master at work.
King Kong ain't got shit on me.
He's here to make you think.
Relax and take notes.
I will not be debating Dane Calloway.
We're live.
Let him cook now. Let him cook.
I said let him cook.
The best teacher you wished you had in school. Have your pens and paper handy and get ready to take notes. Take notes.
You on the order. You mad. Look at you. You mad. You big mad.
Perfect.
Oh, you almost had it. You gotta be quicker than that.
It's Dane Calloway.
I was looking for that one. Hold up. I forgot I had it on this screen.
It's Dane Calloway.
All right. But now, OCO, everybody.
Freethinkers.
Hope y'all doing well, man. We about to get up in here and get to it. You know what I mean?
Set it on fire.
If y'all coming up in here, go ahead and hit that like button while you at it. Go ahead and hit that like button when you walk in there. Come on. Those of you that have not been subscribed to the channel yet, I mean, if you didn't subscribe already, I suggest that you do so. Definitely hit that like button and turn on your post notifications so you won't forget or miss anytime that I go live or post a video. You understand what I'm saying?
It's hot.
You don't want to miss out. Where my chat at? There you go. Yeah, this be fire. I appreciate that. What up, Los Angeles County? What's going on, y'all? Shout out to the admins and the moderators. Shout out to the snipers. Snipers! Yeah, we talked about the data centers last live stream for sure. We about to be talking about something else that's heavy. On that same line, but a little bit heavier. Yeah, man. Oh yeah, it's go time, Slim. What's up, y'all? Eric Quad, Blue Dreamer. I see you. Who else in here? I can't see my mods. Hold up. Oh, they go Carla. What's up, Carla? OCO Carla. What's good, y'all? How y'all doing? Where Montana at? What up, Richmond, Cali? Oklahoma City? What up, GQ? I see you. How you doing, Beverly? Baltimore in the building, I see you. North Carolina in the building, what's good? Asheville in the building. Wilmington. Boston in the building. Uptown Stud, what up? Carlos, what up? Bronx, New York in the building, what's good? Douglasville, what's that? Oh, Douglasville, GA. What's good, y'all? Augusta, GA. Okay, Georgia up in here, heavy. Tennessee in the building, what up, Divine? What up, Tennessee? Gary in the building, he said Jacksonville, Florida. Duval is in the building. Louisiana, 504, I see you, 504. Brooklyn, New York. Hey, don't be doing the area codes. I don't know everybody's area code. I'm just saying. I don't know about heart. I Hold up, wait a minute. Louisville, Kentucky. Yeah, nah. Start that over. Let me get this real quick. Florida in the building. New Jersey in the building. Louisiana in the building. Dallas, Texas in the building. Carrollton, Georgia in the building. Austin, Texas in the building. H-Town, Texas in the building. Texas in the building. Heavy, I see you. What up, Chi-Town? What up, Alabama? I see you, Iroquois. She said, look, it's 205 for Alabama. I see you, Iroquois. Puma, I see you. 301, of course, I know that's Maryland all day long. Shout out to Maryland. ATL in the building. What up, Chris? Tallahassee, Florida in the building. St. Petersburg, Florida in the building. Brick City in the building. Wait, hold up. That said, oh yeah, nah. What? Hold on, wait, I missed it. It went back up. Okay, it restarted. Hold on, you got to say that again. The way the chat go. Detroit in the building. Don't do the area codes and then tell me what it is. Y'all gonna do it anyway. I'ma forget anyway. What up, Memphis, Tennessee? Tri-State in the building. DC in the building. What up, DC? You fell asleep? Well, I'ma wake your ass up tonight. Panama City, right? There you go, Panama City, Florida, yeah. Shit out the, wait, I missed that. Hold up. I missed that. I see you, Tri-State, Illinois. I see Ohio, Staten Island. Wait a minute, hey, wait a minute, we gotta slow this chat down. Slow it down just a little bit for me, please. The chat moving a little quicker than, that's good though. Yeah, but nah, they moving a little quick. Ocean Springs, Mississippi, Pittsburgh, PA, Uptown, New Orleans. What up, New Orleans? Greensboro, North Carolina. St. Paul, Minnesota. Australia in the building. What up, Australia? What up, Arizona? Seaport, I see you. DMV in the building. That's DC, Maryland, and Virginia. What's good? What that said? North Cali? Okay, so North Cali, South Cali in the building. What up, California? 757 Virginia in the building. What's good? ATL, Georgia in the building. Oakley, Cali in the building. Sacktown, California in the building. California heavy, I see you. Yeah. All right, so look. Your book was delivered today, Cortez. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Matter of fact, yeah. Hey, shameless plug. Y'all know how we got to do. So, listen. The brand new book is here, y'all. My new book is here. The Quiet Blueprint of Wealth. It's a masterclass that teaches exactly what the title implies. Grab your physical copies on Amazon Prime or anywhere else books are sold, or download the ebook version exclusively at DaneMakeYouThink.com. I appreciate all of y'all that got that book. And make sure y'all put it to good use. Make sure y'all put it to good use. Don't let it sit on the shelf. You reading the book already? Good. What up, California girl? Southeast Texas in the building. What's good? Yeah. That's good. Yep. The physical copies is everywhere. Books are sold, and especially on Amazon. And the digital versions, which is the ebook, is only on my website at DaneMakeYouThink.com, y'all. You got your book too, Goddess? I appreciate that. Absolutely. Chapter 26, fire. Uh-oh, wait. Chapter 3, hold on, y'all, hold on. Nah, yes, that is the book that was needed, man. It took me a year and a half, but I made it happen. I'm still gonna be doing, listen, I'm not playing. I'm still gonna be doing segments, okay, for the book as well. I wanna make sure y'all up to par on everything, but that book do not play. I carry you through the whole process from top to bottom. Do they remember the red moon according to the Ethiopian book? They brought up the red moon during the last live stream. I'm glad you made it to this live stream though. We still gonna be talking about that same topic though. For sure, we on it tonight. For sure, absolutely. The whole damn book is fire. I appreciate that, California girl. I appreciate that. It is for, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they got the links in the chat. Shout out to the admins and the moderators. I appreciate that, y'all. What up, Yellow Hammer? I ain't seen you in a minute, Yellow Hammer, man. How you been, man? I hope everything is well, man. Firm handshakes to you. Letitia, oh, we need to talk. We ain't talked yet. You said chapter 9 and chapter 10? Yeah. I got favorite chapters in there too, I ain't even gonna lie. You said time for a drink. Wait a minute. It's Sunday. I mean, you gotta work tomorrow, right? Hold up. Richmond, VA in the building, now living in DC. Okay, yeah, actually, those are very good places. I mean, I like Richmond. You know, I'm from DC, born and raised. You know, you doing good? Okay, good, Yellow Hammer. I'm glad to hear that. Excellent. Excellent. Well, it's an altar. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Wait, your name is a little longer and it just skipped. Hold up, let me come back up. Albeer, yeah, Albeer, I appreciate that. You finally got your book, Wild Indian Cheetahs? Man, listen, watch what happened. I ain't saying nothing. Watch, oh, you off tomorrow. Okay, shout out to you, early B-Day. Man, don't be doing nothing heavy, man. Enjoy your day, though, absolutely. You should be enjoying your days, plural. Puma, what up? Sunday is Ancestors Day. We celebrate them. You got your tequila? All right, throw it up then. If you celebrating our ancestors, absolutely. Throw it up then. What up, Nebraska? Yeah, they on that firewater. I know some of our folk on that firewater. It's all good. I mean, I ain't gonna knock them down because of that. You know they took your video down when you talked about the bloody code. You went, wait. Oh. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. You said they took down that video? When I talked about the bloody code? That was one of my, man, that's definitely top 5. I hope that's not true. And if it is, I got to go back and look at it, man. There's so many videos. I got to go back and make sure they on the channel, man. I'm going to have to start uploading these videos on my website now, man. That's a very important documentary. I cannot have that not being on YouTube. Okay. I'm going to take a look at that. Damn, that's not good, though, because that's a very important video. You was looking for it? Oh, man. Okay. All right, I'm going to have to take a look at that and see what happened. I didn't get no emails. Matter of fact, I haven't received an email from YouTube in a minute. It's been a while. Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, what's going on, Yellow Hammer, man? I appreciate you being here. What is it about? The Bloody Code video, I'm not sure which part that they're referring to, but the Bloody Code, the UK is referring to transportation, the means of transportation. How the so-called whites, or whatever you want to call them, were sentenced to transportation. That was the sentencing, meaning that they were shipped to a totally different continent as their punishment when they did something wrong in their motherland. But I went over that in full detail. I just summarized it right there. What up, Bronx? What up, Columbia, South Carolina? We about to get started, y'all. We about to get started. St. Louis, what's going on? You think you downloaded it? Let you check. Downloaded which one? Okay, no, I got my videos backed up. I learned my lesson years ago. I got all of my videos backed up. Now that one is not that old, but it is old, but I got that one. I know I got that one for sure. No matter which part it is, I got whatever, I think part 1, 2, and 3. I believe it's 3 parts. So that Norfolk, Virginia Beach, what up, Virginia Beach? That's one of my favorite beaches. Let's get active, Dane. That's every day, all day. Staten Island, Louisville, Kentucky, Queens in the building. Yeah, man, look. Las Vegas, what's going on? Look, we got a lot to cover, y'all. Hold up, matter of fact, let me stop that because I just realized how much we got to cover. And it's about to be, y'all, it's a lot. I don't want to miss anything. I wrote some things down so I won't forget because it's very important. And I know y'all saw some things happen today. I'm going to be covering all of that and some. Some things popped off last night. I was supposed to go live last night. And I didn't get a chance to because a lot of my top military sources came through and provided some information. And we're taking a look at that. Certain things I'm going to mention and certain things I am going to show. Some of them are not fully aware of what's going to happen on April 2nd. We're familiar with April 6th. I'm going to go over that. But April 2nd is a day too. I was given that date to watch. Like, we got to watch out for April 2nd. I'm not saying that something bad is going to happen. I'm not saying that. I'm not here to fearmonger. I'm here to make people aware. Okay. And of course, people share their sources with me, especially when they're in there. Like those inside sources, I need to hear that. And don't hesitate. You can reach out to me. Just join the 13% community server right here. Don't hesitate. That's how you can reach out to me directly. The 13% community server. There's the link, and definitely look inside of the chat. There's the link. It says discord.gg/13%. Yeah, and you could DM me in there. It will be encrypted. I won't, reveal my sources, but I am going to vet you. Don't get it twisted. But I just got to make sure you legit. But yeah, I mean, if you want to share that stuff with me, I'm nosy and I will do my research. And I appreciate that. I may even build up a research team, to be honest with you. I was thinking about that. Last year, but y'all know what I was going through last year. But this year, is definitely a lot better for me. And I'm thinking about that, building up that research team, having a research team right there. I'm thinking about that. I know Dick Gregory had one too, and his team was on fire. I want something like that. You're not on social media except YouTube. It's okay. It's a lot of people that's not on social media. And speaking of social media, I may even mention a little bit of that here, because I want to give you guys an update of what I was talking about last live stream about that topic, about social media. Does the paperback have less info than the hardcover? Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. It's the same amount of pages. It's just a hardcover and a paperback. And even when you get the ebook version, it's the same thing. Nothing is taken out. No. I don't do it like that. No, whatever one you get, the ebook version from my website, or if you go out and get the paperback of the hardcover, no, you're getting the same thing. There's nothing taken out. It's nearly 400 pages. I know some websites are going to say it's 404 pages, but it's like 390-ish pages for the Quiet Blueprint of Wealth. It's like 390-ish pages. Those of y'all that got the book, y'all can say it in the chat. There's something like that. I don't have that in front of me. That's in the library. Yeah, the ebook been out. I put the ebook out the same day I put out the paperback and the hardcover. I did it all simultaneously. So just in case, because some people want to read it on their phone, and then some people want to have it in their hand. And some people want both. I done seen people do both. You down to join the research team? Just get inside of the server and let's have a conversation. The book is really good. I appreciate that. Okay. All right, so look, hold on. Am I on the right screen? Yeah. Hold on. Let me switch to this one real quick. Let me move that over. Hold up. Because I want to show y'all something. I'm going to start off with some things that happened today. And matter of fact, I can keep that up. All I got to do is drop that down. Now I think about it. Because I'm bringing up a video anyway. Excuse me. All right, make sure I got the side chain on. Okay. All right, so the first thing I want to start off with is the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, what he said today coming off of the plane. Hold up. We're going to start off small, but then we're going to get into some heavier stuff. I got to make sure I got all this stuff on my side correct. so I could see and hear, and then you guys should be able to see it now. Oh no, hold on, it's on my third screen. Hold on, let me move it over. All right, now y'all should be able to see it. Let me double check that. Yep. All right, so we gonna start right here. Let's start right here. So, all right, a few things. So this is now the 5th week. Yep, this is basically we're a month into this with the conflict with Iran. And today, this is the Secretary of State, Mark Rubin. He admitted, still admitting, y'all need to pay attention to this, that the tensions between the US and European leaders and Israel have heightened now. European leaders are declining military help for them on the Iran conflict. I'm gonna play the videos too, even now this time I'm gonna play videos from news channels outside of the US, because I gotta show y'all what's going on and what's being said. Do I agree with everything? I'll tell you when I agree or disagree, okay, with whatever's being said, but you gotta really pay attention because our news media is lying. Now they're mad because European leaders have came out and said, and I showed y'all this a couple of live streams ago, that they said, hey, this is not Europe's war, right? And they wanted, basically, the US wanted help from European leaders, military help, by the way, so they could, help with the conflict with Iran and to secure the Strait of Hormuz. Now, when I played that video a couple live streams ago of Europe's leaders, it was their entire, I forgot what she called it, but they're members of their, I forgot what she called it, and I'm gonna have to go back and grab that. I'll play this video and go grab that. But she was speaking for all of them, stating that, nah, this is not Europe's war. It was like they're a member of a particular group, like how we have the United Nations. They have something similar. I don't know if it was Parliament or something like that. I forgot what it was called, but I want to be right and exact. I'll bring that video back up and let you guys see that. But he highlighted that in this video. Mark Rubio highlighted it. Here we go.
Mr. Secretary, are you going to ask G7 to help with the Strait of Hormuz?
Oh, it's Parliament. Okay. Shout out to Amani. I appreciate that, Amani.
Get far more of their fuel from there than.
Oh, let me do it again.
Sorry, are you going to ask G7 to help with the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, it's in their interest to help. The other countries get far more of their fuel from there than we do. So.
But what kind of help are you going to ask? Is it wine sweepers, naval help?
Well, those specifics, I'll leave it to the Department of War as to exactly what, but it's in their interest. It's in their national interest.
Do you think President Trump criticizing NATO this morning, that sentiment?
I think he just made an observation, and the observation is that the United States is constantly being asked to help in a war, and we have more than any other country in the world, on a war that's happening in another continent, in Ukraine. But when the U.S. had a need, he didn't get proper positive responses. So right now he's just making the observation that, I think there was a couple of the leaders in Europe who said that this was not Europe's war. Well, Ukraine is not America's war, and yet we've contributed more to that fight than any other country in the world. So it'll be something to examine. The president will have to take into account down the road.
Okay. So he's saying it's in their interest, it's in the European leaders' interest to help them with this with this so-called war. But Europe is focusing on preventing the escalation in the Middle East, and they're resisting rapid peace terms for Ukraine. They perceived that is overly favorable to Russia. Like they feel as though that's going to help Russia out. A lot of people did say that during the last live stream. So trade conflicts and the distribution of responsibilities created this tension. And their fundamental ties within NATO remain strong despite these challenges right now. Even though Donald Trump was saying NATO was cowards, he came out and was leaning on NATO. Now, this is also why you cannot trust the news right now, because much of their reporting is filled with misinformation on purpose to make it seem like the U.S. has won. And but just with that statement, even coming from the mouth of Trump 3 weeks ago, we didn't heard that Newman, we already won. We won that. We heard Trump say that. And now Trump is saying that Iran is begging the U.S. to make a deal. Do y'all buy that? Keep them. Hold on. The reason why I'm asking that question is because Trump told us that we already won. It's over with. We knocked out their military capabilities. Basically, just to summarize it, right? And now he's turning around saying to you guys through the media that Iran is begging the US to make a deal. Do you buy that? Type 13 if you do not buy that. If you feel as though Trump is telling the truth in that sense, type 1. 13 if you don't believe Trump, 1 if you do. Okay? You keep watching the wrong. I'm watching all of the news stations. Keep in mind, I already showed you that the news stations are copying from a script. So don't get it twisted. Don't try to make it seem like I'm trying to give you guys what the news media is stating as a firm fact. I'm not stating that. I never stated that. I'm not positioning this stuff like that either. You have to eat the meat and spit out the bones. Some of that, you know, is going to have encrypted messages, but a lot of it behind it, you know, it's a lot of truth behind it, but you got to know the play in order to understand what's truthful and what's not. And which matter of fact, let me play that right now. I'm going to play today's video from the British Channel 4 News. And I want you to listen carefully to what is being said. Again, I'm not stating that all of this is the truth and it's fact. I just want you to understand where they're coming from. Okay, so we're talking about British Channel 4 News. And all of the news stations in America are corrupt. All of that so-called legacy, we can't trust CNN, Fox, none of them. So you just heard that from my mouth, and I said that numerous times already throughout the live streams. So if you feel as though I got an agenda, there's something wrong with you and one of my moderators about to snipe your ass. So here we go.
In Iran, powerful explosions hit Tehran and the port city of Bandar Hamir as Israel carried out another wave of strikes. Israel killed another 2 paramedics in Lebanon as it continued to target Iran's ally Hezbollah amid widespread anger at an airstrike that killed 3 journalists yesterday. An Israeli soldier was killed in southern Lebanon as Iran and Hezbollah continue to fire missiles at Israel and its troops. And aluminium facilities in Bahrain and Abu Dhabi were hit by Iranian strikes following attacks on Iranian steel plants.
Stop right there. That part right there alone. We didn't hear. That's today. This news is today. We didn't hear nothing about this. Fox, CNN, nobody's reporting that. Keep that in mind. So the news that they're giving their British following is totally different from what we're hearing. Just make note of that.
Iran has also threatened to attack Israeli and American universities in the region if the US does not condemn the bombing of its universities by noon on Monday. And after Iran's...
They're targeting universities. Are y'all listening? Targeting universities? Not military bases, not military facilities, universities. Children. We're going to get into this. It's going to get deeper.
Allies in Yemen joined the war, firing missiles at Israel. The EU's naval mission issued a shipping alert for the Red Sea. It's feared the Houthis will resume attacks on ships in the Bab al-Mandab Strait, exacerbating the economic crisis caused by Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz. Amelia Jen reports.
Another night of explosions in Tehran as the US-Israeli war against it enters a second month. Here in a video released today by the Iranian Red Crescent Rescue Organisation, a survivor is found beneath the rubble. Thank God, one of the response team says as he confirms his name. Among the
we won't ever see no images like that.
Qatar-based news channel Al Arabi with 10 people injured.
The missile hit, the ceiling and everything fell on our heads. It was a real miracle that we survived.
Days after the American Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the war would be over in weeks and not months, the Washington Post reports that the Pentagon has drafted plans for ground operations, with Donald Trump to be asked whether or not to sign them off. Previous US ground invasions have been controversial, deadly and costly. Perhaps why he's previously ruled another one out, and why the very question seems to irritate him so much.
What are the circumstances where you'd send in ground troops? How are you thinking about that?
I don't even want to talk about it now. I mean, it's, I don't think...
So he didn't want to talk about deploying ground troops on March 7th.
It's an appropriate question. You know, I'm not going to answer it. Could there be? Possibly, for very good reason. Have to be very good reason. And I would say if we ever did that, they would be so decimated that they wouldn't be able to fight at the ground level.
As Iran released videos of what it described as the 86th wave of missiles against targets in the region, here hitting an industrial complex in southern Israel, its parliament speaker said the army was waiting.
They're hitting Israel and destroying it. We're not seeing these images, you guys, not on our news media stations. Not at all.
The arrival of American troops on the ground to, quote, set them on fire. With its Air Force and Navy severely weakened, it believes fighting on the ground is its strongest suit.
We announced that the warriors of Islam have been waiting for such actions for a long time to prove that aggression and occupation will not result in anything other than the humiliating captivity and dismemberment and disappearance of the aggressors. And American commanders and soldiers will become good food for the sharks of the Persian Gulf.
This weekend, the USS
will become good food for the sharks in the Persian Gulf. That's what their lieutenant colonel was saying today. I had more footage of him I'm going to be playing because he was going off today. And he said a lot. And especially about Trump. I'm going to be playing that.
Carrying more than 2,000 American Marines arrived in the region from Asia. It was reported that the Pentagon's ground invasion plans would involve raids rather than a full-scale invasion, something the unpredictable US president will now be weighing up. Trump once campaigned on avoiding endless wars. He's now caught in a war of his own starting, whose aims and timeline are becoming increasingly elastic.
With the conflict in Iran driving up energy prices around the world, ministers here are under growing pressure to cancel a planned rise in fuel duty. The Conservatives say their solution is to get Britain drilling, though their leader Kemi Badenoch admitted today that it may not bring down...
Remember Trump said, drill, baby, drill? Europe is saying drill, Britain, drill. Britain, drill. Their Conservative Party is saying drill, Britain, drill.
Household energy bills. She also said Downing Street should not be getting into a war of words with the US president when I spoke to her earlier.
Europe wasn't ready.
The relationship between the US and the UK is absolutely paramount for the UK's security. I do not think that having spats is edifying, and it sends the wrong message to our opponents like Iran, Russia, to see the Western alliance fragmented.
You're saying it's not good to fight America, but Donald Trump is causing the fight.
Well, as I said, it's not edifying. We should not be seeing a war of words between Downing Street and the White House.
And he's described our naval aircraft carriers as toys. Aircraft carriers that were put in place under Conservative governments. I mean, that is pretty demeaning. How do you respond to that? How would you if you were Prime Minister?
So I think what we need to focus right now is on British national security. I'm not in charge of holding Donald Trump to account. I think the British public can see very clearly what it is that he is doing. It is not popular. It is not the way that I would conduct politics.
Donald Trump made a mistake in starting this war then?
Well, you're giving a lot of your own personal opinions. I think that right now...
I'm asking you if that's what you think.
That was an assertion, not a question.
No, I'm asking you based on what you just said, which is it's not a popular war. So was it a mistake to start it?
I haven't said anything about the war at all. So you're putting words in my mouth. My view on the war is that the US decided that it was important. It had its own intelligence. And with Israel, they started strikes. We have been dragged into it, whether we like it or not. Given that, we need to do everything we can to support British service personnel and British troops. That's what I want to see the Prime Minister doing. And I want to see this conflict brought to an end very quickly, because it's having a huge impact on the cost of living for people in this country. We're seeing oil price shocks. So that's why de-escalation is quite critical.
And on that, you've said that we should drill more oil and gas. But 14 years of giving out permits has led to 1 month of gas drilling. That's not going to really make a big difference, is it?
That's not quite right. We need to drill our own oil and gas in the North Sea. We are importing 40% of our gas from Norway, who are drilling in the same North Sea. It is...
Stop. They're not independent. They don't have their own oil line. You heard that right. Their people will be suffering.
Important for our energy security, our financial security, and our national security.
Do you accept that that won't affect the price of oil, even though it might have an impact on gas? That oil is globally set, and however much we drill, it's not going to protect us from it.
Irrespective of that, it's good for jobs, it's good for businesses. We're losing about 1,000 jobs a month. There's about £25 billion in tax revenue, I believe, that we're losing right now from not drilling. So why are we saying no to all that?
Do you want to ban the burqa?
A lot of people talk about banning the burqa. I said this is something that we can look at. It's something I personally am skeptical of. France has banned it. It hasn't made that much of a difference.
So you're still
it's
quite
also
skeptical.
not one of the things, it's not particularly worn in this country. The niqab is worn more frequently. I think we need more cultural literacy. But we're going to look at everything. There are bigger problems like cousin marriage that are reinforcing separatism in communities. Those things do need to be looked at. And that's what this Culture and Integration Commission is going to be doing.
And I just want to ask you about the party, the Conservative Party. You seem quite chipper about your prospects right now.
Yes, the Conservative Party is coming back. We are a new party under a new leader. I'm changing our policies. I've toughened up our immigration policy. I'm talking about how we're lowering tax, abolishing stamp duty, abolishing business rates for most businesses on the high street. We need to get Britain working again.
I mean, you say you're coming back, but if I look at the polls, you're back on 17%. I mean, is that what you now define as success?
This is an era of multi-party politics. Everything is different. And the last two parties in opposition were in 18 years, 14 years, 13 years. We're going to do this in 4 years. But people are looking at the Conservative Party again much sooner than we thought that would happen. And that is because we are changing and going in a new direction.
I mean, isn't the reality that ultimately there's going to be a party on the right, and at the moment it doesn't look like it's going to be yours?
The only party on the right is the Conservative Party. For all of Nigel Farage's talk, he wants more and more government, more and more spending. He just wants to be in charge of that bigger government.
In order to stop Labour, would you do a deal with Nigel Farage?
I've been very clear that I'm not doing deals with other parties. If people want a serious party with a united team that has a plan, not just making noise, then the only party that can do that is the Conservative Party.
Kemi Badenoch, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, the government says de-escalating the conflict is the best way to ease the pressure on British consumers. I spoke to Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson and began with the government's claims that some businesses could profiteer from the crisis, asking her, which businesses do they mean?
So what the Chancellor has been keen to stress to the industry, particularly where it comes to prices at the pump, is that whilst prices are passed on when the cost increases, that businesses should also make sure they're reducing the cost when the cost falls. And we haven't always seen that happen.
I mean, over 50p of every litre is tax. So some say, aren't you the ones who are profiteering from this?
So the fuel duty level is kind of held in place, and we are making sure that we're protecting consumers, whether it's filling up at the pump or through heating in the home during this time. And people should be reassured that those measures are in place and will be for some months to come.
I want you guys to notice how they're talking about the prices of gasoline affecting the people. The reporter is asking some great questions for their people, and she's forcing these politicians to answer it. We're not hearing anything in the United States right now when it comes to the prices of gas and what they plan to do about it to keep these prices down with this war underway. I just want you guys to note that.
And what about the planned rise in fuel duty for September? Is there a chance that you now think again about that?
Of course, the Chancellor will want to keep all of this under review in the months to come. There's obviously some time still ahead of us until September. But of course, we know that the best way that we can start to see those pressures ease is through the de-escalation of the conflict.
I mean, you talk about de-escalation. We've now seen the Houthis enter this conflict. It feels like it's going in the opposite direction. The US, who are meant to be one of our closest allies, are sending more ground troops into the region. It's not de-escalating, is it? It's going in the opposite direction.
So the decisions that the US government take are a matter for the US government. They will act in what they believe to be their country's national interest, but our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, will act in the British national interest.
But what can we do to de-escalate the situation?
So you will have seen that the US Secretary of State has commented that we are involved in areas like making sure we can keep international shipping open, the challenge that we see at the moment around the Strait of Hormuz. So we are involved in those wider support within the region on a defensive capacity basis.
But you accept you can't force a de-escalation, that we don't have that influence with America anymore?
So the relationship that we have with America always remains strong. But of course we will play making sure that we're taking out some of the attacks that are coming through action around drones. Our RAF pilots have flown 1,000 flying hours, taking action to support our regional allies and to reduce Iranian capability in terms of the impact that is having, whether that's drone attacks or launches that are posing a real threat to British nationals and to our regional allies.
I mean, not about individuals, but it must upset you when Donald Trump says Keir Starmer's no Winston Churchill and says our aircraft carriers are basically toys.
Well, it's whoever, of course the Prime Minister regards it as important to have a strong relationship with President Trump, but the relations between our two nations are not about individual Prime Ministers or Presidents. Look, politicians come and go. What matters most is that enduring relationship.
There was some leaked MRP polling from inside the Labour Party this week. I'm sure you can't...
Stop all that polling crap. They trying to end it off on a political note. But peep game, she really couldn't answer the question as far as the US and the British relationship or the UK relationship, as far as they were supposed to be leading the charge. She said it seems like that relationship is no longer the same, as if the US is leading the charge. Okay, so with that being said, they're at least talking about trying to keep the prices down over there when it comes to their gas. Meanwhile, I'm gonna play this one more time. I know I didn't play it maybe twice on different live streams, but I gotta play this again. Meanwhile, our media, our news media is stating this.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Look at the ho. I want you to make sure that they're talking about Trump's plan to curb higher oil and gas prices. Fox News. Whoever that was in the chat thinking that I am with any of these news media stations, and I know they're all following a script, you got another thing coming, and this is what they want you to believe. Short-term pain for long-term gain.
This is a short-term disruption for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term pain be for long-term gain.
We're going to have some short-term pain with long-term gain.
Short-term pay for a long-term gain.
Some short-term pain, yes, but we've got some long-term gain. Short-term spike for a long-term gain.
Look,
short-term
all for the oil.
Consumers, we may have to deal with that in the short term. Short-term and temporary.
Oil prices.
Short-term pain.
It's going to suck in the short term.
Some short-term pain.
Short-term pain. We have to focus on the short-term.
Short-term.
Short-term.
Short-term. Short-term and long-term.
Short-term left. Hopefully this is short-term pain.
I'm gonna tell you right now, and what's crazy about this is that how short is the short term? Just like they told us that this war with Iran wasn't even gonna last a week. Now it's a month. They said the troops are going to to Iran or the Persian Gulf, and it's only gonna be for 2 weeks. Weeks are turning into months. Months are turning into years. Do you see the pattern? Short term can mean years. Right now, long-term gain. Who's gaining while the Americans suffer? This is bigger than Trump. This is bigger than oil. Short-term pain, long-term gain. Who's gaining? With the prices being sky high, where's that money going to? Some people might throw it out there, IMF, right? So put the oil to the side and think about the bankers. We're going to talk about this today. And think about the bankers that are, I'm talking about getting endless amounts of money from this. That's all they do is sit back, never even show their face, and watch both sides kill each other while the money racks up. Right? Coming from both sides' pockets. Iran is strategically working with Russia and China, but especially Russia, so that won't happen to them. We gonna get into it tonight.
Is highly outweighed of the long-term benefits.
Some short-term pain for the long-term gain.
Short-term sacrifice for a long-term gain.
Yeah, y'all heard that. Right? Okay. So now, when I want to show you, we're going to take it a step at a time. What I want to show you is what actually happened. Remember, he didn't want to give, and I'm talking about Trump, didn't want to go out there and give a statement saying, hey, we're not going to put any troops on the ground. Right? And here we are now. Our ground troops are now being deployed along the Persian Gulf, which is more than enough reason to call this entire ordeal the start of World War III. As this so-called war is a banker's war. It's not necessarily about oil and the control of foreign countries' energy resources alone. It's not about that alone. And I'm gonna go in more detail about that later on, but first I wanna go down the timeline really quickly. Now, World War III. Because, okay, so on March 17, let me go over the timeline. I'm gonna play a couple of videos. We're gonna go down the timeline. Keep in mind of these dates. Remember on March 7th, they played that video, and that was that British Channel 4 network. March 7th, Trump was on that plane. I actually played that video myself during a previous live stream. Trump was indicating that he's not going to give up that information about or whether or not if he's going to deploy ground troops around the Persian Gulf or in the Middle East. On March 17th, the USS Tripoli warship arrived in the Iranian region from Asia, carrying in 3,500 military personnel, of whom 2,000 were Marines. Now I'm about to show y'all something. On March 26th, 13%, y'all know what I'm about to show them. On March 26th, look, this is real. I'm just zooming in so you can see it. Let me zoom in. On March 26th, this is a letter of readiness coming from their commander, telling them to get ready. March 26th, a whole nother set. So the Marines were informed by the letter from their Marines Forces commander to prepare their families. Basically, they say, are your family affairs in order? Right here, right? To prepare their families and to have their minds, equipment, and gear together, because they will be assigned to assist troops in combat in Iran. And it says today, tomorrow, and every day. See that, right? And then the very next day, well, that evening and the next day, into the next day, you're gonna see what I'm talking about. Or I gotta go 9/16. They leaving from California for the USS Boxer, which left for the Middle East carrying 2,000 additional Marines. That was on the 27th. an additional 2,000 Marines, and they should be arriving there soon. Okay? Now that's just the Marines. Let me play a video real quick. Now, this is where I'm gonna play Fox. Hold on, let me play Fox real quick. Let me go.
This is not going to be a prolonged conflict. We are achieving all those objectives. We are ahead of schedule on most of them, and we can achieve them without any ground troops, without any.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. can achieve its goals without boots on the ground, but 3,500 sailors and Marines arrived in the region this weekend aboard the USS Tripoli, and the USS Boxer is carrying more than 2,000 Marines, and it is on its way.
Stop. You see what I'm saying? So you got to listen to what they're saying. You got to pick it out, because they're going to tell the truth a little bit. You got to pick it out.
For more, let's bring in Army Special Forces veteran and World Strat President Jim Hansen. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. Really appreciate it. So we are inside this 10-day pause that the president enacted on, his threat to.
We're going to talk about that 10-day pause too.
Plans to allow more time for talks. He said after the first iteration of talks, he knew that the U.S. was talking to the right people when the Iranians let 10 ships through the Strait of Hormuz. And then early this morning, you had Pakistan's Deputy Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, serving as a negotiator, post this: "I'm pleased to share great news that the government of Iran has agreed to allow 20 more ships under the Pakistani flag to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. 2 ships will cross the strait daily."
Stop. Now, keep this in mind. Pakistani flag, not USA flag. Not USA flag. Don't get it twisted. Iran came out multiple times and said they're not letting the U.S. or Israel through the Strait of Hormuz, and they are in control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Do you take that as a sign that Iran really does want a deal, or is this, self-serving since they want to generate their own revenue as well?
We'll take baby steps. But I think overall,
baby steps.
We need to realize that this is a way for Iran to try to maintain control over the entire conflict by stopping anything from leaving, the region out through the Strait of Hormuz. So one way or another, this was a known problem that was going to come up at some point during this. We have to figure out how to stop them from either acting like they get to collect tolls or any of the other things they're trying to do. And
excuse me, it's their land. They're in control of the Strait of Hormuz. What are you talking about? By the way, this was today, by the way.
The remaining major obstacle other than, the uranium we need to get.
There are a lot of signs. Obviously, the president's making a dual approach. He's carrying out these negotiations while also building up the troops in the Middle East. CENTCOM said the USS Tripoli, which had 3,500 service members on board, got there yesterday. You have the USS Boxer en route. Last night, the president also teased Mark Levin's show, which made a defense of the idea of sending in ground troops. And then he posted an article from Mark Thiessen. The headline on that is, "No, Trump is not losing his nerve on Iran." Does that signal to you that this buildup is maybe more than a negotiating tactic?
Rule number one with President Trump, he's good at the information game. So nobody knows on the other side whether this is a threat, whether it's a negotiating position, or whether he would actually put troops on the ground, whether you seize Karg Island, whether you potentially sweep the crescent of land above the strait and try to take out all the missile launchers and everything there. The problem is when you get troops on the ground, they don't come with a lot of air defense. So the things that we're having problems with now, they would be a target for the Iranians. So you don't want to do it. It's
Stop. You heard that, right? They won't have air defense. Man, they are sending our boys out there to die. They will not have air defense. You know how big Iran is? And they would just be on the ground, blind, no air support. That's not good.
Last case scenario, and it was never the intention. But you have to look at what's the goal. The final goal has to be removing the nuclear capability and making sure trade doesn't get stifled in the thing. So one way or another, he's going to use whatever force is necessary.
The Washington Post put this out today. Pentagon prepares for weeks of ground operations in Iran. That's the headline. If President Donald Trump approves the plan, such an effort would mark a new phase of the war that could be significantly more dangerous to U.S. troops in the first 4 weeks.
We're going to come back to that part where they said that the Washington Post is coming out saying it will be a new phase of the war. Keep this in mind. Make mental note of this. New phase of the war. I'm gonna come back to that later on.
The buildup that we are seeing obviously is nothing close to what it would take for a ground invasion. This looks more like a precision, strike group, so to speak. But what could these ground operations look like? And in your opinion, does it have to be the U.S. that goes in and does it, or could the Israelis?
The Israelis almost certainly have people on the ground. Mossad, and probably there are, our own little covert operators doing their things.
Really? Really? I haven't seen a video of the Israeli army or whatever the hell they have going over there to Iran. Help me out, chat. Have y'all seen a picture, a video of anybody from Israel with military gear on? I don't care if they were on a boat, a ship, a goddamn taxi cab. Did we see any of that? Coming from Israel with an Israel patch on? No. Not one time, but yet Jim Hansen over here smiling. I'm sure they're going to have blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. So why can't they just send them niggas over there to do it? Why they gotta have the Marines to come over there? If Israel got its own military and they're capable of handling this, because they're not. And they know for a fact that they were sending their own people over there to die. That's the sad part. That's the sad part. But nah, our boys ain't no cowards. They gonna step up. Okay. And whole time, this is not fighting for freedom for America. This is fighting for freedom, for the freedom of Israel. Right now. This is for Israel. Everything that the U.S. is doing is for Israel. It's not for the U.S. Keep that in mind. No matter which way you turn it, it's pointing right back to Netanyahu. We're going to get into Netanyahu also.
One of the main things we have to get is the enriched uranium. They either have to give that up or maybe we go get it. It's a hellish concept to think we have to go underground and try to grab that stuff and leave. But that's one of the potential missions for those guys. I'm
going to tell you right now, if you don't have air support, especially for defense, but if you don't have air support and you thinking that you're about to be able to put troops on the ground to find their underground bunkers as big as Iran is, 30 plus years, they prepared for this. You got another thing coming. And for you to come out here on the news, and all of these news media stations are coming out here still indicating that Iran has nuclear capabilities. They may have like it's a nuclear threat. What makes you think they won't turn around and do something to our own troops who will be vulnerable right there on enemy territory, on enemy lines, with no defense for real, with no backup for real? Like they can't call in a ship to drop a bomb on them immediately. We found the bunker, y'all. Come on, bring not a ship. I meant to say aircraft. Bring an aircraft in and drop a bomb right here. We found it. Nope, they not gonna have time. You act like Iran hasn't been preparing for this moment. This is not good.
Islands, including Karg and the other ones that the UAE lost in conflict with Iran. And that's where
the UAE lost in conflict with Iran. Iran ain't playing.
And the other things out of it. So that's another potential mission. And as I mentioned, the crescent above. So there are places where those troops could go. I think they are much better as a threat. But in this situation, President Trump has to finish the job. He wants to get out of kinetic operations soon. If he has to use ground troops to finish that, that's not a red line for us.
So how do you read it when Marco Rubio says we can get all this done without troops on the ground? Do you take that as, yeah, this can be done if Iran hands over the uranium? Or is he referring to something else? Is there some way that our allies could get this done that he's talking about?
I think if you look at the number of countries now...
I'm glad you pointed that out, Armani. You said that the UAE is dealing with flooding right now, water everywhere. And you know who else is dealing with that? Russia. Russia has a real bad flood going on right now. Yes, that's right, Yellowhammer. It's Russia. Russia's going through a flood right now as well. All right, we go talk about it. Oh, I'm not playing, y'all. I'm on top of this. I'm not playing.
The deal to go ahead and clear the straits who recognize, the Europeans now recognize, those missiles can reach our capital.
Yeah, I said Hawaii too.
Oil that we get from there is a problem. We need to take care of that. So I think there are ways to use international pressure, diplomatic, economic, and other things in conjunction with the kinetic strength and the threats that are right there and ready to operate to do this. And I think that's what Secretary Rubio is talking about.
Do you have any concern about the rate at which the Pentagon is firing Tomahawks? There was an article that said that the U.S. military fired 850 cruise missiles in the first 4 weeks, and that raised some eyebrows at the Pentagon. Do those numbers startle you?
Well, the nice thing about it is the cruise missiles and the other things that we used immediately cleared out the air defenses. So now we can use other munitions, which we have a ton more of. So we've got a lot of laser-guided bombs and other things like that now we're flying B-52s and B-2s and basically dropping wherever we want. So air superiority makes that slightly less of a problem. It's a concern, but people act like somehow Iran's stores of the munitions they're shooting are unlimited. They're not. So those have tailed off.
But you don't know that.
Position now where we control who does what, and I think President Trump's taking the initiative.
Final question.
I'm not trying to say they're unlimited, but you don't know what they're capable of because you still don't know their underground bases. But you know they have them. Keep in mind, our U.S. military right now does not know where Iran's underground bases are located right now. And again, Iran is huge. How long would it take them to find that? Ground troops? No air support? At least air surveillance, something. Our boys not gonna know what's coming, bruh. I don't like that. So you talking 5,000 troops in total. All right, let me keep it pushing.
Meanwhile, the Pentagon is reportedly preparing for weeks of ground operations in Iran as 3,500 American troops arrive in the Middle East.
Trey Yanks is live in Tel Aviv with the latest. Trey, good morning.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. After 4 weeks of war in the Middle East, the conflict grinds on. Reports indicate the United States is preparing for possible weeks of ground operations inside of Iran that would include thousands of U.S. service members. Over the weekend, the USS Tripoli, manned with 3,500 troops, including 2,500 Marines, arrived in the CENTCOM area of operation. If an operation is ordered to seize Iranian oil facilities or enriched uranium, it's expected that both special forces and conventional forces would be used. This does come as the United States and Israel launched a series of strikes against Iranian military infrastructure over the weekend, including hitting Iran's nuclear development facilities.
In Operation Rising Lion, we hit very hard the entire chain of nuclear production in Iran. We hit everything from the production capabilities in the factories, all the components, to the centrifuges and beams, and so on. The entire production chain was hit. It was affected. It was delayed, but it was not completely destroyed.
It was affected, it was delayed, but it was not completely destroyed. So you failed. You failed. Let me keep it pushing because I want to talk about something in correlation to this point right here. I want to talk about let's talk about the 10-day wait, which was, y'all can recall, it went from 48 hours to 5 days to now 10 days. This 10-day is supposed to end April 6th. It's supposed to end April 6th. Let me play this and I'm gonna talk about it.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shauna Kalafi. A live look at the White House tonight.
And despite mixed messages, President Trump still insisting that Iran is looking for a way out of the war. During his cabinet meeting today, the president revealed the gift that Iranian negotiators gave him this week as Pakistan is facilitating those talks between the countries. Fox's Rebecca Castor has the latest from the White House.
After nearly a month of relentless strikes on Iranian targets, President Trump says Iran's remaining leaders are begging to make a deal.
Well, how are they begging? And if they have to, okay, if Iran is begging to make a deal, why is Pakistan the facilitator? The deal was supposed to be between the U.S. and Iran. Are y'all paying attention? But Pakistan is the facilitator? That sounds like Iran ain't trying to talk to the U.S. no more, right? The deal was off. Uh-oh. Ain't no deal. We only talking to Pakistan because they close to us. We trying to see if y'all gonna straighten up and fly right. Uh-oh. And here go Trump.
It's because they've got a disaster on their hands. They're defeated. They can't make a comeback.
At Thursday's cabinet meeting, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff confirmed Pakistan helped deliver Trump's 15-point peace plan to the Iranians.
And you have directed us to maintain confidentiality on the specific terms. We have told Iran one last thing. Don't miscalculate again.
While the Iranians are denying the talks publicly, President Trump revealed a gift they sent earlier this week.
They said to show you the fact that we're real and solid and we're there. We're going to let you have 8 boats of oil. They then apologized for something they said, and they said, we're going to send 2 more boats.
But
by the way, those 10 were not U.S. boats. Those 10 were Pakistani boats. Don't forget that. They had to have the Pakistan flag on it. Keep that in mind. He tried to make it seem like he was bringing in, that they opened up the Strait of Hormuz for 10 U.S. boats. Nah, they only helping Pakistan out. They not trying to hurt nobody else but the U.S. and Israel. Somebody shut this man mic off, please. Well, come up on the panel and shut my mic off then. You're gonna be too scared to do that, ain't you? Watch this. Watch you get quiet. I dare you to come up on the panel and shut my mic off. I'm waiting for that. I got time. Not you, Trump. Oh, okay. Because I'm ready. I'm telling you, this is one of them nights I'm ready. I'm waiting for anybody that's hating this, deciding they want to hate, do that to me live. Come up on this panel. I'm ready. I'm waiting for you.
The commander-in-chief is making preparations in case diplomacy fails. Marines and elite Army paratroopers are heading to the region, raising concerns on Capitol Hill that ground operations could be coming.
The president seems bent on a path toward putting our sons and daughters in harm's way?
The answer is no. We can achieve the strategic goals that Donald Trump wants to achieve without doing that.
Some Gulf allies are concerned the U.S. will end the war too soon, leaving them vulnerable to future attacks. But President Trump says they'll be protected. At the White House,
they will end the war too soon and leave the U.S. vulnerable to future attacks. What did I say the last live stream, y'all? I said that the U.S. is vulnerable right now. You got to understand that the U.S. has the military in other places fighting right now. Right now, you got the Ukraine, Cuba, and all of this is trying to hold back China and Russia. They tried to work something out with Greenland. They got stuff over there. They trying to stronghold multiple different areas. Listen, all at one time. Meanwhile, China sitting back watching. Russia sitting back watching. They got the draft dangling, the military draft. They don't have enough troops. And that wasn't, I said this before, but let me state this again. That wasn't Trump that raised that age up for the military draft to 42. That was Joe Biden. And I covered that in 2024 when it happened. That video is still on my channel. I did an entire video on that. That was Joe Biden's administration. That was Biden's administration, not Trump. It just went into play here recently. So that part I'm not going to put on Trump. That wasn't Trump. But from 18 to 42. And the only reason why that will happen, and I'm going to get into that, y'all going to call it a conspiracy theory. I got to disagree with you. Ain't nothing theoretical about it. You about to see. But let me move on to that. Hold on, let me hurry up because I want to get to that right now. I do want to get into that. So this is about that 10-day wait, right? It then turned into 10 days. Trump wasn't making up his mind. They're coming up with the plans as the days go along. But it's not about waiting to get a deal done with Iran. The Trump administration killed the Iranian leaders. Mainly all of them. So how is Iran being ran right now? But anyway, the deals are off the table. This is the reason why they got to talk through Pakistan just to get to Iran. Right now, Iran is on defense. I'm about to show y'all something. So this 10-day wait is nothing more than the Trump administration stalling with the tax on Iran so that the U.S. military can have a chance to arrive around the Persian Gulf to deploy boots on the ground troops so they could achieve their objectives of taking over or taking control over the Strait of Hormuz and seeking out Iranian underground facilities that U.S. aircraft could not find while they were in the air already for the past month. By the way, keep that in mind. They still couldn't find it. Keep in mind that I'm gonna say this again. The aircraft was already over there. They couldn't find nothing. But it's only but so much they can do without being a target to be, shot down. And then you can't report none of that information back anyway. There you go. So though, I'm gonna play something. So today, the lieutenant colonel, we're gonna go back to this. The lieutenant colonel of Iran told President Trump that he's nothing more than a pawn of Benjamin Netanyahu. This is what they're saying right now. Watch this.
ترامپ رئیس جمهور آمریکا بارها ایران را به عملیات زمینی و اشغال برخی از جزایر در خلیج فارس تهدید کرده است. شکی نیست رئیس جمهور آمریکا با فشار سازمان تروریستی موساد به دلیل سوابقش در پرونده اپستین بازیچه دست نخست وزیر رژیم صهیونیستی
Whoa, he going off. Listen, I'm gonna say it. Do I got my side chain on? Okay, I'm gonna talk. Y'all can see the caption. The U.S. President Trump has repeatedly threatened Iran with ground operations and the occupation of some islands in the Persian Gulf. There is no doubt that the U.S. president, under pressure from the terroristic, from the terroristic organization Mossad, look, due to his background and the Epstein, you heard him say Epstein in his own language. And the Epstein case has become a pawn of the Israeli prime minister. Ooh, they not playing. Now we as Americans know that he's telling the truth. We know that he's telling the truth because we know that's the truth. We know that's the truth. And they dangling those Epstein files against Trump. Trump got to do this or else. Charlie Kirk was an example, unfortunately. Charlie Kirk was an example. And then Erica Kirk helped that happen, and so did TPUSA. After Charlie Kirk exposed Netanyahu and all those Zionists and what their agenda was. But that was a warning to Trump. That was the third warning. That was 3 strikes. So they blackmailing Trump with the Epstein files. This is the lieutenant colonel. He don't live over here. He's in Iran talking his shit. Chest out. I'm just saying. The U.S. president, who is known as the most lying president in the world and has no intellectual or theoretical and not trustworthy in any way, unfortunately, U.S. leaders haven't trusted the authority to command the armed forces to someone whose indecisions drag U.S. Army into
که میشناسد زبان زور است. در مقابل تهدیدهای اخیر ترامپ مبنی بر عملیات زمینی یا اشغال هر نوع سرزمین‌های ایران که البته آرزویی بیش نیست اعلام می‌داریم. رزمندگان اسلام مدت هاست
We declare that the warriors of Islam
تا ثابت نمایند که تجاوز و اشغال نتیجه جز اسارت تحقیرآمیز و قطع شدن و مفقود شدن متجاوزان را
Oh man, of the aggressors. Wow. Look, okay, so that's just one of them. I want to play this. I'm going to play another one because he was going in. Then the former CIA officer, Josephine Gilio, said that in Iran, let me tell you why they mad. Iran is upset because 165 innocent little girls were killed by the American Tomahawks, the missiles that were fired from their destroyers. They weren't targeting, keep in mind, like I told y'all, they weren't targeting the military bases, military facilities. They didn't destroy all that. Even Trump said, you know, that's what they did, right? So what you targeting now? You can't find an underground facility, so you hitting universities, and that's what they mad about. Let me play this real quick. All this intelligence is coming out.
And it was, without a doubt, a school if you looked at it through satellite imagery. It was, without a doubt, a school when you looked at it through the onboard camera of the Tomahawk missile. It was clear. Now let's talk about when the attack started on Iran. 10 a.m. At 10 a.m., Israel, along with the United States, began attacking Iran. By 10:20, the staff at Minab School began evacuating the children. Strike one. Hit the school. The kids moved to the prayer room. Strike two. Hit the prayer room. 163 kids dead. Strike three. Hit nearby. Multiple sources, including intelligence reports, regional sources, and U.S. officials are required to confirm a target for the U.S. Navy and military operations to ensure accuracy and reduce errors. This is how it works. This is how it worked that day. NBC News reports USS Sprunitz, a guided missile destroyer, shot the Tomahawk. Commander Leigh R. Tate, Executive Officer Jeffrey E. York, commanded.
This is who she talking about. Who she just named are these two people right here. I'm gonna just show y'all these two people real quick. These are the commanders that commanded that. This is really real. I'm not playing. She's not joking. The reports are out. They want these faces. These are cowards right here. Cowards. They need to be under the cell. Matter of fact, they should be getting an electric chair. They killed children. Both of them. Innocent children. I'm just saying. Hold up. Let me bring that back up.
USS Sprunitz, who shot a Tomahawk and killed 165 little girls.
Let me go back.
Commander Leigh R. Tate, Executive Officer Jeffrey E. York, commanded USS Sprunitz, who shot a Tomahawk and killed 165 little girls.
And the reason why she putting it on them, because everybody knows that the military can't just shoot until they are commanded to say it's open fire, you're clear for target, or you're clear. They're gonna give them a go. They're gonna give them a phrase that say, okay, you're clear to hit that target. Satellite imagery, you can see exactly what you're hitting. And you hit a school. I'm talking about, why are they not under, these two people need to be held accountable. They should be stripped of their badges. They shouldn't even be in the military. They should be in a cell or an electric chair, suffering right now. Okay.
After this was done, the same destroyer conducted a replenishment at sea with USNS Henry Kaiser back ready to fire. March 4th, March 10th, and March 18th, they replenished their firearms. They replenished their weapons.
Oh, nope, you disagree? Paul, I dare you to come up on the panel and tell me why. Hey, drop the link in the chat right there for them. Let me open up the 13%. I dare you to come up on the panel and tell me why. Hold up, I'm starting it now. I'm in my community server right now waiting, Paul. Come on up. Where you at? I'm gonna keep playing the video, give him a chance to get up on the panel.
No pause for review, no pause for investigation, no calls for this command to appear in front of Congress and report to the American people why we just bombed a school knowing it was a school. Nothing. Silence. Lies. Excuses. Who are the terrorists? Who are the bad guys in this story? This is the story of our timeline. By our own definition of terrorism, and I can say this as a former counter-terrorist officer, we are the terrorists.
Repeat it again. Repeat it again.
This is the story of our timeline. By our own definition of terrorism, and I can say this as a former counter-terrorist officer, we are the terrorists.
Now, she's referring to her former agency. By the way.
We are the bad guys.
That's CIA. By the way. She's former CIA counterintelligence. Who else was former counterintelligence that quit or resigned, whatever word you want to use, right? And started speaking the truth. They had enough. And had that same attitude just like that. Who else? Joseph Kent, right? Okay. All right. Paul, where you at? I'm waiting for you. Nah, y'all name ain't Paul. Nah, Paul got first dibs. Where he at? I'm waiting for him. He not coming? Okay. I'm gonna keep it pushing. At any time you feel as though you need to come up on this panel and, something I'm pointing out is wrong, come on up here. I'm waiting. It's right here. I'm waiting for you. Okay. So, okay, I want to play what the Lieutenant Colonel came back and said about that. So since that incident happened with the innocent little girls being killed by the American Tomahawks, right? Since that was reported, it was a lot of reports saying that this is why Iran attacked prominent religious areas in Israel. Keep in mind, Israel got hit real bad within the past 2 days, and especially last night. They carried out major attacks last night on their prominent religious areas. And that's why you saw whoever's controlling Netanyahu's Twitter account asking people, now he's asking people to go to, I guess, let me just summarize it and say safe zones. Like their chapels, whatever they're called, they said that's not even safe. Leave that now. But whoever's controlling Netanyahu account is saying that on his account. Not by video though. They typed that in. Now, he came out and said that he about to start attacking American bases. Or they. What? Listen, listen, hold on. Hold on, let me make sure I got this full screen. Is it full screen? Yeah, it's full screen. Okay. Here we go. Wait a minute, because the captions move a little quick. I'm going to try to be quick with it. In response to the malice and the terrorist actions, American Zionists
نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران در اقدامی تلافی جویانه محل سکونت فرماندهان و مسئولان سیاسی
will target the residence of American and Zionist regime commanders. Look, y'all, they're going to target American and Zionist regime commanders and political officials in the region. Can we blame them? Let's be honest. Can we blame them? Anybody in this chat will be pissed off, God forbid, if anything like that was to happen to our children out here in America. God forbid that ever happened. And you think America, I'm talking about, I was signed up to be in the military for that. That's how pissed off everybody would be, right? So we cannot blame them for responding. We can't. So look, he didn't even say that he was going to be hitting civilian zones. He said American and Zionist regime commanders and political officials in the region, the occupied territories. We can't knock them. No holds barred now. You start hitting their children. You start hitting their civilians. And you know goddamn well that was a school. Let me play this. Now, this is BBC News saying that Iran threatens to rain fire on American forces. I'm gonna play this real quick. Not all of it, but just some of it.
Guramuthi, it is day 30 of the US-Israel war with Iran, and over the next 10 or so minutes, we'll bring you our daily briefing with the key updates on the conflict. Let's start with some of today's main developments. Iran's parliament speaker accuses the United States of secretly plotting an invasion after reports the US may put troops on the ground. US Central Command has confirmed the warship USS Tripoli has arrived in the region with around 3,500 military personnel.
This was today.
An industrial site in southern Israel is on fire after an Iranian missile attack. The military says that was caused by missile shrapnel. Tehran threatens to strike American and Israeli universities in the region after 2 Iranian universities were hit in the past 24 hours. The funeral for 3 Lebanese journalists killed in an Israeli strike is held in Beirut.
We're not seeing none of that.
This week, there is growing speculation that US ground troops may be deployed in Iran, a move that would significantly raise the stakes. A report from the Washington Post says the Pentagon is preparing for weeks of ground operations. On that, Tehran has responded, accusing Washington of secretly plotting a ground invasion and threatening to, quote, rain fire on US soldiers. Well, with me is the BBC Persian's Paham Gabouri. Paham, tell us more about the regime's response so far to the current reports.
Iranian Parliament Speaker Ghalibaf has said that his message was a message of defiance. He has said that, as you said, there's going to be fire raining on American soldiers. We're waiting for them, actually, in Iran, if there is a ground invasion. But right now, the most important development is that the war has entered into a new phase that each side is targeting the infrastructures.
The war has entered into a new phase. We heard this. We heard this from our own news media. I'm gonna be bringing that back up.
That can have dire consequences for the parties involved and also for the world's economy. Iranian universities have been hit. Iranian steel companies, one of them, Fulad Mobareke, is the biggest one in the Middle East, has been struck. After that, Iran started striking aluminium productions in UAE and in Bahrain. And then now we are hearing that universities are being struck. Iran is threatening to strike universities. So this is one thing that is extremely dangerous, and we are entering uncharted territories. The other thing is the Strait of Hormuz and those waterways. Not only the Strait of Hormuz is now blocked, but Houthis also joined the war, and they are threatening to block Strait of Bab el-Mandeb, which is another important waterway. And if they do that, that can add to the pressure on Donald Trump and the American administration. However, this strategy has worked for Iran so far, but it may backfire because Iranians are dealing with a president who is known for being unpredictable. So we do not know what he's going to do afterwards.
Paham Gabouri, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Speculation about US soldiers on Iranian soil has been fueled by the arrival of an American warship in the region carrying about 3,500 sailors and Marines. The USS Tripoli, an amphibian assault ship, arrived on Saturday, adding to the growing US military presence in the Gulf. The BBC's contacted the White House and the Pentagon for comment. The Trump administration's messaging has been mixed and often at odds with US actions in the region. Well, our correspondent Simi Jaloso is in Washington. Simi, just tell us more about what the US administration is saying about the possibility of troops being used on the ground.
But as you've mentioned, Geeta, the USS Tripoli, which is an amphibious assault ship that carries a unit of 3,500 Marines and sailors, arrived in the Middle East on Friday. We also know paratroopers.
She looked Jamaican.
The 2nd Airborne Division have been deployed to the Middle East. So it's clear that the US is ramping up its military presence in the Gulf. When asked about this, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that this is all about giving President Trump as many military options as possible, and has said that the US can achieve its objectives in the Middle East and in its war against Iran without the use of ground troops. Last week, President Trump said he wouldn't deploy ground troops, but he also said even if he were to, he wouldn't say. Now, it isn't clear whether this is a sort of tactic being used by the US to put pressure on Iran amidst talks, or whether this is a sign of a possible escalation, potential raids along Iran's shoreline near the Strait of Hormuz, or potential seizure of Hog Island. This is an administration that has differed between saying that the war could wind down and then saying or threatening to amplify it. But what is clear is that here in the US, talks of ground troops being introduced to this war is sowing division amongst Republicans who have largely supported President Trump since the start of the war. But they say one thing that they will not support is having boots on the ground. And they also feel that there isn't a clear strategy on how the US will exit this war.
Simijola Oso in Washington, thank you.
Interesting.
Focus on the impact the war is having across the Middle East region. Universities are among the latest targets in this conflict, as 2 Iranian universities have been struck by US-Israeli airstrikes in the past 24 hours, including...
Okay, so that not only that school, the universities as well. Why are they... Okay.
Iran's University of Science and Technology. Iran's revolutionary...
Why are they targeting the children?
Regional universities unless the US condemns the bombings by Tuesday. Meanwhile, the Gulf region has seen repeated attacks, including a major infrastructure. Here's our correspondent Katie Watson in Doha.
It's the beginning.
Hold up. Your family is from South Georgia, the dirty South. Try coming. Okay. So you're going to talk trash from the keyboard and mouse, right? And you're not going to pop up on the panel and speak to me directly, Paul? I gave you a way in to speak with me. This ain't got nothing to do with Georgia. This got all to do with you. If you feel as though it was right for them to carry out that strike on those children, I need you to come up on my panel and explain to me why. It's colored on your birth certificate. Oh no, that's a bot. That's a bot. Go ahead, y'all. We got bots. Look, even if you are colored, there was no need for you to come up in here and mention any of that. That's a bot. We got bots, y'all. There's bots coming up in here now. Yeah, he ain't real. All right. But anybody else, I'm leaving. I'm leaving this thing open, man. If you a real person, not a bot. Yeah, he coming up in here with messages. Somebody running probably like 4 or 5, maybe 10 accounts. And then they got them coming up in here saying random things. Now, that was just strictly random. 2 random things. This ain't got nothing to do with Georgia or your skin complexion. I didn't bring that up not one time. This ain't got nothing to do with that at all. You know what it, nah, a bot not going though. You gotta feed it, right? You gotta feed it a prompt. Come on, bro.
A new working week here in Qatar, as well as the wider Gulf, and already it started with the region coming under quite a few attacks. So in Saudi, they've intercepted 10 drones. The UAE says that their air defense systems have been actively engaging with missiles and with drones. An aluminium plant in Abu Dhabi, UAE, was also attacked, as well as another one in Bahrain. Now here in Qatar, they say they've also been engaging with drones and a TV station owned by a Qatari company that was based in Tehran was also attacked. We don't know whether it was targeted and who is responsible, but this is a part of the Middle East that has long felt very isolated from the conflict elsewhere in the region, but it's very much being drawn into it right now.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to this because I noticed a couple of people were saying that you guys inside of the chat, you guys were saying that the Iran was like, or Pakistan, I believe y'all said Pakistan would like to speak with JD Vance, or did y'all say Iran would only like to speak to JD Vance and not Trump? But let's talk about JD Vance arguing with Bibi Netanyahu.
JD Vance intense call with Benjamin Netanyahu as he rips Israel's prime minister for selling easy Iran war to Trump. He's confronted him.
Stop. Keep in mind, that says what date? This is not old. That says March 27th. 2026. All right, here we go.
As he rips Israel's prime minister for selling easy Iran war to Trump. He's confronted him on a call. Despite the killing of Iran's supreme leader, hardline factions have tightened their grip on power. Before the war, Bibi really sold it to the president as being easy, as regime change being a lot likelier than it was, and the VP was clear-eyed about some of those statements, a source told Axios. Vance, who reportedly advised Trump against going to war with Iran, was appointed by the president to help lead negotiations to end the conflict. A day after Vance's call with Netanyahu, a right-wing Israeli news outlet owned by the GOP donor Miriam Adelson reported that the vice president had yelled at Netanyahu over Israeli settler violence against Palestinians in the West Bank. Yeah, because it's unnecessary. Duh. And you missed the moment Trump launched the attack. Wait, what about this? I haven't seen this.
I've covered 5 different presidents. I have never seen one other than Donald Trump, who regularly takes phone calls from reporters. When I called, I was actually calling to ask him if he was firing Kristi Noem. The conversation then turned to Iran, obviously. The major decision which may define not just his presidency, but his entire political...
Okay, but the whole point is that, yeah, we see that Netanyahu... JD Vance was against this war in Iran. A lot of people are. I mean, we know that for a fact. Did y'all see what was going on? I'm sure y'all did. The No King protests. What they say, 7 million citizens was in the streets in a lot of different states, right? Yeah, now JD Vance is still supporting Trump. Don't get me wrong, but JD Vance is definitely against this war with Iran. So everybody, okay, so look.
Protesters across this country took to the streets as part of the latest No Kings demonstration against President Trump and his administration. Among the biggest rallies right there in St. Paul, Minnesota, outside the state capitol. CBS's Christian Benavidez is in West Palm Beach, Florida, near the president's.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Minnesota, listen, Minnesota, I get it, you know what I'm saying, but y'all, y'all local government is corrupt. You know, y'all should have been out there going against your own local government, Minnesota. I'm just saying.
Christian.
Jarika, this is the 3rd round of No Kings protests. Organizers say that they expect these crowds to be the largest. And in that Minnesota rally, officials there prepared for a crowd of over 150,000 people.
President Trump spent the day at his Florida golf course, while Americans gathered at more than 3,000 No Kings protests around the country.
He promised no new wars. He promised to be the America First president, and this sure does not look like that.
Protests were also held worldwide, including in Rome, Madrid, and Paris. The White House has dubbed the rallies Trump derangement therapy sessions.
This is not a mental therapy. This is showing them that we can be strong and we can have democracy again.
Among the largest crowds in Minnesota, where immigration enforcement reached a flashpoint earlier this year.
With everything that's going on, I feel powerless, and today, in this moment, I feel like I do have a little bit of power.
The rallies come as the president says he is looking to wind down the war with Iran. On Friday, he spoke at a Saudi-backed investment conference and again voiced his disappointment with NATO allies for not helping reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
They have to open it up. They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
The Strait of Trump.
Also made these comments about Cuba as the island teeters on the brink of collapse due to decades-long government neglect made worse by the recent cutoff of oil.
Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that.
In its statement, the White House said that the only people who care about these rallies, aside from the protesters, are the reporters who are paid to cover them. Jerika?
Christian Benavides, thank you.
This is what Trump said during that same meeting. I mean,
The man that we just discussed, the king, the future king of Saudi Arabia. And I also love the king of Saudi Arabia. What a man he is. When I was there, we bonded. He would grab me to get up. He was a little frail at the time, and this was a long time ago, and he's still doing well. And he'd grab my arm to get up when I was sitting next to him. And they said that's the only time he's ever grabbed anybody. He would grab me all the time. And I said, I think he likes me. And he did like me, and he still likes me. And he's a great man, and say hello to him. He's a great guy.
Oh, what the?
But a short time ago, we were together, and he looked at me, and he said, you know, it's amazing. 1 year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He didn't think this was going to happen. He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be just another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now...
Y'all already said, right? He didn't think he would be kissing his ass.
Just another American president that was a loser.
Go back.
And he said, you know, it's amazing. 1 year ago, you were a dead country. Now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. He didn't think this was going to happen. He didn't think he'd be kissing my ass. He really didn't. He thought he'd be another American president that was a loser, where the country was going downhill. But now he has to be nice to me. You tell him he better be nice to me. He's got to be. The five were great, but your dear friend and my dear friend he was all man. He stood up and he wasn't scared. Maybe he was, I don't know, maybe he was, but he didn't show it. He was great, a great leader. Saudi Arabia can be very proud of because he's got a lot of titles. He's the crown prince. He's the prime minister. He's the future king. He's got about 7 other titles. I said, you have more titles than any human being on earth. He's everything. And he deserves to be because he's a winner. So I just want to thank those people. So the Middle East will be transformed, and the future of that region is I don't think it's ever looked brighter. You couldn't have, we did the Abraham Accords.
The Middle East will be transformed.
Accords finally. Yeah, so will you please go back and explain? It's time now. Muhammad said, oh yes, as soon as we do this, as soon as we do that. I said, Muhammad, we did that. Oh yes, but we have a couple of other things. It's now time. We've now taken them out, and they are out bigly. We got to get into the Abraham Accords. And we hope all of the countries are going to be in the Abraham Accords. We have some very brave countries that did it, years ago. They went in, and you know who they are, the early four. And they did a great thing in doing it, and it was great for them also economically. But it was a great thing that they did it. But I think all the Middle Eastern countries are going to be joining now. And in some cases, I would say all the Middle Eastern countries and beyond. You have people not in the Middle East that want to be members. You'll be seeing that soon.
All that, and what about the children that was killed? All that. I'm just saying, come on, man. Y'all got an answer for that. You can't just let that bypass, bro. They pissed about that. But they did come out with a campaign today. Right? Remember, okay, Trump came out with a new app for children. I don't know if you guys heard this yet, but the children will have to be born between a particular year. They got to be newborns. And the Trump administration, I think they're calling it the Trump account. They're giving each child $1,000 in the Trump account, right? But keep in mind, this is like doing damage control. What he's doing damage control, like as if he's doing great for children. Y'all heard about that? So $1,000. Okay, y'all heard about that. Okay, so $1,000 per child that's born between. They got to be newborns. I forgot the date. I don't have that written down anywhere. I forgot the date. But then also today, and that just came, that either came yesterday or today. I forgot which day that was. But today, look at what happened.
Welcome back. Elena Zelenska, excuse me, the First Lady of Ukraine, was in Washington this week. She was working with First Lady Melania Trump on education and also U.S. efforts to bring home Ukrainian kids abducted by Russia. I sat down with her at the Ukrainian embassy for her first ever interview with Fox News.
The community.
Let that sink in. Can you believe that? Today, Ukrainian's First Lady, first ever interview, right? Gets with Melania Trump to promote children's safety. Look at the, look. Look at that. Let that sink in. Let it sink in. Let it in. And that was today. So that's damage control. Yeah, the irony, exactly. Okay, so somebody said between 2023 and 2025. I'm not sure if that's accurate, but that could be the years because it has to be recent. I know that for a fact. Dealing with Trump's account situation, where the children between those particular years, born between those particular years, will receive $1,000 per child. All of that just came out after the news broke that they killed 165 children. I'm not playing this. I'm not interested in hearing this. This is bologna and cheese right here. I'm not interested in hearing that. But I am interested in hearing what this Army veteran had to say right here. Hold on, let me see if I can find that. Oh, correction. He was a Marine veteran. Hold on.
Militarism is not going to help this. Adding more pain and suffering is not going to help this. Destroying our infrastructure
Piers Morgan
is not going to help this. And so this is a big money move that is just sacrificing American lives. If Israel truly wants to get rid of Iran as a threat, why don't they contribute their soldiers? But they're too busy proliferating their land in Lebanon, which they've never held tight to their ceasefire. Israel has a horrible record of not delivering on any ceasefires. They continue to kill the people in Gaza. They're annexing the West Bank. I've been to Gaza, West Bank myself. I've experienced the cruel, brutal behaviors of the Israeli settlers. What you should be talking about is the Israeli settlers in the West Bank. Their horrid actions. They are the true terrorists.
Well, there's certainly been some disgusting scenes coming out of.
Interesting. So now it's mixed messages from the Middle East that we not hearing about.
Mixed messages from the Middle East tonight. Pakistan says it is prepared to host talks between the U.S. and Iran in the coming days. But Iranian leaders are accusing the U.S. of secretly planning a ground invasion.
Notice how I said that, because that's their title. They said that it's mixed messages. They're trying to confuse you guys. Nah, yeah, it's not mixed. It's one side is lying, one side is not. Iran is not trying to talk with the U.S. at all.
3,500 U.S. service members arrive. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavides takes a look at where things stand as the war enters its fifth week.
The U.S. conflict with Iran entered its 30th day on Sunday, with fresh airstrikes hitting Tehran. The strikes come as Iran's parliament speaker warned the U.S. against a ground invasion and threatened to step up attacks on U.S. allies. Also on Sunday, foreign ministers of Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt met in Pakistan to discuss how to bring the U.S. and Iran back to the negotiating table. The Strait of Hormuz remains closed to the U.S. and U.S. allies, driving up oil and gas prices. On Friday, President Trump expressed optimism with how the war is progressing.
And that's cap. They only doing it for themselves, to be honest with you, because their prices went up. Everybody was affected because of this, because Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz. So Egypt and them are in there, and Turkey, they're trying to work out a deal for themselves, not because they want to bring the U.S. back into play. That's not what this is about.
On Iran, they are being decimated. They are talking. We are talking now. They want to make a deal. Very simply, our military is the greatest in the world by far.
The president has repeatedly said that he has not ruled out putting U.S. boots on the ground in Iran in order to bring the conflict to an end. On Sunday's Face the Nation, the former commander of the U.S. Central Command praised the president for keeping all military options in Iran open.
Iran will ultimately respond to the use of force. They know and understand it, perhaps better than we have in the past. This administration is willing to use force. Other administrations have been thoroughly deterred by Iran. President Trump is not deterred by Iran.
But a number of European leaders, including Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, are warning the U.S. Russia is assisting Iran.
This is the answer. Do they help Iranians? Of course. How many percent? 100%. Yes.
You think it's in Vladimir Putin's interest for this war,
yes,
at least, to drag on?
100%.
On Saturday, a U.S. Marine Expeditionary Unit, which includes about 3,500 sailors and Marines, arrived in the Middle East. Christian Benavides, CBS News, West Palm Beach.
Of course, 100% Russia is involved. Of course they are. Tel Aviv getting hit.
Yükseliyor. Emine Kavasoğlu söz sende.
Siren sesleri çalmadı. Sirenlerle aynı anda bir hava saldırısı gerçekleşiyor.
This was today.
Sirenler önceden çalmadı bu kez, bakın. Şu anda sirenlerin sesini duymamızla füze saldırısının gerçekleşmesi arasında belki de saniyeler vardı. Yani
Look, right behind it. Did y'all peep what I just did? Right behind it, they say Russia was involved. I turn around and play RT News. Y'all gotta peep that. This was today, by the way. This was today.
Sirenler yükseliyor. Emine Kavasoğlu söz sende.
Live on television.
çalmadı. Sirenlerle aynı anda bir hava saldırısı gerçekleşiyor şu anda. Sirenler önceden çalmadı bu kez, bakın. Şu anda sirenlerin sesini duymamızla füze saldırısının gerçekleşmesi arasında belki de saniyeler vardı. Yani bir saniyeden bahsediyorum. Sirenler duyulmadan, çünkü ben arkadaşlar...
That look like regular missiles right there. That don't look like hypersonic.
Riskli bölgedesiniz uyarısı geldi.
Hypersonic missiles would look like lightning strikes.
Bekleyin dedik arkadaşlara. Belki de olmaz dedik. Ama siren sesi çalmadı. Ve bir kez daha söyleyebiliriz ki...
Yeah, those are like regular...
...sınıfta kaldı. Bu gece...
Like probably older ballistic missiles.
Zaten bekliyorduk, devrim muhafızları tarafından bir açıklama gelmişti bugün altyapı tesisleri.
I'm talking about if they were hypersonic missiles, that whole sky would be lit up. It would look like a thunderstorm.
İşte siren sesleriyle aynı anda, ki normal şartlarda en az 3-4 dakikalık bir süre geçmesi gerekiyor. Arama motoruyla siren sesleri arasında yaklaşık 8 dakika oluyor ama bu siren sesleriyle hava saldırısının arasında...
All right, I just wanted to, I don't know what they're saying and I don't have closed captioning, but they probably going over what's going over there in Tel Aviv. Now, I want to move up because I'm about to get into some serious, I mean, I'm not saying none of this is not serious. All of this is serious, but I want to go into what they're trying to say, that this was the next phase of the war. Fox News came out today and said that this is the final phase.
For more now, let's bring in Hudson Institute Senior Fellow Rebecca Heinrichs and former NSC Senior Director Michael Allen. Happy Sunday. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
Good to be here.
Rebecca, where are we at this stage in this conflict against the Iranian regime?
Well, I think Senator Cotton's remarks there were really helpful, too. He's also the chairman of the Intelligence Committee in the Senate side, so he's going to be getting regular briefings. But look, I think that there's multiple lines of effort. You have the military line of effort, which we constantly hear Admiral Cooper talking about. He's the head of Central Command, and he's saying that we're going through all of these target lists. Mm-hmm. That there's a target list. We're taking out Iran's ability to project power outside its borders. And then we have another line of effort effort, which we're working with the Israelis, to weaken the regime's ability to resist the United States. So it's the IRGC and it's the siege. And then, of course, we're also trying to get the Strait of Hormuz open. That's going to be another phase. And I think that that's going to go in tandem with removing the rest of the nuclear program that's still inside the country. Those last two pieces are going to be the last line of effort of the war. But 4 weeks in to a war that we were told it's probably going to be about 4 to 6 weeks, I agree with Senator Cotton that everything I've heard, we're still ahead of schedule.
Michael, sending in Marines,
That's
sending in the 82nd Airborne to the region, does that apply appropriate pressure to talks with the Iranians?
I think so. I think it gives the president options, first and foremost, but it is also leverage. It's the idea that, you know what, we may take your oil export hub, which is called Karg Island, of course, or we may deploy to certain islands along the Strait of Hormuz so that we might be able to help reestablish tanker traffic through this corridor. So I think it's a move that the president is making. I can't rule out that we would use a ground raid to take Karg or take some other tactical sort of venue, but I think first and foremost it's to get the Iranians' attention that we can take hostages too.
As you know, we live and work in the Washington, D.C. area. It is a political year. We have midterms coming up. Can the United States leave Iran in a better place soon?
Leave Iran in a better place from an American perspective.
Yes.
I mean, I would say this idea that Iran is going to be more dangerous if the United States doesn't do X, Y, or Z, I completely think that that's not based on the facts. I mean, Iran is already so much significantly degraded. They do not have the ability to project power outside their borders. We've eliminated their air force. Their navy has been significantly degraded. Their missile capabilities, and the thing that I always track is their ability to reproduce missiles and drones. And the United States is working with the Israelis to just completely degrade any of that capability. And every single day we get greater insight and intelligence as to where these launchers are, and we're able to destroy them. So I think that we're already in a better place. I think we just want to get a better outcome where the United States...
I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think we've seen the best of Iran just yet. Keep in mind, you're not necessarily on their territory just yet. Now, when you try to go to the Strait of Hormuz, you don't know what they're capable of. Again, the majority of their stuff is underground. They had 30 years to build this up and get ready. Y'all talking like y'all won already. Like, come on, you don't know that though. You don't know what's going on. You don't. That's why you can't tell us when this is going to end. Because if they were decimated, like you keep repeating, even Trump is stating that as well. If they were decimated, it shouldn't take weeks. We shouldn't be sending out ground troops. We shouldn't be asking for other allies to assist militarily. You guys are lying. You're not telling the American people the truth.
The one with our coalition partners controlling the Strait of Hormuz and not this terrorist regime. That's going to be the thing that we still have to wait out to see if we can do. But you're right, Mike, that the pressure points tend to be political. And so we just got to keep pressing through.
Like, are you
the pressure points, she slipped to the truth. The pressure points tend to be political. The pressure points. This whole thing is political, right? Well, at least that's what they say. Because politicians are owned by the bankers, right? Politicians are owned by the billionaires, the 1%ers, the so-called elitists, right? Or globalists, right? The politicians ain't nothing but puppets for those people, right? That's why they want our people to believe that it's two sides to every story. So they gave you the Democrats and Republicans when it's one-sided the entire time. 7 to 8 million Americans are out protesting against this war. And you mean to tell me that they're not receiving enough coverage from these news media stations about that, indicating that a large majority of Americans are against this? You claimed that Iran was a threat, but what was the threat to Americans in general for us to get behind that notion? Which leads me to my next point. By my military sources, we need to be paying attention to the days ahead. From my military sources, I received intel that a U.S. false flag is on the horizon. We just don't know what it's going to be. Now, it does look like it's going to be some type of threat dealing with drones. I don't know. Again, this part right here, I'm just assuming, I'm just going to throw this out here because they are covering some parts of drones. We were warned earlier that, drones could be flying in California. Be on the lookout for that. The FBI came out and said that. And then this.
Mystery drones over a major U.S. military base in Louisiana. Waves of high-tech drones flying over the highly sensitive area. That base housing B-52 bombers and the Air Force's nuclear command.
Stop. Wait a minute. And this was on the 21st. Wait a minute. So the U.S. drones could fly over military bases, but yet if I fly my military-style drone over a military base right now, they coming to hunt me down. Immediately. And you mean to tell me so-called other countries could fly in foreign objects over a military base and you lying. That drone wouldn't even make it across American shores. Those drones are a lot larger than the drones that we could buy commercially. So they are identifiable. But if it pops back up as an unidentified object on their satellite that they could see, they're taking it down, especially if they can't communicate with it and that signal comes back as foreign. You allow mysterious drones to hover over a U.S. base? This sounds like the U.S. government, the CIA, all of those alphabets doing. Remember how they tried to say it was China's balloons? I don't believe them. I don't believe them. So we have to look at this with a strong amount of scrutiny because they could possibly be gearing up for this type of false flag. We saw 9/11. They lied to us and said who they said did it. And we have endless videos with people that were there hearing bombs going off from the basement of those towers, and then it went down demolition style. And then like 9 or 10 months ago, they had TMZ come out with a so-called documentary indicating that the news didn't want to report that it was a third plane involved. That was foolishness. And people fell for that. Over 4.5 million views on that video. You don't know no better? We cannot let history repeat itself. How do we do that, Dane? By making sure that you know what history was about. Once you become aware of the history and you know what it was all about, you will stop, or prevent rather, history from repeating.
So who's behind the drones? Here's our chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katursky.
Tonight, law enforcement officials are warning of a significant threat to public safety and national security after swarms of high-tech drones.
And that ain't it. That's not the drone. That ain't it.
Invaded the airspace over one of the nation's most strategic military installations for nearly a week. A confidential briefing document reviewed by ABC News said earlier this month, multiple waves of 12 to 15 drones flew for hours at a time over sensitive areas of Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana, home of B-52 bombers and the Air Force's nuclear command.
And the Air Force was not able to do anything to stop them.
The Air Force was not able to do anything to stop them? Trump earlier just said, we have the greatest military the American military, and you mean to tell me that he came out of his mouth and said what?
Nuclear command.
And the Air Force was not able to do anything to stop them.
This is how you know that the government is involved. Do you chat? If you get what I'm saying, type 13. And if you're like, nah, Dane, I don't get it yet, type 1. If you get it, type 13. If you don't get it, type 1. And don't look, I'm not gonna hold you accountable if you type 1 because we about to go a lot deeper than just this. It's crazy, ain't it? He fixed his mouth to say that.
Is of Barksdale Air Force Base near Shreveport, Louisiana.
As strong as our Air Force bases are, I mean, and you mean to tell, huh? The Air Force couldn't do nothing? Military couldn't do nothing? Are you trying to say that we're vulnerable?
52 bombers and the Air Force's nuclear command.
And the Air Force was not able to do anything to stop them.
The drones operated in loose formations, then dispersed across sensitive locations on the base, and they're unlike anything available off the shelf. The document said these drones have a much longer range and are resistant to jamming.
That's how you know. That's the government's doing. Unlike what I just say, we can't buy those type of drones. So the pictures that they showed us are the drones that we could buy. By the way, my drone looked very similar to the drone that they showed. That's how I know it wasn't those type of drones. Come on, bruh. What? I'm not gonna say too much, but one time I was in one area and it was targeted. I hit the button for it to come back home. And they pulling up military. Are you sir? I'm ho. Wait a minute, what? That was a restricted area. So you mean to tell me you could do that to me, but you couldn't do that to them? Yeah, somebody lying.
The sophistication we see in both how the drones were employed and the kinds of drones don't point to some hobbyist. They point to a state actor.
Barksdale Air Force Base confirmed to ABC News it is investigating multiple unauthorized.
The terminology that he just used, it points to a state actor. Damn, Colonel, retired Colonel, you giving it up, ain't you? It points to a state actor.
And they're unlike anything available off the shelf. The document said these drones have a much longer range and are resistant to jamming.
The sophistication we see in both how the drones were employed and the kinds of drones don't point to some hobbyist. They point to a state actor.
Barksdale Air Force Base confirmed to ABC News it is investigating multiple unauthorized drones operating in our airspace during the week of March 9th, not long after the start of the war with Iran.
The analysis we reviewed, David, said these still unexplained incursions are expected to continue, and law enforcement officials, David, have long expressed concerns about the country's ability to defend itself from drones. David?
And our team will stay on this, too.
So they're letting you know, at least this is what I'm right now. Of course, this is not confirmed, okay? But there is a conspiracy behind this. This part right here, I guess you could call theoretical, this part right here, but we heard about this before, right? Didn't we hear about Mysterious Drones before? And I went live about it then. Y'all remember the mysterious drones in New Jersey? Y'all remember? Come on, y'all. Put it together. They've been showing us this for a minute now. Don't forget. Remember the fog? Hold on, let's put it all together. Let's put it all together. And then all of a sudden, mysterious drones was in the fog and everybody on TikTok's sister and brother was recording drones in the sky. Yeah, I remember, right? This entire time, drones was in the sky. Then in certain areas, I'm talking about the fog was so thick, it made people sick. And people were wondering why they all of a sudden got sick. And we started blaming the fog. And then certain people was blaming the drones for producing the fog. Y'all remember that, right? Okay. So, exactly. It was called smart fog. Yeah, and then we started seeing drones popping up in damn near every state, not just New Jersey, even though it started in New Jersey. We saw them everywhere. That's why I said TikTok. Y'all could go to TikTok right now and type in mysterious drone spotted or anything like that in the search bar. Look at where they were. It was everywhere in all of the states, damn near, in America. Was the fog dark? You couldn't see nothing. Ask California. I even played videos. I don't have that right here readily available, but I even played videos of aerial footage of people up in the sky showing you the fog. But I do still have those videos. It's just going to take me a second to get to that. So here's Fox. So that's ABC. Here's Fox talking about those same drones.
A disturbing report out of Louisiana tonight where, according to officials, multiple unauthorized drones were detected in the vicinity of an Air Force base in Louisiana, which houses B-52 bombers capable of carrying nuclear weapons. This latest incident is under increased scrutiny after a Chinese spy balloon nearly flew across the entire continental United States in 2023. Here reaction is drone expert Brett Velikovich. Hey, Brett.
Did China ever come out and say, hey, y'all, that was our balloon? Nope. They just called it a Chinese spy balloon. Right? Okay.
Hey, Lawrence.
So tell us, how does something like this happen?
Well, unauthorized drone incursions over military installations have been rising for years, and all it's going to take is one single drone, Lawrence, to slip through our defenses and kill an American to cause massive strategic damage to our country. And I've been advocating for someone to do something about this for years, and I feel like legacy bureaucrats and policymakers are just waiting for an American to die before doing something, and that's unacceptable. The American people deserve better. What really jumps out to me in these recent cases, though, is the behavior of the drones. These drones weren't just flying. They were collecting intel, they were mapping, they were learning. They reportedly entered and exited these base defenses in ways designed to avoid detection, like they were testing security forces and how they respond. That's not random. That's intelligence and reconnaissance doctrine. That's how I was trained. If this were happening overseas, we'd call it pre-operational surveillance. At home, we're still calling it mystery. And that's what really upsets me the most. The bigger issue here is something policymakers don't want to say out loud. Strategically, the offense-defense balance of warfare has flipped. You've got these cheap, scalable drones that are now outperforming billion-dollar defense.
Stop. Now that's a lie. Cheap? Oh, no, they're not cheap. No. They are not cheap. Especially if they could stay up in the sky that long. I don't even want to get into how much mine costs, but I know if mine costs as much as mine costs, theirs costs, they ain't cheap. I don't want to hear that shit.
Infrastructure, a swarm that costs less than a pickup truck can force a lockdown of a strategic airbase and disrupt major operations, and that's
it depends on what type of pickup truck he's referring to. Because they are going to range between 30 to 50, I would say $30 to $60,000 or more. Because do you know, or do we know if these drones were armed with anything? Did they take down one of these drones and actually show us an image of one of these drones? So it will be inaccurate to call it cheap. So we don't know. It could be heavy artillery on board. So it could be a lot higher than the $30,000 or $60,000 I just mentioned. So that's not necessarily accurate without confirmed evidence.
Not just a gap in our defenses, that's a paradigm shift. And it exposes the brutal truth that policymakers need to wake up and understand. We've built these beautiful, exquisite, high-cost platforms for a world where threats were very rare, they were very predictable. If an ICBM from North Korea was fired or a Russian MiG was dispatched from Moscow, we're going to know before the launch. But that's not the reality of today's primary threats. They are asymmetric, they aren't detected by traditional radar. Today's drone threats are cheap, constant, adaptive, and they are highly lethal, and we need to fix it fast.
Well, from what I hear after
interesting point
support of Ukraine, they're offering up a lot of technology for us. We should take them up on that offer. Brett, we're going to continue to follow this story. Thank you so much.
That Ukraine is offering a lot of technology and offering up to us? Did I hear that correctly? Let me hear that one more time. Okay.
Cheap, constant, adaptive, and they are highly lethal, and we need to fix it fast.
Well, from what I hear after we did all the support of Ukraine, they're offering up a lot of technology for us. We should take them up on that offer. Brett, we're going to continue to follow.
Wait a minute. We gave Ukraine billions of dollars, and their technology is better than ours when it comes to detecting drones? I'm gonna let that sink in. So moving on. So I don't even got to go through the old drone footage. I don't have to go through that, right? I want to flash something on screen really quick. I do want to flash something on screen really quick. Hold up. Let me just flash something on screen really quick. I'm gonna just flash it on screen. I'm just flashing it on screen. I need you guys to understand something though. That there's a strong possibility that they could use that against us. Yeah, those were our, y'all saw that, okay? That's real, that's not AI. That is real. That is not AI. On that same topic, let me go to this one, hold up. Oh, let me give y'all a fresh reminder real quick before I go any further on this part with the drones. Keep in mind, what's shut down right now, y'all? A lot of people are not able to, and keep this in mind, we're talking about, we don't know what the false flag will be right here in the US, but we know it's coming, okay? No, I'm not, listen, we going into it, I'm going into a deuce. Watch this, look. So right now what's happening, what's shut down? Okay, hold on. Wait. Okay, I should have worded it a little bit differently. Yes, the government is shut down. What else is shut? Okay, DHS. What does that affect? Right now, Trump did send out or sign rather a executive order to pay the TSA agents. But remember, before that happened, remember that I pointed out that the planes are being grounded. The FAA was admitting, and I matter of fact, I mentioned this multiple times throughout the years, that they admitted that their system is old and their signals was crossing with the signals of the 5G infrastructure, which is the 5th gen network, right? Forcing them to ground flights, right? Y'all remember that, right? Now, this happened numerous times. Keep this in mind, not just once, not just twice, not just 3 times. This happened numerous times where they had to ground flights. They indicate, the FAA indicated, and I showed you guys the report coming directly from their website, that their signals are being, because their system is old, their system is being affected by the signals of 5G. They're on the same frequency. Now, let's go back a little bit, just a little bit. Remember last live stream where we were talking about the data centers? Listen, more and more data centers popping up. This is the reason why our water bills were high, because they need water to, y'all remember this, right? But data centers for what? Telecommunication, right? The internet. 4.6 gigahertz of radiation. And that affects aircraft. That affects satellite signal. No, you can't build over there. That's too close to an airport. We covered all of this before. TSA agents ain't getting paid. DHS is shut down. Okay.
It's their duty to keep these things and services going for us, and here we are waiting 5 hours.
People stuck at airports.
With little kids who probably wanted to eat before we got on.
Wait, how long he waiting to get on the plane?
For us, and here we are waiting 5 hours to get on a plane.
5 hours to get on a plane.
With little kids who probably wanted to eat before we got on the plane, but probably not going to be able to do that now.
Well, the travel nightmare continuing this weekend. TSA agents have gone weeks without pay, but could finally feel some relief with checks expected to arrive as early as tomorrow after President Trump's executive order. But is the damage already done to this agency? For more, let's bring in the Secretary-Treasurer for the American Federation of Government Employees, TSA Council 100, Johnny Jones. Thank you very much, Johnny, for being with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. So this partial government shutdown, DHS shutdown, dragging on. Travelers are now seeing the impact of these agents not getting paid.
Woo! Y'all heard that? She quickly breezed over that. Look, listen to what she just said.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you. So this partial government shutdown.
Y'all hear that?
DHS shutdown, drag.
Y'all heard that, right? Give me a 13 if y'all heard that. Before I go any further, I just want to make sure y'all heard what I'm talking about quickly. Okay? She quickly breezed over that part.
On, travelers are now seeing the impact of these agents not getting paid. As of Friday, more than 3,400 TSA officers had called out of work. That's a rate of nearly 12%, the highest since the start of this shutdown. And at major airports, the rates are a whole lot higher. Look at this. In Houston, 44% calling out at George Bush International, 40% in Atlanta, 37% in Baltimore, 33%.
I highly recommend, if you can, don't fly nowhere. I believe this should be a no-fly zone for a while. This is just me. Please, if you gotta look, if you have to rent a van to go where you have to go, especially if it's in America, is what I'm referring to. If you're traveling in nationally, I highly recommend you take a road trip. And I understand it's crazy because gas prices are sky high right now, but I'd much rather you be on the road than to be in the sky right now. Please.
3% at JFK. DHS says that TSA officers are finally going to get paid on Monday because of the president's executive order. But given how this has been, for these officers working in this job where you don't get paid unless, the sun is shining over Capitol Hill, is the damage already done? Is this enough to keep agents at work?
Well, one thing I can tell you is if you look at those numbers, if you have 44% call-outs in Houston, that means that 56% of the people came into work and they had to do the work.
Look at that.
100% of the people. The TSA officers took the oath to uphold the Constitution, similar to Congressman Bertram, who was just on. We uphold our oath every day, as you can see, across the country. 88% of the people still showed up for work. It's very difficult. The lines are long at some airports because, look, the economic conditions have caused people to be unable to go to work. I had a phone call last night where a TSA officer was like, look, I still don't have any money in my account. I don't have any gas. Their lives have been destroyed. It's much like a train wreck when you don't get paid, this would be the second government shutdown in 5 months. We went over half the year without being a paid status.
This will be over. This will be the second government shutdown in 5 months.
Lives become a total disaster. And the TSA officers and other parts of the department, they all need like a $10,000 bonus just to clean up their mess. Like their lives are a disaster. You know, thousands and thousands of dollars in late fees per officer are being accumulated right now.
And I imagine it does a number on your credit as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
There's also this belief that ICE and CBP are funded through 2029 because of the big, beautiful bill. You heard John Thune even mention that in his defense of letting this bill pass. But that is just, as we understand it, the frontline officers, you know, the people who have guns and badges, and the civilian support staff are not actually funded through that bill. And you had employees begging our colleague here at Fox, Bill Malugin, to make that known.
You have to you have to fly in 3 days. Do you really have to fly? Can you enjoy the scenery of America? Or do you have to go international? Do you really have to? Y'all can take the trains. Yes, Amtrak. Don't forget the train also. Do you really have to fly? Karate tournament in Dallas. Are you in? Where are you at? Like, you could take, you could take Amtrak. It's just going to be a little longer. But I mean, as far as the prices are concerned, the last time I checked, they could range between, depending on what you get. Like if you get a chair, about $800. But if you get a suite, it's like $1,200 or $1,300 on the train. What's the dangers with flying? Oh man, a lot. I just don't, me personally, I just want everybody to take their safety very serious at this point, because we don't know when this false flag is going to happen, and we don't know what it will be. We see what it's affecting over these years and months. We just don't know. If anything, I'm trying to save lives. The government got a plan. I don't know what it is. I'm just saying, look, question everything at this point and take precautions here. 9/11, hold on, wait a minute, hold on. You said it's been predicted about flying now? You said they target trains and buses too? Yeah, but planes, that's an aircraft. I can't remember when 9/11 occurred. You was fishing and heard it over the radio with classmates. You don't remember the days that lead up to it. Yeah, you was a kid. I was in school when 9/11 happened. Yeah, I was in school and I was in Washington, D.C. And that was scary because I was, when the school lit out, when that happened, they immediately dispersed the children to go back home. As we were on our way home, Metro Transit shut down. We had to leave the train underground in the dark and walk the train tracks just to come above ground. Now, luckily, my mother at the time was working she was the head of 911 at that time. And I mean, like when the 911 communications, and she sent people to come get me. You know what I mean? And they were like, they had sirens and everything. So it was like, I was almost like, shout out to my mother, because they was moving for my mother, because I couldn't even contact her. They shut down they had payphones back then. They shut down all the payphones. Everything was shut down. And Metro Transit shut down. The electricity went out. I would never forget that. That was a horrible day. But luckily my mother came through and was able to, wait, where my son at? Let me go get him. You know what I'm saying? And let me find out where he at. So when I came up, I forgot what train station we walked to. I borrowed somebody's phone and got in contact with my mother, and my mother was like, stay there. And she sent, people down there to come get me. And I had to stay with her for a minute, right at the communications, 911 communications division. But she was the head of that in DC at that time. She retired now, but that was crazy. And of course, now technology is a little bit differently. People got cell phones, and, it's no more pay phones, but they could shut signals off. You know what I mean? And don't forget, like, that affects planes. That's the reason why I'm saying about the planes. I need you guys to be a little bit careful with that. I know, that train was underground and that train shut off as well. I know a lot of people were saying about the Amtrak. And I know they have it where the Amtrak is, some of them are gas powered and some of them are electrical. But electrical Metro Transit was electrical, all electrical. It wasn't gas powered. So once the power went out, that was it. They couldn't move. We literally were underground, trying to get to the next station, walking the train tracks by a flashlight. That was the scariest moment of my life. And again, that was junior high school, and I was young. It was crazy. And again, I don't know. I'm just forewarning people because I don't know what the false flag will be. I was just informed that it's coming, and we just don't know from what direction. So I'm automatically thinking, safety precautions here. And I'm like, I'm not trying to fear monger or anything like that. I just want people to be aware, to be prepared, okay, rather than repaired after the damage is already done. So if you can, don't fly. At least not right now. Not while all of this is happening.
To people, here's what one person texted him. This is a CBP support employee. Texted Bill Malusian, the Senate bill paid TSA, but thousands of CBP and ICE professional staff will not be paid. The last paid work day for me was February 13th. Now Senate on paid vacation until April 13th. That is a guarantee for 2 months, no pay. Very likely we won't be paid until May if Johnson lets the bill pass. Obviously he didn't, but the shutdown drags on. I know you don't personally represent CBP or ICE, but can you speak to this in a broader context? Can any DHS agency truly operate with its civilian support staff not getting paid?
Look, we are great advocates for our workforce at AFGE, and we do represent some of those other departments. The deal is this: nobody should go to work in America without being paid for 60 days. And there's no recourse for our colleagues. It is not about me, it's about we. I care deeply about the other folks who are not being paid. And I give kudos to President Trump for the executive order to help us. But we have to figure out a way. Our Congress has let down the American people. They have went home for the Easter holiday. They need to come back and finish their jobs because all these people in the Department of Homeland Security took the oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States, and they are going to work without being paid. This is just unattainable and un-American.
I want to also mention here, you've had about
going to work without being paid, but yet Ukraine got billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. But nah, the government can't pay the TSA agents.
TSA agents walk off the job because of this unreliable pay situation. The administrator testified on the Hill this week. I'll paraphrase it. The workforce has missed bill payments, received eviction notices, had their cars repossessed, utilities shut off, lost their child care, defaulted on loans, damaged their credit, drained retirement savings. Some of them are sleeping in their cars, she said. Now, are you concerned about the long-term viability?
And thank you, oh man, for the super chat. Hold on, actually, let me pull that up. I apologize, y'all. I could have been missing donations. I apologize. I'm gonna start reading y'all comments right now. I'm about to pull that up. And you said Donald Trump Jr. invested in a military drone making company days before the war started. Interesting. What was the, if you're familiar, what was the name of that company? If you can, drop it in the chat for me. I would look into that. I would definitely look into that. Donald Trump Jr. invested in it. Wait, I'm looking at chat right now. Just in case I miss, I'm gonna keep going. Just in case I miss it, just repeat it a couple times in the chat.
Of these jobs, how do you keep people working at TSA, and what do you make of the discussion around privatizing it?
Well, first of all, privatization is nothing more for profit. Okay, it has nothing to do with the people. It has nothing to do with security. When it costs twice as much to have private contractors because they have to make a profit for their investors. we took an oath. We're civil servants. We care deeply about our country. I came to TSA after 9/11. I left a good job in the corporate sector. I was making a lot more money than I ever did at TSA because my friends went in the Marines. I couldn't join. I had custody of my kids. It was impossible for me. For people to talk about privatization, they need to remember what happened when the privatization happened before 9/11. On September the 10th, those people that got on the planes, they got on a plane September 11th. They never made it home. Those folks in the...
Okay, so you're saying Power Us? Power Us is backed by investors, including Donald Trump Jr. and Eric Trump. Okay, no, he just donated again, and I appreciate that. You said a company called, Unusual Machines? That's the company's name? And then multiple people in the chat are saying Power Us. I'm gonna look into this. Okay, I'm gonna look into this. TSA violates the Bill of Rights. Now, TSA, if you can recall, speaking of 9/11, TSA was put in place because of 9/11. Prior to that, that didn't exist. Yeah, I remember that, right? You said there are two companies? Okay. Let's say both of them are true? Okay. I'll look into it. You know I'm nosy. I'm gonna look into it.
In the World Trade Center. My friends and colleagues were there when that happened, and they work at TSA today. We love our jobs. We will never. We came to work. 90% of us came to work for 2 months without being paid, almost. This is privatization. What the administrator needs to do, the acting administrator needs to call those 500 people that quit because they had no other option. They didn't feel. They felt like they're at their wits' end, and there's mental fatigue. But these officers, they need to call these guys and ask them.
I get it. But okay, now I'm gonna move on to, Power Us is correct. Okay. Now, so they say both. So Power Us and Unusual Machines. I'm gonna look into it. Now, here's another part. Now, remember during the last live stream, another part to this conspiracy dealing with where the false flag could be coming from. I'm just putting this out there to make people aware. Not to scare you. This is just to make people aware so they could be fully aware of where the false flag could come from. Now we know about the drones, and we know about, the planes, the internet, a lot of those data centers. We went over that stuff, right? Now, AI. We got to talk about AI. Marlon said air protection has been removed for a reason, creating an opportunity for something to happen. Be careful around airports. I agree. I fully agree. Let me talk about AI for a minute, because during the last live stream, I told you guys, or I informed you guys, that OpenAI, and this is the reason why Disney got pissed off, OpenAI shut down its operations for allowing users to generate AI videos, and that's major because OpenAI is the parent company to ChatGPT and Sora. Now they have other AI apps as well that are not as popular, but the government is utilizing OpenAI, because I also reported that as well, that they have a contract with them. Don't forget that the Department of Defense has a contract with them. Don't ever forget this. This is very important. They also have a contract with Grok, which is Elon Musk AI. And they also have a contract with, there was another one. I'm probably going to forget its name right off. But it's not Gemini with Google. It was, no, not Runway. It was, it was another one. I forgot the name of it. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because OpenAI announced that it was shutting down its video portion. Stop allowing users to generate the videos. And the reason why I'm saying that is because this is very, very, very alarming. Now, was it Copilot? It could have been Copilot. I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to look into that. I forgot. Claude, assuming the government, Claude, Anthropic. Okay, I'm gonna look into that. I didn't know they were suing the government, but I know OpenAI has a contract with the government, so ain't no suing them, But the reason why OpenAI announced this is because they were trying to put it on the users, saying that, people were, utilizing the videos, and the technology has gotten a lot better. I'm not going to lie, because it's going to be very difficult for people to tell a difference between what's real and what's fake. And it's crazy. Disney was upset with OpenAI because they had a contract with them as well, because they were going to implement the video or AI algorithm creating the videos for them in films. And that's why they were pissed off. That's another reason why if you open up the Disney app, it looks very similar to like TikTok-ish in a way. If you really look at the Disney app, because they were going to implement, eventually they were going to implement videos and allow you to start utilizing AI to draw you into their platform. But yeah, so let me play this real quick. So this ended up coming out, and I want you to hear something really quick. Wait a minute.
All right, we got some breaking news out of the business world. OpenAI saying it's shutting down its video generation platform, Sora. You see the post here on Sora's X account. Their message to people who used it: what you made with Sora mattered, and we know this news is disappointing. The AI videos, like the ones you see here, have generated some controversy. Critics saying they're a breeding ground for potential copyright infringement or about deep fakes. Brian Chung is joining us now with more on this.
Now keep this in mind. Hold on, keep this in mind. They already knew this was happening. I mean, as far as copyrights and deep fakes, that's the reason why they got popular. Because, you know, they wanted it to be convenient for people to do this. I just want you to keep game. Now, all of a sudden, they randomly shut it down for users. For users not to utilize this feature any longer. Okay? I mean, because it has gotten so advanced now, again, you can't tell what's real and what's fake. But that does not mean that it's shut down for the government. Yes, they did this because of the BB videos. I fully agree with you. We were pinpointing, I wasn't the only one. We were pinpointing left and right that they were using AI to create, and still are, by the way, and still to this day, You ask me if Netanyahu was alive, I'm gonna tell you I have no idea, because they are still using AI to generate his videos, still to this very day. And I don't know. Again, it could be because they want to protect this guy and not showcase where he's located. I have no idea. But I mean, with him being the prime minister and, you know, Israel was going to war, you should be out there in real life. And they lied left and freaking right with these AI, and they were using old footage and doctoring it up with AI. Now, all of a sudden, randomly, OpenAI announces that they're shutting down their video generation platform.
They just had this $1 billion deal with Disney. Yeah. They've actually talked about
there it is.
Podcast.
I'm so glad they mentioned that. They had a $1 billion deal with Disney. Remember, I told y'all this before this hit the news. They already had that deal with Disney. $1 billion? Ain't no way in the world you gonna drop that for no reason, okay? Ain't no way.
And now it sounds like they're ending their partnership and they're shutting down their doors.
Yeah.
What's going on?
And what was remarkable about that Disney partnership was that it was only in December. Yeah. Sora, as a video generating platform, again, the idea is that it's a text to video. You just kind of type in what you want and then this AI creates that video for you. It was only over a year old. I think it was released to the public in December of 2024. And now you have OpenAI saying they're shutting this thing down. Now, they
got way too advanced, fast.
To discontinue Sora as they focus and compute demand grows. They say that they want to focus on things that are real world physical tasks. And then Disney, which is the other big aspect of this, as you point out, they had a $1 billion equity investment in
Go back. Huh? The SOAR research team continues to focus on world simulation research to advance robotics that will help people solve real world physical tasks. Interesting. We decided to discontinue Sora in the consumer app and API as we focus and compute demand grows. The Sora research team continues to focus on world simulation research to advance robotics that will help people solve real world physical tasks. Interesting. world simulation, advanced robotics, solve real world physical tasks. Damn, let me let that sink in. It ain't right. This is another one. This is a weapon of mass destruction. I'm gonna call it right now. They can use AI to create the Blue Beam Project. They can use AI to cause turmoil and civil unrest here in America. And you would not know the difference unless you really studied AI videos. And I'm talking about, y'all, they have gotten so advanced that they are so, you gotta look real close now to pinpoint if that's AI or not. Now, remember they said that they were gonna come out with AI apps that's going to tell us if if a video or picture has been created by the use of AI. Well, guess what? Every single one of those apps have a contract with the government. Right now, not a single one doesn't. I'm talking about the major ones now, not the little guys. Have you ever used it? Hell yeah, I used it. I needed to know what it's gonna do. Especially ChatGPT. ChatGPT was, I was watching ChatGPT. I said, let me get on top of this. Let me get on top of this because technology is going to be, I believe that technology is going to be used as a weapon of mass destruction right here in America. And the only way you're going to be able to get on top of that is if you know how to code. My children are into coding right now. They took classes, they read books. Coding. Our people were not involved in it. And y'all remember, I talked about this before. And I said, hey man, a lot of our people are not in technology and we letting this stuff fly. Technology is advancing every 3 months. We got to get on top of this. We got to know what's going on. And then just like we said during the last live stream, data center after data center is popping up left and right. Repeater after repeater are out there on the streets in America. And they don't even care if your trees are dying. They don't care if your plants are dying. They even put smart meters on your home. They don't even care. Let me not go too far. Let me not go too far. I told you way back you picked the year. I told you way back then that the original term or the original definition of smart meant harmful. None of it is smart because it has to be programmed. Wait a minute, just like a human. I even told you when they flipped the script and made smart a benevolent term. Before that, smart was always a malevolent term. It takes humans to program these algorithms. It takes humans to program these so-called intelligent software. Artificial intelligence, AI, artificial, is not real. But think about it, but if the AI can make you believe that it is real, that's intelligent. This is the reason why the government wants that, because that was like they have every other so-called intelligence agency, right? Even counterintelligence. That's what they're considering AI right now. That's a weapon. Edward Snowden, somebody mentioned his name earlier in the chat, informed us. NSA, CIA, all those alphabet people that are in intelligence, right? So-called intelligence, were using that technology against, wasn't it technology? Was using that technology against us. What was the name of that movie, y'all, that was referring to the, I I believe the terminology that they used in that movie was called bird eye or red eye or something like that. And they were indicating in that movie that they were able to tap into every single camera in America and watch a person's every move. Then they also wanted to implement in real life now, they wanted to implement repeaters out here so they could track people's every movements. Also look at their health. Remember the patent that I show you? Eagle Eye, that's what it was called, Eagle Eye. Thank you, chat. Eagle Eye. Thank you, chat. Eagle Eye was the name of it because that's real life, by the way. Also the repeaters, let me go back to that. The repeaters are put in place, and we saw that because they made everybody stay home in 2020. So they could throw these repeaters out there so that people could be easily tracked. They said they wanted to use microchips in people's skin. Microchips in people's skin so they could be easily detected. This is real talk. Me personally, I think it would be technology, not necessarily drones, but you know, the reason why I said stay away from the planes right now is because, you know, the technology would affect the planes. The telecommunication waves, radio frequencies, not just the radiation, not just the radiation, not only the radiation. It's the technology that is being utilized. That could be used against us. Right, the nanotechnology specifically, yeah, you're right. Nanotechnology with the chips. That's correct. They were even indicating that that was being administered to our people during that same era, the 2019, 2020. And how did they administer that to us, Dane? People were stating at that time it was being administered by way of the jab. And then they said it was in the water. Remember? I'm just refreshing your memory. That's all I'm doing. And then remember when I showed you that they already had this technology out here, and I showed you the list of, it was basically a part of Agenda 2030. And I just recently popped it up there again. Damn, I wish I had that handy. As I'll show you again. I don't hesitate. Hold on, let me double check real quick to see if I got that handy. That they're involved in the health department. They're involved in the pharmaceutical industry. Right now, I'm talking about the technology. Right now. But they know it's going to be convenient. They're going to be able to tell you if you're sick or not, or what's coming ahead of time. They could say, yeah, but that could be used against you as well. Because what if you're fine? Everything is great with their health. And they like, let's turn a dial to make you sick. What you think the smart meters are on your home for? Was there nothing wrong with the original meters that we had? Why do we need smart meters? And then in particular states, it was mandated. We didn't even have a chance to speak against those smart meters on your home. Look, and what we need smart meters on our homes for? We ain't controlling it. But they gave us the smart refrigerator, the smart TV, the smart goddamn toaster, but we can't touch that smart meter. Listen. I'm gonna let that sink in. And then Tesla got popular. I know some of y'all gonna have Teslas and y'all driving them Teslas. It's convenient. I ain't gotta go get no gas. See, the gas price is up high. But did you know it take gas? Let me stop. I gotta make sure I don't go too far. But you can't get a battery without it. And Obama produced a film showcasing that the Teslas can be remote controlled. And those Teslas have the same technology as planes, where the steering wheel is not mechanically connected to the wheels. Yep, leave the world behind. People weren't driving those Teslas. I took that entire film as a warning. I wasn't even interested in Tesla once I realized that Joe Biden passed that law that allows them, the government, to tap into your car and listen to your conversations, just like how they are with your cell phone. And I also put out that video to show you that if a police, it doesn't matter what you do. If a police officer wants to pull you over, your Tesla would immediately stop if the police car gets behind that Tesla and throw on or hit their siren. It just whoop, and the Tesla stops and unlocks the door and rolls down the window. I showed you the video. Your windows start rolling down and your doors are unlocked. Are you kidding me? That's on my channel right now. You saw that video? Okay. I'm not playing. I don't like how I don't like where technology is going. And to be real here, I'll always be sizing up, the fact that I got an Android and I be against Apple because Apple is very strict. But I got to be real here. So is Samsung. And look, and you know what they doing? They giving us the same exact phones every single 3 months or whatever, 3 to 6 months that these phones come out. The 14, the 15, it wasn't no difference. They gonna tell you that the camera got more advanced. No, it didn't. The lens is still the same. And we over here fighting tooth and nail over these goddamn companies that ain't thinking nothing about us. They just getting rich off of us. And meanwhile, our cell phones are recording our every move. And this is the reason why you saw me play those videos of Google, which is YouTube, and Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram, being sued by a civilian and won, by the way, $3 million because she said that they developed those apps for people to be addicted to social media, and it ruined her life. She won. I forgot how many people it was, but it accumulated $375 million. A group of people in New Mexico are suing the same people, Alphabet Inc., which is the parent company of Google, YouTube, Meta, and Facebook's $375 million. I said, God damn it, we should be suing them too. But at the same time, shouldn't we be suing the government for invading our privacy to begin with? Because it's just not Google and Facebook and Instagram, which are all being ran by the government as well. They get their intelligence from them as well. Isn't invading privacy a crime against humanity? I mean, at least I thought it would be. Since when invading privacy isn't a crime? When you go here and say, hey man, I'm living the American dream. I ain't got nothing to worry about. So why are they so worried about what you're doing? I ain't no criminal. I ain't got nothing to worry about, Dane. Yeah, me neither. But why are they so interested in knowing what we doing? Google and Facebook and Instagram said straight up, they told you what it was about. So they could sell whatever items that you're interested in right back to you. Whether they're recording your voice, looking at you through the camera on your phone, while you're asleep and awake, stop bringing your cell phone in your bedroom. Stop bringing your cell phone to your bathroom. Your camera is always on. Your microphone is always on. You can't cut it off. They're all in bed together. That's Samsung, that's Apple, that's all of them. I'm pretty sure that's probably why Motorola ain't want to do it. They all in bed together. And then look, and then they charge you an arm and a leg every month, right? Am I lying? Between 20 to maybe $40 a month just for the phone now. And then you pay for the plan. Remember, it wasn't like that at first. Remember, we were able to go to Sprint, for example. We were able to walk up in Sprint and buy the phone outright and then get Sprint's plan. And that was it. We paying like $40 a month, unlimited everything. Right? Now it ain't like that no more. People's cell phone bills are averaging at the least $150 at the least. Can you though? But I wonder, but see, look, we done turned the cell phones into our new, we don't have house phones. How many of y'all got a house phone? We done turned this, because it is convenient to take your phone with you. But are we literally on our phone all the time talking to people? No. We on our phone all the time on social media. So look how they, yes, it's a trap. Look how they trapped us. It's a trap. It was convenient for us to communicate with other people on the internet by way of a cell phone. And they knew what they were doing. They knew that we were going to be invested in that. This was already pre-planned. So they taking advantage of that and gathering up as much intel as possible just from your smart device about you. This is the reason why those ads are only catered to you. Right now, still to this very day. You and your girlfriend on the phone, y'all talking about y'all both about to get y'all hair done and blah, blah, blah, and the products y'all talking, and then all of a sudden, as soon as you get off the phone with your girlfriend, boom, they go an ad about whatever product you was just talking about or something similar. Males, you was on the phone with your friend, your male friend. Y'all talking about, man, you about to be hooking up your car, you about to get this and that. Then all the products pop right back up. All the modifications that you could do to your car. And then they get you everywhere you go, not just your cell phone, they'll show you on your television. Listen, they'll even play those same commercials over the radio. If you got a so-called smart Tesla, whatever, yeah. That's how advanced they are. They pushing it everywhere a device can be touched. Whatever they could tap into. That's the modernized wiretapping. And they are legal. We ain't think nothing of it. We downloaded these apps and immediately accepted the terms and conditions because we wanted to hurry up and get on the platform. They behind the scenes looking at us. All of those engineers that worked at Instagram and Facebook and Google, they made sure that and this is alarming, they made sure that their children don't have phones. And if they do, they don't have those apps that they're working for. But this is the reason why I'm bringing all of this up to wrap that point up, is because technology is, yes, it's advanced, but it's extremely dangerous, because to what end do we say, okay, that's enough? What's the end goal? It's non-existent. That's dangerous. So, to go back to my original point was, what's a possibility of the flag that they're claiming that's going to happen here in the US? I think it has something to do with technology, in my opinion. I just don't know from where. From where. Yes, and that's another thing. It can be used as mind control. I mean, everybody knows that. That's why that lady was suing Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, because her mind was being controlled by way of social media. Yeah. The people that make the apps, their kids don't use it. Yeah, I just said that. And they make sure that their kids are not on there. And I'm in an area right now where a lot of Google engineers are living. And they do not, I'm gonna tell you right now, their kids are outside on bikes. Their kids are outside doing outside activity that I used to do when I was young. They not in the house on the computer. They not on their phone. They outside enjoying life. They're children now. I'm just saying. But this generation, man, you try to pull that device away from your child, they're gonna fight you tooth and nail, right? You said, Zach said, what you gonna do when the grid goes down? That's a very good question. What are people gonna do when the grid go down? Are they prepared for that? Speaking of grid go down, do you know that's what happened in Iran last night? They took their whole grid down. And I was like, wow, that's, wait, was that the US doing? And I didn't pull, let me make sure. Did I pull those videos to the side? Because that was today too. Well, that was yesterday now, the 29th, because we're already on the 30th. It's still the 29th for certain people in California or on the West Coast. Yeah, but that was it. I'm not sure if they, their power's back up or not, but I believe it was a certain city in Iran. I didn't pull it to the side. Hold on, I'm just double checking. Yeah, I didn't pull that to the side, but it was just pitch black. So I'm going to get into something about this particular so-called war. I'm going to play a video. And I want you guys to pay attention to this whole thing. I'm gonna try not to pause, but I'm gonna just pause it at certain points where I feel like, yeah, it needs to be talked about. Okay, I'm gonna play this whole thing. Here's part one. Before I play that one, let me play this one.
And within 3 or 4 years, Russian mobilization would be just as quick as the Austrians, maybe even not quite as the Germans. So you can no longer have the Schlieffen Plan after 1917. You can still fight the war on two fronts now. In a few years' time, you'll no longer be able to do that. And that is really the basic argument for a preventive war. So in global terms, World War I is a sort of preventive war against the Russian railway building program.
It's obvious that if you are the chief...
Yeah, this about to get deep. This about to get so deep. Come on, y'all. Hold up. Let me make sure that y'all hitting that like button out there. Did you take the opportunity to take 1 split millisecond to hit the like button? If you did, I appreciate that. If you didn't, please do it right now. I'm giving you an opportunity. Those of you that have not subscribed, I appreciate you subscribing to the channel, clicking that like button and that notification bell. Y'all ready? This is major. What y'all about to witness is major. I'ma just let it play.
It's up.
Look, 2 bombs at the same time. All right, here we go.
You're not going to wait until your enemies are ready. It's quite natural that you plan to do the attacking yourself, to surprise the others. The trouble with that is that it looks like a war of aggression, which indeed it would have been, which your own people would not support. Your allies would not even support it if it looks like you are taking the initiative in starting this war. So the whole war had to be disguised.
It was crucial for Berlin to appear to be attacked. There was a lot of talk about how we need to appear to be attacked so that all the population will be behind us and that perhaps Britain will stay out of the war.
I prepared the German mind for this by newspaper articles written by the general staff to represent Russia as barbaric, killing its own people, shooting its own people in Petrograd and so on. But secondly, the best way is to push Austria in the Balkans into a war against Serbia. Perhaps I don't have to push because they want to do it anyway, but we will be very supportive. If then, which they thought was very likely, 90% likely, Russia supports Serbia and declares war on Austria, then we will look as if we're only coming to the aid of our ally. We will not seem like the aggressors, even though our attack is actually against France before we can sweep our army against Russia.
All right, I'm about to play the next one. Then this is the part that I was playing at first. I'm gonna get ready to play that now. Mama 867, thank you for the super chat. You say, what is our best option to make it through this? Your best option is to be aware. Again, it's better to be prepared than to be repaired after the damage is already done. It's to be aware. The more of our people are aware of these secret societies, these political agendas, these devious politicians, the more that we make our people aware, the people that are walking in truth, truth seekers, truth tellers, the more that we make people aware, the more capable we are of stopping all of this from happening. Don't you ever believe that this is impossible to stop, because that form of negativity gets us nowhere. It's not impossible. These so-called elitists, the so-called globalists are not as strong as you think. The only power that they have is the unforeseen money that they force people to believe is valuable. What's really valuable is your mindset. More valuable than any dollar bill that you could put in front of yourself. That's what they're after. They're after controlling your mindset.
Was termed at the time
control your mind. Control your mind. Think for yourself. This is the reason why I said my slogan still is, I'm just here to make you think. Yes, but this is about awareness. We could get, hold up. If you think he's telling the truth so far, type 13. So far, he is correct. Right? So if you ever really wanted to know what's going on, it's going right back to the bankers, and it happens every single war. Must they importing it here? You think he ain't, hey, come on now. Come on now. I'm talking about absolutely right. Oh yeah, oh my goodness, bro. I'm gonna come back a little bit. I know. I'm gonna chill on the sound. I'm gonna chill on the effects. I just, please listen to that.
Agriculture has world.
Look, this is what happened.
Fire.
This is what happened. Not one lie yet. Do you understand me?
Set it on fire.
This is the truth. And they took him out because of that. He was a threat to them, so-called Western European regime. All right, here we go. With the reports, to update that, the reports did come out and state that the United States took all of that gold. In fact, the Marines, okay, let me not pinpoint a division. The U.S. military came out and said that we took the gold. We took the gold. Took all the gold. We have it now. Right now. There's many videos out on YouTube right now and pictures proving that endless amounts of gold was stolen.
The master plan for the dollarification.
In fact, he was the first one. Gaddafi was the first one that came up with the Tesla cars, remember? He was getting ready to put out his own electrical car, y'all. Y'all remember this? He had two versions. He had a gas, and that car looked good. He had two versions. He had a gas-powered one and an electrical one. Y'all remember that? And that thing looked good. He was showing that thing off and everything, letting them know it's getting ready to come. Y'all remember that? Okay. Also known as what? Say it, chat. Talk to me. This is it right there, the central banks. This is it. Again, every war, especially this one right here, is going right back to the bankers of the Western European regime. Dane, how does this correlate to right now? Because it's all, this has been a part of their plan since they implemented the agenda for the 21st century years ago. They wrote this out years ago in the 1980s, actually. In the 1980s is when they wrote this out. And they took gradual steps to implement everything bit by bit. You said 1976. I said 1980s to be exact. I just want to I mean, it could be 1976, but let me just say 1980s. Let me throw that out there. You could be right though with the 1976. You could be, but it went back. It took a long time to get this done. Now they're trying to implement it. That's why you see a lot of people out there saying Agenda 2030, because they feel as though everything should be wrapped up, talking about the government, should be wrapped up by Agenda 2030. And by the way, that's supposed to be, allegedly, the end of Trump's term. Right? Well, no, because he can't get a third term. All right, let me be quiet. Let me stop.
Of course,
let me stop. All right, the reason why I'm saying that is because Netanyahu came out his own mouth during his interview with Sean Hannity on Fox 5 saying that Trump will be the world leader. He said that out his own mouth. And the only way Trump will be able to get a third term is if he's at war. All right, let me keep going a little bit. Hold up, make sure we ain't missing nothing. Let me come back a tad bit. Here we go.
To the international.
Oh. Right now, to people that even work for the government, look at TSA. You mean to tell me that the government couldn't help out its own agency, but the president had to write an executive order? Just for them to get paid? And during another live stream of mine, I said, look at the term religion, read legion. They re-leeching onto you and, making you pledge allegiance to a false sense of togetherness, a false sense of hope, a false sense of change. Look at how they doing this, y'all. In my book called America's Broken Promise, I told you that church is the state, state is the church. This is their religious belief. A lot of you out there are noticing that some things that are happening are according to the Bible, but yet the Bible was translated from Hebrew. And then I ain't gonna go too far, but I'm just saying, that's Netanyahu and them speaking that language. The Zionist ones, the ones that believe that they supposed to be going this route and, this is their religious belief. So how come y'all don't think like that? But yet they want you to get behind these so-called Zionists and say, oh no, that's the way of life. I mean, Zionists created Christianity. That's what they coming out and saying out there. Oh, mouth. I see rabbis galore saying that right now. They are praising the deaths of Americans right now. This is right now. And this is not how it should be. They created Islam too. All of them are the same. Unfortunately. All of them are the same. They're all up under one umbrella. This is the reason why Okay, let me explain. Just in case they don't know. When they say anti-Semite, do you know that has to do with Islam as well? A Muslim. Look it up. Look up a Semite. What is a Semite? And they feel like these are protected groups. Look at the anti-Semitism laws. It's the same. No, it is. It's the exact same. Look it up. Look up the anti-Semitism laws. They admit it. Look up the term Semite, it's there. I'm not saying that they worship the same God. I'm not talking about that. They believe that they're one and the same. That's what they believe. Not saying that the Zionists think like the Muslims. I'm not saying that. But they believe that they're Semites. Semites are also Arabic Christians. This is what they believe in. This is their doctrine. So when they say anti-Semite, you can't even come after the Muslims either, if you wanted to go that route. Not just the Jews. I'm not saying do that. I'm just saying this is within their own laws. And here's another thing. If you're truly a Muslim, here's another thing. I'm gonna break something down to y'all. If you're truly a Muslim, you're supposed to be having. You're supposed to be benefiting from Heter Iska. That's according to their belief. They believe all Semites are supposed to be benefiting from Heter Iska. Meaning that you could go get a loan and that immediately that loan turns into an investment. You do not have to pay interest on that loan because it's no longer a loan. This is the reason why the foreigners come over here who are Muslim or Jewish or whatever. You name it. You name it. When they come over here, they could get a loan. And immediately that loan turns into an investment. If they fall up under their belief of what a Semite is. Heteriska. Heter Iska is international law. If a Semite comes out and go to a bank, keep in mind, we're talking about the wars, right? And all of these wars are banker wars. If they go to a bank, they could get a loan. And that loan immediately, look this up. I'm not playing. I've been teaching about this for a while. That loan immediately turns into an investment. You do not have to pay interest. It is against international law to charge a Semite interest. This is real. So again, this ain't taking your religious belief away from you. This is not knocking who you worship. I'm telling you what they're putting out. I'm telling you what's been around before you were even around. This is real life. And if you're not benefiting from Heter Iska, they feel like you're not the true Semite. This is real talk. And do you think that's fair? Is that fair to you? You paying interest on that loan? Whether if it was a car loan, a house loan, a loan that you got in order for you to go to a college or a university, and you paying interest on it. And meanwhile, you Muslim, right? Is that fair to you? That you got to pay interest and they don't? This is right now. I'm not playing. So this ain't about whose religion is better. It's about they all are, according to them, they fall up under one umbrella. And it's been that way for years. And they feel like the Christians need to pay homage. That's why they're trying to make certain Christians do their bidding. Right now, I'm not making this up. And who are these bankers? Are they Muslims? Look. Are they Jews? Gentiles? You name it. Who are these bankers? What's their religious belief? No, Heter Iska is international law. That's international law. No, it's not about money neither. You're right. It's not about money neither, because if that was the case, then where they get their money from? If they just got control of certain oils. And some of those Middle Eastern people allowed that to happen, right? So before that, what was it? It was just mentioned. It was gold, right? Before the petrodollar, the money was backed by gold. And guess who had all the gold mines? It wasn't in the Middle East. It wasn't in the UK. What was the gold mines at, y'all? Endless gold mines at that. As to the reason why they stop particular routes the trains travel through when they go through the mounds and the mountains. The pyramids. It was the US, the USA, the United States of America, right? American, right? You say, remember the gold rush? Yep. People should. Yep. California was definitely one area. Uh-huh. Yeah, y'all saying it? Okay. Yeah. And the UK had their stuff backed by silver, right? What was the gold at? Okay. All right. The Industrial Revolution. 1700s. In the North. And guess who helped them? Our ancestors. Thinking that we was gonna get something up out of it. No, it's not focused exclusively on higher education. That's a lie. Heater Iska is not exclusively to higher education. In fact, there's no such thing as higher education. When it's all indoctrination. From the people that created the curriculums that they want you to teach. Don't forget that I talked about this and put out documentaries that Woodrow Wilson came out and said that he was going to give, let's just stick to America. Americans were going to receive what? Compulsory education. And only 1% of the nation will receive a higher education. That's where that term came from. Only 1% of the population. That came from Woodrow Wilson, top of the 1900s. There's no such thing as higher education. Reserved for only the small elite. That's why you calling it small hats. Because it was a small group. 1%. They never. And it doesn't matter your skin complexion. This was not for your best interest. The way this government was designed was not for your best interest. The way these wars are designed was not for America's best interest as far as the people are concerned. What freedom? What freedom that we never got a chance to achieve? What was that? I thought we was made free in 1776. But before that, they were saying that America was the land of the free. So that means we were free before foreigners got here. Talk to me. The Khazarian or the look, yeah, I'm gonna go there tonight. The Khazarian so-called, whatever listen, they believe like they're the chosen people, right? Well, how are you the chosen people and you gotta manipulate other people into thinking that you the chosen people? You gotta lie in order to make your way up the ladder. How are you chosen? by God. That don't sound like God, the creator that we know of. Not to me. You forcing yourself to be chosen because you were not chosen. That's why. You were chosen to die. It's inevitable. That's why. And you making it known right here with this current war who public enemy is, public enemy number one is right now. And everybody's seeing it. The Christians, the Muslims, the Jews, they all looking at you cabal worshiping motherfuckers. They looking at you. Kissing those little boys' toes and stuff like that. They looking at you. We all see what you doing. And you trying to separate the people by way of your religious belief. And you feel as though that should be the truth and should be the forefront, or at the forefront of every country. And you should be in control and dictate every move for every country. You wanted New World Order. New World Order. That's why that protest today and the other times was called No King protests. Nobody want that bullshit over here. We're fighting against that so-called regime. Everybody that's watching this live and everybody that's in this chat should feel the same way right now. How you gonna be free and we still got those fake Jews out there right now? Y'all getting me hyped up. How you? They in the. And this nigga lied. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna come back to this. What's the? I'm gonna come back to this. 7 minutes and 49 seconds. Look at this. Look at this. I see this shit. Hold on. I don't even want to play. Did y'all see this? You know how pissed I was when I saw this? And people dying because of this. Paid Hamas. Y'all didn't see it? Okay, hold on. I'm playing. That's true. I played that video. I played that where he came out in a home video and said that he owns America. I played that 3 live streams ago. Every face that's put in front of us is a puppet. And every puppet has Wait. I'm back. 222. Am I back? Woo! Oh shit! They didn't like that. Woo! They did not like that. Okay. I'm surprised I'm back. I'm surprised. Hey, once I saw that they sniped that, and they said you was violating policy. That's what they said. The message from my side that said that I was violating policy. I was like, wait a minute, is that copyright? And they said community guidelines. I was like, what? Uh-oh, they mad at that. They did not like that video at all. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna have to do some editing to chop up the part that I really wanted y'all to see. I'm gonna have to do some chops. All right. But y'all can see that on Tucker Carlson's network. If you're not able to see it, I don't know if it's still up. I got the whole video. I mean, but we'll see. I don't know. If it's on Tucker Carlson's network, then y'all should be good. Y'all be able to see that whole thing. But yeah, they I ain't gonna lie, I thought it was a copyright strike. I looked at the yellow message and it wasn't. It was a community guideline strike. I was like, damn. Like, okay, they real bad. They sniped that jump. I was like, man, I was trying to restart. But okay. Okay. How long we been? We've been streaming for a little bit. Let me end it. Let me end it because it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. Woo, they mad. Woo. They mad, man. They mad. Man, type 13 if you was here to witness YouTube snipe this stream, bruh. Type 13. Because people gonna see this stream later and not gonna understand why that cut like that. Type 13. They not gonna, every time I tell y'all that they snipe that stream, sometimes I'm not able to come back. This time, that randomly came back up. Randomly came back up. And again, this was not copyright at all. It was community guidelines. So I guess they were said to be awarded. They probably ain't want that part I wanted to. They did not want that part to be shown. Are you banned now? Apparently not, if you can hear me. Apparently not. I don't, matter of fact, I'm gonna have to start checking the YouTube channel and everything, but I'm gonna have to check and see. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check and see. I guess we'll figure it out, but they allowed me to continue to live. I'm gonna tell you that right now. So I guess I got a community strike. I'm gonna have to check that. But they definitely say community, not copyright. They say community. Community guidelines. I'm like, okay. With a red message too. It popped right up. But they That's funny. That's funny. You said spiritual intelligence brought you back. Yeah, I appreciate that. All right, so look, this is what I'm gonna do when it comes to that particular video. I'm gonna have to chop that one up and go straight to the point of what I wanted to show you. I'm not gonna play that. I'm not gonna play. Apparently that one is touchy. Apparently that one is touchy. They already on Tucker Carlson's ass. You know what I'm saying? But just to let y'all know what happened, that's on Tucker Carlson's network. So TCN on YouTube. It should still be there. It should still be there. But what's the name of that video? Hold up, let me tell you. The name of that video is Leaked Footage of Netanyahu Interrogation. Leaked Footage of Netanyahu Interrogation is the name of the video. Yeah, they sniped it for community guidelines, not copyright, community guidelines. So apparently they, I already just seen the video, but I just wanted Jai to see it. So apparently we was going a little too, far with it. Hey, but that's how we do anyway. I mean, this is nothing new, to be honest with y'all. This didn't happen to me a bunch of times, and a lot of y'all done seen that happen a bunch of times already. This one was just surprising that they allowed me to come back, because usually they'll snipe it and I can't come back. That's why I was typing in chat. I was letting y'all know, hey, I can't get back in. I tried to restart, and after like 10, 15 minutes of me trying, I'll be trying. You know what I'm saying? And but nah, they brought it back. I said, okay, well, maybe they took out that whole part. Who knows? Once this live stream ends, that part may be gone. So what I'll do, I don't know if it's still on YouTube or not, but what I'll do is make sure that y'all get a chance to see that inside the 13% community server. Now I can only upload 500 megabits inside the 13 community server, so it's capped in the 13% community server. So I'm gonna have to dumb down the quality of that video in order for you to see the whole video. The video is about 10, maybe 11 minutes long. But yeah, make sure y'all get in the yeah, definitely. Make sure y'all get in the community server for sure. Inside the 13% community server. You said nah, don't get nervous. Everything is good. Everything is good. Everything is good. We good. It's on Rumble. Okay, yeah. Yeah, now Tucker Carlson has been going in. That's why I'm paying attention to him. They on his ass. I see him. He didn't got threats by the FBI, the CIA. He didn't got threats already. He doing way more than, but he tired of the shit just like everybody else is. So, but I know if I got hit, I know like that, I know he got hit. If I got hit, he got hit. And I only had like, at that time, I think it was like 2,600 people watching. Yeah, it is what it is. You say he a puppet too? You talking about Tucker Carlson? It depends on what you mean. A puppet for who? Because he ain't no puppet for Israel. You know that for a fact. He could be still a puppet, but not for Israel. Like they saying the same thing about Candace. I said, Candace ain't no puppet for Israel. You said it's 31 minutes long. Or no. That's not it. That's not it. The video's not. I got this directly from his YouTube channel. Wait, let me double check that. Hold on. Let me double check that. You may be right. Is it no? It's 11 minutes and 5 seconds. So that video that you seeing? No, don't. Okay, I know what you did. You went to the Tucker Carlson YouTube channel. You had to go to the Tucker Carlson Network YouTube channel. It's on the Tucker Carlson Network YouTube channel. And it's only 11 minutes and 5 seconds. And it was probably one of his most recent uploads on that particular channel. He got 2 channels. Yeah, that was with the BB files, yep. You said he was on Candace trying to be nice. He's scared now praising Obama. Who praising Obama? Tucker? I don't know. I gotta look at that. Yeah? Oh, okay. Well, shoot. That's something that's questionable. You said if they allowing it to be seen, they really don't care about it? Yeah, in a way. But they probably only allowing certain people to see it. Like in certain areas. Like I did see people in the chat saying that people in the UK can't see it. People in different regions can't see it. So, they may allow, for example, people in the US to see it, but people in different regions, it's probably blocked. But he probably got better lawyers on top of that. So, he able to make some moves. Dane made them nervous. You could tell that it was a particular part that was getting ready to come up, and they said, that's it. And they took that one out. And I think we was like 5 minutes in, and we only had like 5 or 6 minutes left. And it was getting to the good part, but yeah. But now I know for sure. Oh, Rich from Boston posted it too. Richie from Boston. Damn, I ain't hear that name in a minute. I ain't know he was still around. But yeah, I mean, it's some good people on YouTube. It's definitely some good people on YouTube that's going to know what's up. And it's particular parts that we go play of that particular video. I said to myself, I just really wanted to, show y'all that entire video unedited. I could deal with the copyright stuff, but it wasn't even a copyright. It was community strike. I could navigate the copyright stuff. I know how to work that. I've been on YouTube for 10 years, so I know how to do that. But yeah, they wasn't playing. They wasn't playing. You said they removed this channel for 6 years though? Oh man. Talking about Richie from Boston? I ain't know that. I know everybody was getting hit. Everybody. Him, what's the boy's name? Dabu 7. Zach. Zach was getting hit left and right too. A lot of truth tellers, a lot of people was getting hit. Left and right. But especially within this, and we ain't talking about no, they got the furrow, but they got the furrow personally though. You know what I mean? They got the furrow personally. And that's unfortunate, But they did take his YouTube channel though. And he just wasn't, he wasn't prepared for what was gonna happen next. And then they got to him on a personal note. Yeah, a lot of people getting their channels back. Yeah, people getting their channels back. Yeah, it just took a while. But certain people, they had to get their lawyers together. You know what I'm saying? They had to get their legal team together. Because you're gonna have to fight it legally in order to get it back. Just ask what's the brother's name out Houston? Ask Willie D. Willie D had to sue YouTube too to get his YouTube channel back. A lot of people had to do that. Yep. No cap. I know what I'm talking about. Again, I've been on here for 10 years and I done seen it happen to the best of us. Shit, I've been sitting at 500,000 subscribers ever since they took 1.5 million away from me. And that was before the bot accounts and all the rest of that shit. Before you get paid for bots and all that. I had that a while ago. Keep in mind, I went viral quickly. Ask Willie D. I'm not playing. And tell him Dane Calloway said it. I remember. I really remember when they took his channel. They took a lot of people's channels. He wasn't the only one. Ask Ben X and tell Ben X Dane Calloway said it. I remember. They took Ben X's original channel as well. Anybody that was telling the truth about what was going on dealing with this government and, they was touching the political news and stuff like that on a heavy note, and they weren't Democrat nor Republican. They didn't have a political twist to it. They didn't have their own agenda to it. That's when they started, hitting those type of people. Remember, back at that time, they were calling us alternative news at that time. Alternative news. Now, Crump TV, a coward. Yeah, Rizza Islam got hit. Yeah, definitely. Rizza got hit too. Yeah, they took his stuff. He got his stuff back though. He back though. Rizza back though. Yeah, Ben X is back though too, y'all. By the way, all of those people are back that we just mentioned. All of those people are back. But yeah, nah, we good. So this is what I'm gonna do. They censored Farrakhan off the internet technically. And I was gonna end my stream tonight with Farrakhan. That was my goal. I was gonna push towards a particular video that he mentioned all of this of getting ready to happen. He did this years ago, back in 1989. And I was gonna play that one. But why is Trump Crumb a coward? Because he be crumbling. He the one that came up with the lie saying that I married a white woman. He was a liar. And talking about I married a white, he married to a white lady. And I leaned on his dirty looking ass. Like, what, are you tripping? Like, you was hating that bad, dog? All right, tell you what, I'm gonna air your ass out. He ain't say nothing else after that. He ain't say nothing else. I call him a coward because he ain't want to come back out with nothing else or come up to my platform and address me. That's why I'm calling him a coward. Talking about something I was married to a white woman. The hell is he talking about? Yeah, he be crumbling. That's why he in the position that he in right now. Dirty ass nigga. But anyway, they realize that this truth can't and won't be stopped. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You remember that? Yeah, I got the video. I remember. I got all that stuff saved. That's when everybody was getting mad because I was going viral back then and these niggas couldn't do nothing to me. So they started coming up with, when the hate don't work, they start telling lies. So yeah, I remember that little nigga, you know what I'm saying? Dirty ass dreads. I remember him. He ain't nobody. You said they work for Zaddy. They can uplift the ages they want on ScrewTube, but the real true speakers will be heard. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You can't hold them, for too long. You could try to suppress their message, and that's what they've been doing. Like, notice how everybody back, but the only time that they make our videos go viral is when we talk about each other on a bad note. Like if I was out here like, what's his name? And not to put his business out there, but that's true though. Like, what's his name? Not Drewski. Hold on, what's his name? Damn, I forgot his name. Damn, I forgot his name. The Adam 22. If I start doing stuff like that, man, yeah, they gonna make that. They gonna make that popular. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, same thing with Charleston White. They gonna make that stuff popular. When you showing ignorance, yeah, they gonna promote that for sure. I know some of y'all saying anti-Daniels as well. I did see a lot of people were saying that, but I haven't watched his videos recently. I don't know if he switched up or nothing like that. I don't know. I don't know what he's been doing. I haven't been paying attention to all that. But we know for a fact that Charleston White came out the blue off the ignorant tip, coming at anybody that he could so he can make a name for himself. Erica Kirk is suing Drewski. She ain't gonna win. How you gonna sue for comedy? Parody is protected. You can't do that. That's not defamation. She ain't gonna win nothing. Erica Kirk, and he ain't even say that girl's name. That's how you know she a agent. She felt real guilty. That hit home. Drewski was right. And all he was doing was just, I thought that was hilarious. He was just telling the truth without saying too much. Yeah. Drewski said his granddad is white. Hey, man. It is what it is. People gonna have Caucasians in their family. Some of them. People gonna have Europeans in their family. Some of them. That ain't surprising to me. You said, damn, you got so much to say, but you can't on here? Yes, the fuck you can. What you mean? That's what the chat is for. You said he a comedic genius. Nah, he did good. Drewski did good right there. A lot of his skits I like. In an interview with Corey I don't know who that is. You said AD hasn't yet. His interview with Corey, I don't know who those two people are. It was funny, but ignorant too. I mean, yeah, it is what it is, but he was trying to, showcase a problem that people should have been aware of a long time ago. And exactly, that's why she's trying to sue. And she ain't gonna win that, or it was most likely a cease to desist because she can't sue for that. That's against the law. I mean, not against the law. It's just not, parody is lawfully protected. She not gonna get nothing out of that. Corey Holcomb. That sound familiar. You said, okay, Anton Daniel and Corey Holcomb. Corey Holcomb, Nick, you talking about the comedian? I haven't seen, I don't know. I mean, yeah, but like his type of content. Like, for example, that's his type of, when you go the comedic route, that's when they try to, that type of route right there, they'll try to promote those type of videos. That's why if you notice, if you look at people's categories to their YouTube channels, is either entertainment or parody. Like DJ Academics and Tariq Nasheed, all them niggas like that. They make sure they go to, the comedic route. But no, I'm not here to, I'm not here to tell jokes. Same thing with Umar Johnson, comedian. That's all they good at. You said they were fighting on set. Who was fighting on set? Fighting on set? What you mean? YouTube not allowing that. YouTube stopped the, you seeing fight. Well, they gonna demonetize it. Who was fighting on set? I make sure this. I appreciate that. Corey and Anton was fighting on set. You sure about that? That video would have been demonetized. I doubt they would have did that. Both of them, like, they're gonna be business minded. They had an argument. Yeah, that sounded about right. If they had an argument, yeah, but fighting? Nah, they would have had to do that outside somewhere. They can't do that on camera. They would have lost money. Who was fighting? Not Mr. Potato Head. Arguing, not fighting. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was a, argument. Not fighting. Ain't nobody gonna be. Who gonna be fighting? Both of them? They don't look like no fighters anyway. That would have been hilarious. They too old for that. Like, fighting for what? I mean, unless they threatening. But if it was them arguing or something like that, then that ain't nothing. They probably, and keep in mind, if it was an argument about nothing, they probably did that to get attention on themselves, y'all. Y'all got to be mindful of that. They real good at marketing. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be mindful of that. They both YouTubers. You said they both messy. Anton was down. Arguments on the podcast. Then it was something small. Corey is just a crash out though. Oh, see, I don't know, y'all. I don't know what happened. I haven't seen it. Whatever happened, apparently that must have just happened because a lot of y'all talking about that. It got heated, but Anton left the set. Okay. Blueface got knocked down fighting. Who? They didn't. Oh no, you said they didn't fight. They had an argument. Yeah, no, that's what I see. What people saying. It got personal with family. Oh, I didn't see. That's something different. That's fighting words. If it, family was involved, yeah, that's some fighting stuff right there. But I mean, keep in mind, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Anton from Detroit. And Corey, is Corey Chicago? I forgot where Corey from. It's been a minute. But they need to be, I mean, unless it got super disrespectful and they involved family and stuff like that, like, then that's something, and that they was in person. Yeah, he from Chicago, right? Yeah, I mean, both Midwest, I mean, it probably got a little, ego tripping. That's probably what happened. Probably some ego tripping and, and then some family members probably brought up and Anton probably, I don't know. I'm just guessing. I don't know. But both of them from the Midwest, so brothers and uncles. Oh, I don't know. You said Anton not indigenous. I don't know. And I mean, last time I checked, Anton from Detroit. Snake was disrespectful. They said they mess with him, but Detroit doesn't. Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know, y'all. Keep in mind, I don't know what y'all referring to. I haven't seen any video. I don't know what's going on. You said Anton's supposed to be suing? Okay, so it must have got crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm talking about every single one of y'all talking about this situation, so it must have got real serious. That's crazy. Don't put us in it. He can't claim that he shot. I mean, hey, I'm just recalling. He from Detroit, but not indigenous. Oh, I don't know, y'all. Y'all must have checked this background. God damn, it must have got that bad. It got that bad. Oh, and his family has YouTube expose him or what? What? His own family exposed him? Okay, y'all. Come on, y'all. Y'all get what happened? How we even get on the topic of these niggas? Like, you know what I'm saying? These niggas, they don't be talking about no. You know what I'm saying? Like. Anton, based off what I recall, Anton is just reacting to certain videos that he's seeing, and then and so is Corey. He just doing it during the podcast, if I'm not mistaken. So whatever happened must have been personal. That's on them. For real, Anton and Dane got the same personality type. Oh, I doubt that very seriously. He ain't like me. It ain't but one Dane Calloway. Well, actually, it's two Dane Calloways. It's me and my son. And I'm from Washington, D.C. So, and I'm born and raised in America, okay? So, you can't compare me to nobody else. There's no comparison. As far as personality traits and looks and talk and voice and I'm not those type guys, man. It was highly disrespectful. Damn. Anton ain't nothing like Dane. Ain't none of them. Nah, ain't nobody like me. I'm Dane Calloway. There's only one, and then my son. He's the second. Yeah. But come on back. Don't let them pull you into that. I see that they tried to pull me into that. I don't even know what they're talking about. Like, I mean, I know who they talking about. I just don't know what they talking about. Whatever situation happened. But it ain't none of my concern. I'm not about to be going to go look for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't got nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? If I was to talk about that, then it's just for views only. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be on another channel somewhere. It wouldn't be on my main channel. But we changed the whole subject, got off course. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know how we got on that topic. I'm looking at chat. I read chat, and you're not missing nothing, Dane. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not, I'm pretty sure I'm not. Low vibrational, good gossip. I mean, people, I understand how people like to gossip about certain things that's going on. I agree, with certain gossip. But, it's just, sometimes, like, when it's a YouTuber versus YouTuber, oh, you know what it was? It's because they brought up that fool that was lying, saying that I was married to a white girl, and then they went to that, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Nah. That, people, it just be jealousy, man. YouTubers be jealous of other YouTubers. It happens all the time. Man, they was jealous of me for years, man. Again, I've been on YouTube for 10 years. You know what I'm saying? And keep in mind, it's not even about your subscriber account. It's about, what you could do, what you've been doing. There's other YouTubers that be pissed because they can't do what a person does that's keeping it legit. So they put on an act. And like, hey, y'all, come on, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Blah, blah, blah. But they put on an act and act like come on, man. I'm legit. I've been doing this for a while. I've been the same exact way. Y'all could go back 10 years and look at my old live streams. I'm still the same Dane Calloway. I'm probably on camera, in which I'm about to go on camera anyway. My whole setting about to change. Y'all about to see it. I'm about to go a different route. I'm gonna be on camera and I'm hooking things up in here. Y'all about to see it. It's about to be nice. We about to go a different route because a lot of people were requesting for me to come to their podcast and stuff like that. We hooking it up. We hooking it up. I gotta bring Chingy back too. A couple people was asking, what I'm saying, when I'm gonna bring some people back. If I'm gonna bring Cube and all the rest of that. We gonna get people. We gonna bring people. Talking about all situations that I feel as though was important, not who fighting who, not that. But a couple got hit in Nevada from Arizona. Dane, be safe. I could tell y'all what happened. What happened to? Shout out to Coolio. May he rest well. What's going on YouTube? People getting demonetized or people's channels are being deleted. Yeah, I was just on the phone with Chinky. He told me he was down there to do the verses with Tyrese. It was Tyrese. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, my fault, y'all. My bad. But now I'm getting tired now. But nah, Chingy the homie the whole time. Cube the homie, Kyrie the homie. Y'all already know that. Let us see you in the pod. And that would be nice too. Like if I could get Kyrie, if I could get Kanye, that would be, man, what? I want to see you. No, me and Papa Duck going, I know that for a fact. We've been, time is coming, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm getting things up on my side. I had to get ready on my side. But once I'm set, but I got pushed back a whole year because of what happened to me last year. Y'all know that. So, it's gonna be better this year. I'm invested into it. Link up with Maverick approach. That'll be something to see. Come on, Dane, don't sleep on us. Man, I've been up, man. I haven't been asleep yet. I haven't been asleep. Like all this stuff that I be gathering up and when I be researching, I be up. Like even with my documentaries, not only just writing and editing and producing the videos, I gotta research. The research is the most time-consuming thing in the world. It's not just a quick and easy Google search or Chat GPT search. It ain't nothing like that. That consists of time and effort. I be up. I'm used to this. But can we go to Dreamville? Where's Dreamville? You about to be a reaction channel? No. I have a reaction channel. And shit, I need to upload to that channel, but I have a reaction channel. No, I'm just doing it differently. You're gonna see it. It's gonna be, I'm gonna be teaching, like how I used to do with the documentary style, but I'm doing it differently now. You're gonna see it. You're gonna see it. It's already got the plans. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be nice. And keep in mind, I'm gonna be on camera. So that's gonna be even better. It's gonna be even better. I'm just turning it up 10 notches. But no, I have a Reacts channel. It's called Dane Calloway Reacts. And the only reason why I got that is because of OG. OG. Let me stop. He could be laughing because I called him an OG. But I ain't even gonna tell y'all who I'm talking about. I be playing with him, calling him an old man. I think we around the same age though, if I'm not mistaken. But y'all don't go tell him though, y'all. Y'all know I'm just playing. He know I'm just playing with him. He know I'm just playing with him. Nah, but he was the one that, like basically encouraged me to do that. So I was like, I bet I'll do it. I'll do a Reacts channel. Yeah, I'm talking about Drake. Yeah. His old ass. That's my brother though. That's my brother though. Nah. It look, I'm telling you right now, bro. It is so funny, bro. It is so funny. But now we go back and forth and call each other old. What's up with the 50 versus T.I. whole family? Super disrespectful? Oh, I haven't been. See, keep in mind, that's another thing. I haven't been on social media to see that. So I don't know what's going on. I would have to take a look at that. I did see that T.I. dropped a couple songs and I was surprised. So keep it up, 50. Get T.I. mad. I would love to hear some more music from T.I. You know what I'm saying? I was surprised. I was like, wait a minute, this a new song? Hey, tripping. I was like, oh, my nigga back. Okay. Okay, keep it up, 50. If that's what pissed T.I. off, keep pissing T.I. off. Man, he posted up a video with his hat tilted. I was like, uh-oh, T.I. back? I support my fellow Libra, man. Shout out to the Libras. The whole Harris family. Oh, man. T.I. about to get a documentary from 50. Uh-oh. About what? Oh, come on. Yeah, cut the dreads with the hat leaning. Yeah, I was like, okay, T.I. back. I'm a fan of T.I.'s music, though. I'm a fan of T.I.'s music. The 50 was all right with his music. I mean, it was, it was 50, It wasn't nothing like that. His first, whatever, the first album that made him popular, I forgot the name of that. What was it, Die Harder or something? I forgot. Try Harder, that joint was cool. It was that was the one. But nah, T.I., we could count a couple albums and his albums were good. We need a National American Indian Party. We talked about that, but the reason why that fell short is because there was a lot of people that were unaware of the history of America. And those that were aware of the history of America were knocking heads with me and other people because they feel like they need to be in a spotlight too. It was a lot of ego, man. A lot of ego got in the way of that. So he slid on that, let him know T.I., man. T.I. been sliding. I don't even want to talk about it. 50 did not eat. Right, T.I. tiny youngest daughter dissed too. Okay, damn. So it must have got deep. He must have, 50, that's another thing. 50 go below the belt with everybody. 50 like a well-known troll. He be going below the belt with everybody. And keep in mind, that wasn't even 50's documentary that came out on Diddy. That wasn't 50's documentary. Not to bring that old shit back up, but that wasn't his. He just put his name on it. That was all. 50 turned this to a theme song. Lately, 50 have been seeing some positive things in the media. Of course, we're gonna have to do back and forth type stuff. Of course, but probably some donations. You know how they do. They always want to put out the fact that they donating this and donating that. That's how they do that. That's how you go around the circle and especially if you have a PR. If you have a PR, that's what they're gonna do. They always say bad publicity is still good publicity, or all publicity is good publicity. So even if you had some bad stuff, like you saying that he got messy with T.I., he gonna go right behind that and probably gonna do some good stuff, start donating people, hand the money out and stuff like that. Watch, my words, it never fails. It's gonna happen with all of them that's in that industry. That's how they will control their own narrative. They got the PR work to do that. Paper trail rubber band tip was way better. Rubber band, man. 50 just be having fun, read his books. Yeah, I got the 50 Laws of Power. Book was good. I'm gonna watch able the rest of that video that got cut off. I don't know. Once I end live, see, that's another reason why I'm glad that we talking. Because once I end this live stream, I don't know. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I don't know if that part was removed, but just in case it was, it's still on Tucker Carlson's network on YouTube. You probably just gotta go type it in, you know, in order for you to see it. Go to Tucker Carlson, type in Tucker Carlson Network in the search bar. You'll be able to see it. It's gotta be one of his most recent videos because it wasn't that long ago. In fact, it was yesterday when it came out. And he was really going in on Clarissa Shields. Nah, leave Clarissa Shields alone, bruh. Please leave her alone. Leave her alone. She the women's champion. When the last time we had a women's champion? Like, that's like damn near GOAT status. Like, please leave her alone, bruh. Let her breathe. It's up there 14 hours ago. Okay, good. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it wasn't that long ago. No. I'm gonna bring that back up, Original Farmer. I am. And Dreaded Hendrix. I mean, to be honest with you, I totally got hemmed up with some things I needed to do on this side, and I never got a chance to finish that. I'm not sure if I am, to be honest with you, because this is not a gaming channel on top of that. But we'll see, though. I may do it, but you know, it's not a guarantee. And I was saying that during the live stream that I'm probably not gonna be able to finish this, you know. Papoose is her handler? God damn, please leave her alone, y'all. Leave Clarissa alone. Leave Clarissa alone. Come on, y'all. We got our first women's champion. Leave her alone. She indigenous to this land. Oh, man. She always getting flack. It never fails. Every year she gets something happening. I mean, which show you think more iconic in the DMV? Jordan 12 or Phone Posers? Phone Posers? Well, I mean, shoot. Before the Phone Posers, I would say the New Balance. But yeah, the Phone Posers, you know. Y'all talking about Shields? Yeah, I just want shit. I mean, I understand certain people gonna have to take about her and everything else. I just want people to leave her alone, man. I just want her to be left alone. Our first women's champion. I'm talking about, she's so close to GOAT status. Please let us have one. That's indigenous to this land. I think she should be protected. She can fight, but can she fight mentally and spiritually? I don't know. I don't know her personally. I don't know. You seen the show Paradise? When you going to travel nationally to speak in different states? Soon. Actually, I already been speaking in different states. I just don't put it out there in the open. But people book me for that. Believe it or not, pastors do too. So I be speaking like that. But as far as like a speaking engagement on stage, some of them folks be scared, you know. But we'll see. I mean, that may change up here shortly. That's why I'm changing certain things around with my channel. To let it be a little bit different, you know. Not a little bit. It's probably gonna be like 75% different and better. I believe it's gonna be better. Yeah, it really changed the city for real. Oh yeah, I'm from DC. Yeah, hands down. I was born and raised in DC. That ain't changing. That's another thing. People was lying saying I was from Maryland. People was lying saying I was from Baltimore. People was lying saying I was from Virginia. No, I'm from DC. I ain't got no reason to lie. I'm using my real name. That's another thing. I'm different from everybody. I'm using my real name. I've been using my real name since day one. Albert Pike will be an interesting subject. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. But I got a lot of things written down that I'm going to be covering here shortly. You're going to see it. I got a lot of things done behind the scenes, and I can't wait to share it with you. You're going to see it. You got to get up in 5 hours. You might as well stay up 5 hours. You might as well stay up. You ain't getting up in 5 hours. You might as well stay up. Nah, but we'll see you. We'll see you, Sharika, OCO. And I appreciate you being here, Watto. You ain't getting up. You go, look, I see y'all chat. And girl, look, see, but I'm telling you, she's already in the bed, laying on her pillow right now. She already in the bed. What, you gonna cut the phone off? And get you some rest. Chill out, y'all. Don't turn that, hey, Icky, don't turn that into that. Nuh-uh. Don't turn it to that. Hey. Don't turn it into that. A 5 hour, yeah, you might as well take a power nap, like a 2 hour power nap. Like set you a timer to make sure that you're not gonna oversleep. Set a timer and take you a nice little power nap, and then get up and take a shower. That should wake you up when you take a shower. A nice shower. I say maybe like a 30-minute shower. That should wake you up. You should be energized. You don't gotta take, sugar pills or get a whole bunch of sugar-filled Red Bulls in order to wake yourself up. You shouldn't have to do that. Dan, I got no books of notes that I wrote down from you since 17. You've been my master teacher. I appreciate that, Angel girl. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Take your sleepy slow to bed. And I'm Batman low key, so this is the time I be up. But y'all just don't understand. Tanisha came up here I'm gonna say 45 minutes ago, already giving me the look. So I know what I'm gonna have to do. Yeah, it would be. Yeah, a cold shower shakes up the body. It basically wakes the body up. That's a shock to the body. The cold showers wake it up. And it's very good too, by the way. Cold showers are very good. Yeah, that 30-minute shower on the one. Absolutely. Y'all gonna watch The Mommy when it come out? Yeah, I'm gonna watch that movie. I'm just curious as to which direction it's gonna go. Rolling up at work right now. Yeah, I'm gonna tell y'all right now, me personally, when it comes to this topic, I'm gonna pick it back up. But when it comes to what we were just getting into before they sniped it, I'm gonna have to chop that up. I'm gonna have to chop that up some type of way, because apparently they got mad at. I wish I could go back and see where they got mad at. I hope they didn't take the whole thing down. But this video may even go down. This live stream may disappear as soon as I end it. Because again, it's been a long time since I seen them allow me to come right back like that. It's been a minute. I haven't seen that. But I was going to end with Farrakhan, and I know Farrakhan about to make it worse. That's why I said, hold on, let me say that for tomorrow's live stream. I'm gonna save it for tomorrow's live stream. And plus, I didn't even get a chance to, go over what Ghana was doing and what the United Nations was doing. That's another live stream I got to do. I pushed a bunch of stuff to the side I was going to go over, so that's coming up. Should that be tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Oh no, today. Today's Monday. Damn, should that be today's live stream? Because I ain't even really get it. I mean, we'll see. That may be today's live stream if. You know what I'm saying? If nothing else pops off, for example, that I need to go, that I need to go into. What up, Dane? I'm about to rewatch now. Okay, yeah. Wait, I gotta end the stream in order for you to watch it. I gotta end the stream because I got the DVR off. So you can't rewind it. The reason why is because it confuses me if I have the DVR on and you rewind it and you started saying something that I said earlier, or you started answering something that I mentioned earlier. It confuses me when I'm reading chat. So I don't like the DVR at all. So record live streams with OBS software. I'm recording right now in the OBS software. I'm already on top of that. You gotta remind you, look, be mindful. I've been on YouTube for 10 years. All of this stuff that you see is OBS. Fire. All these effects, everything. This is I'm in OBS. Everything is OBS. This whole thing, everything, the flipping screens, all that. I'm in OBS. I wish I could show you, but it's gonna look weird if I try to show you. It's gonna be like quadrupling the screens. It's gonna look weird. I'll show you one day inside of the 13% community server. Unless you're gonna wait, just give me a time. Just give me a second. Give me some time. You about to see it too. I'm gonna start showing more behind the scenes stuff, and especially when I'm on camera. Y'all gonna see what's happening. I'm excited. Y'all gonna see I'm working on it. Y'all gonna see. I should give y'all a little. I ain't even gonna. Nah. I should. I ain't gonna do it. I will give you a little taste, but I ain't gonna do it. I'm gonna wait. But it's coming though. It's coming. Should I do it? What y'all think? Mods, what y'all think? Should I give him a little taste? Just a little taste? No, don't do it. All right. But it's coming though. It's coming. It's about to be totally different. I'm not playing. It's gonna be. It's nice. It's nice. I got it pre-planned. It's critical. Especially when you get married really young, it's good to take some time to yourself and see what it feels like to be into yourself for a while. Yeah, it depends on your situation. I found out my family was most likely Choctaw. Most likely Choctaw? Most likely Choctaw? What you mean by most likely Choctaw? Because keep in mind, your family is going to be more than one tribe, or your family is going to consist of more than one tribe. In most cases, you got two. Each generation is multiplied by 4. You got 2 granddads, 2 grandpops. 2 granddads and 2 grandmothers. So somewhere down that bloodline, you may have more than one tribe. In most cases, you're going to have more than one tribe. They could have been dominant, the most recent one that you probably saw. But it's best to know how your family traveled to figure that out. In order for you to know that for sure. So when you say most likely, the reason why I'm saying that is because I would want you to know for sure. The Tucker video is down. I doubt it. I doubt it very seriously. He got lawyers. I doubt it. Go make sure that you go to Tucker Carlson Network. It's not on the Tucker Carlson YouTube channel. It's on Tucker Carlson Network YouTube channel. Don't forget the term network got to be in front of that. Sometimes distance makes you appreciate things even more. Yep. It's something to do with crimes against humanity in said countries. Yeah, I'm not so, hold on. Huh? Hold on, what are we referring to right there? I'm grateful for your work on being us indigenous to this land. Yeah, I'm not finished either. I'm gonna tell you right now, I've been holding on to a lot more research for quite a while. I've been holding on to a lot of things for quite a while. Because I realized I first remember I got upset that there was a lot of people copying and they weren't giving me my props, and I didn't like that. They were, copying me for verbatim and all of that. I got pissed, and then I stopped doing documentaries for a while. Then I picked it back up, and I was like, God damn, because that's a lot of research that I'm doing, and I hate to see that people trying to take my stuff and say, I did that. I didn't know you didn't. I did all that. So where'd you get it from? But But yeah, that's why I said I'm gonna do it differently this time. Ain't gonna be no ifs, ands, or buts about it this time. That's why I'm really not trying to shout the plans until it happens. But it's right around the corner. Y'all about to see it though. And it's gonna be totally different. Still educational. And I will be speaking on the, indigenous content a lot more. A lot more in depth. And especially now that I know that, how well my TikToks did, I'm gonna be, you know what I'm saying? I'm still going to be catering mainly to my YouTube audience, but I'm gonna keep in mind that what I'm doing for my YouTube audience, I want to make sure that it can be posted everywhere with shorts, and especially. So that with that in mind, because a lot of my documentaries, you can't chop and make it, you narrow the points down to like 1 minute, for example. So I had to keep that in mind. This time around, I want to make sure that the points can be narrowed down to 1 minute. So if they do decide, whoever it is, decide to clip up whatever video it is of mine, they can post it and still be good, because it's, the point, whatever point it is, could, be mentioned in 1 minute. So I had to keep that in mind because my writing was catered to it being between 15 to 45 minutes. So some points were not dragged along, but some points would take a little bit more to get to, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm inserting more information. And to further explain, which I'm still going to do, but I'm just going to make sure that I'm putting it down in sub points into a bigger point this time. That's all I'm going to do. So I kind of gave you some how I'm going to do it. I gave it. That's enough. I can say that. That's good. Raise vibe. And what I'm getting ready to do, I don't see nobody else doing. That's another thing. So I'm basically going to be implementing my own way, doing it my own way. I don't see nobody else doing what I'm getting ready to start doing. I've been making sure because I really don't, I like to be a trendsetter. I came into this thing as a trendsetter and I want to stay that way. I want to keep raising the bar this time. Keep raising the bar. You need your own platform to stream all your videos. I have that. I just can't afford that right now. That's expensive, to be honest with you. Maybe, sooner or later, see, that's another thing. I haven't been asking for donations. I don't be asking for stuff like that. I don't be like, hey, man, I need y'all to hit my Cash App. I need y'all to, I wasn't like that. Maybe soon I'll do that because that will be something I would need more money for sure. Because that costs money in order for that to happen. That's expensive. Yes, very expensive. No, that's not a game. That part right there is expensive. And it's a monthly, I got to do monthly installments. That's a monthly upkeep to keep maintenance in that. So maybe soon, maybe one day, that I'll do something like that. Maybe, I'm not sure. That's not a guarantee. A network could cost. Yeah, no, a network is pricey. You would chip in on that? I appreciate that. Yeah, you said 200,000. I mean, that's kind of low. Because I have to, like 200,000 ain't gonna take care of it and it's done. Like if it was 200,000 and to take care of it and it's done, then bam. But nah, it's not that. It's a monthly thing. You gotta pay for the servers. You gotta pay for the upkeep. And those servers is the ones that's expensive. The servers are expensive. And the upkeep is even more expensive. 500. Around that number. It's probably gonna be around that number, like 500 to make sure it's gonna be good for at least a year, probably. But I mean, as far as like a serious, app network and I'm live streaming, everything look good, because I priced, for example, what's his name? Alex Jones. I looked at Alex Jones app and I looked at how much he's spending for his live streaming broadcast and stuff. Yeah, he's spending tons of money. And and I hear Joe Rogan about to go into that route too. So, we'll see. But yeah, Alex Jones paying an arm for that. I don't have that right now. But he wants it to run for years. Yeah, I definitely wanted to run for years, for sure. I can't do that for 1 year, then all of a sudden go away. What you doing, I'm sure, to figure it out, something to charge a subscription per month. We'll see. I'm not sure. I may have to have investors step in with that because that's expensive. I may have to have investors step in with that. Like Alex Jones. Alex Jones got investors. I see the DC network coming into fruition though. That would be nice. It would be nice. It would be nice for me to host my own network and bring all of, for example, the indigenous community content creators together. That would be that would be absolute fire, to be honest with you. That would be fire. I literally give them a platform for real and they good to go. Man, that would be absolute fire. Build your own service, yes, but that's expensive. But that is the goal, to build your own service, but that is expensive. That's not little money at all. That's right now I would have to have the budget for that for sure. I would love for that to get done, but yeah, I would have to have the budget for that for sure. That has to be. I'm not saying it's unrealistic, but that is one of the goals. I would love to have that happen. You hip to Yana? I don't know what that is. Advertisers too. Yeah, advertisers got to get involved as well, so we could, upkeep. That would have to have an upkeep cost. Taxes is the key, but who receives it? I propose take us. Oh, you deleted it. I was reading that. You about to rewrite it? I kind of understood where you were going, but I was trying to read the rest. But if you about to rewrite it, I see. There's a software like Facebook. I don't want Facebook type software. To me, Facebook is outdated, in my opinion. I believe Facebook is outdated. I never really liked Facebook. I ain't like Facebook when Facebook was Facebook. I ain't like it. I'm going to holler at you on Discord. Okay, cool. I'll be in there. Set up a GoFundMe. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. And I'm not turning my nose up, but we'll see. We'll see. I be trying to do this on my own. I have been trying to do this on my own for a while, but I know I'm gonna have to have some help in certain areas. So we'll see. We'll see. Have it set up a certain way, type of way. Yeah. You said Facebook is overweight? Yeah. Astila Yanni is an indigenous content creator. No, I don't know who that is. Keep in mind, I'm just meeting a lot of those content creators on TikTok. A lot of those content creators I mentioned during live streams, and I'm not gonna lie, only a few of them I'm gonna remember their names. Some of them I'm not gonna remember. DC in the house. Oh, you said that video is down? They actually took it down? I'll check, but I had the video though. So if they did take it down, I had the video. Well, at least the version that he put up. I saw a couple people saying it was on Prime, and I don't know that yet. I haven't checked that. I don't know if it was on Prime. Start small. You need a few hard drives of the computer that you found on hard traffic. But I mean, see, we'll see. Because you see, you got to account for what type of computers you got to have in order for you to create your own servers. You can't just have anything as computer. You got to have some beefy computers, and those are going to be expensive. All of that is no easy way around it. All of that stuff is going to be expensive, and especially how much chips are right now. The chips, those are expensive. The chips are expensive. Look, even the chips inside of the video graph card, the GPU, those are expensive. Everything is up, especially for the beefy ones that you're going to need. But yes, be careful with the investors to say somewhat free. Yeah, I agree. I'm not going to be signing my life away and nothing like that, or giving my rights away. I'm definitely not doing that. I turned my nose up to a couple deals already that was offered on the table. So, I'm intelligent when it comes to that, especially business minded. I'm not going to just hop to anything just because there's money there. I'm not doing that. I told y'all multiple times that it's been money offered to me numerous times, and I didn't take it. Just didn't, because it wasn't about money. I'm just looking out for the best interests of my content and myself and my family and my people. I'm not here to sell my people out just for $1 or any reason. I'm not here to sell my people out. I'm not here to sell my soul. I'm not here to give my life to Lucifer, for example. No, thank you. I'm not here for that. Two, for us to build and partner with If Solid, yeah. Collab with Earth Speaks and We Know the Truth. You got to send me the content. Send me the content inside of the 13% community server. They took it down when they took this video down. Interesting. How about how much in monthly expenses over 5 years? Oh, I don't know. I haven't calculated that. As far as the servers are concerned, I don't know. I mean, it's gonna be a million. It's gonna be a couple mil. That's about the information your message needs to spread out, bro. I mean, and it depends on how big we would want the network to be. If we want the small network, it's still gonna be like a mil. With the small network, it's still gonna be a mil, because you building the computers from the ground up. And don't forget that the server network, the servers are computers. And they're strictly designed to do one particular thing, and they have to consistently be online in order to serve. That's why they're called servers, in order to serve whatever app that you create. Like, for example, look this up. Look at the servers for YouTube as an example. Like there's a server for all of the uploads that we have to do, the live streams that we have to, all the bandwidth. Woo, that's the part that get expensive, the bandwidth. But all of that, you know, he had to take into account what the upload speed, the download speed, the matching the bit rates, all that bit rate stuff. It's gonna get a little technical, and that stuff costs money. It does cost money, especially if you're trying to, you know, at least, you know, be up to par with industry standard outputs. Like, for example, Twitch started small, but they did have money in order to, before Twitch got picked up by Amazon. Twitch started small, but they had money to start with in order to have their own service. Now, they did a lot of crashing. A lot of crashes was happening because their service was small at the time. But I mean, look at them now. They did get picked up by Amazon. So they, not to change the topic, what are your thoughts on having an LLC rights assigned to your living trust? And do living trusts really get ignored by IRS as a grantor trust? The only time that your trust is ignored by IRS is depending on what you put in there. What you put in there. Like, cause it's not like they can't, that's all private. They can't touch anything that you add to your trust. But it depends on what you got in there. Like if you have, for example, if you put a public business inside of your trust, then that trust, that business is still gonna have to pay taxes. So just note that. If I were you, I would pick up my book. This book right here. If I were you, I would literally pick this up.
My new book
so you
is
can
here,
learn the steps.
The Quiet Blueprint of Wealth. It's a masterclass that teaches exactly what the title implies. Grab your physical copies on Amazon Prime or anywhere else books are sold, or download the ebook version exclusively at DaneMakeYouThink.com.
Get that. Get the book. I'm not playing. Everything about that is in there. But I'm telling you your options. I'm informing you of your options. I'm literally teaching you your options and telling you if you go that route, what happens. So you can know for sure. You've been debating it. Yeah, I mean, well, to be sure, pick up the book so you can know your options. Because the LLC is throwaway. Look at LLC as throwaway. Like it's better for you to have an S Corp anyway if you want to pay low in taxes. It's better to have an S Corp. Like LLC should be throwaway. Like you don't want to, like, you know, it's up to you. I mean, it's totally up to you. It's totally up to you. I know certain people, you know, they idolize LLCs, but those are throwaways in my opinion. Because you're still getting hit in taxes and you want to lower that. You really want to lower that as far as taxes for your business. A trust is a must for all of us. Absolutely. That's what my book is about. It doesn't matter how much money you make. No, you don't need a C Corp. No, you don't need a C Corp. C Corp is for large corporations. Like if you're employing more than 150, for example, employing more than 150 people, you know, like 200 people, 300 people, stuff like that. That's a C Corp. S Corp, you know what I'm saying? Like if you got like a team of like 10, 20, 30, 40, that would be better for you in taxes. You get destroyed in taxes. Yeah, that's that LLC bullshit. You know, you can switch your LLC to be taxed like an S Corp. You can do that. You can look that up. You could switch that over. Depending on your, I believe, depending on how long your LLC, if I'm recalling it correctly, I believe it depends on how long your LLC has been active. You'll be able to do that. You'll be able to switch. I'm talking about tax-wise. You'll be able to switch that. You know, not more LLCs anymore. Yeah, I never promoted LLCs unless it's going to be throwaway. Yeah, LLCs, in my opinion, is going to be throwaway. Thoughts on America being the real, hold on, let me come back up. You said being the real Egypt. I got a video on that. A lot of videos on that. That's old. That's old to me. That's on my channel. Where I'm on camera, in fact. I showed you Jerusalem. Egypt and Mississippi. They got mad at me when I started saying that.
But you know, what you think they just copied your language and you know. Israel is brand new, y'all. That landmass brand spanking new. Egypt brand spanking new. They ain't gonna like the fact that Egypt been around for a minute. It was Kemet, Dane. It was Kemet. Yeah, I hear you. How much gross revenue before switching to S Corp? That part doesn't matter. Keep in mind, that really doesn't matter. If you're a small business could go up to either 5 million or 7 million. I did a video on this recently, matter of fact, about the SBAs, about the small business loans dealing with Trump, when Trump came after those banks. Look at my channel. This wasn't that long ago when I break that down. I believe it's 7 million. You can make a maximum of 7 million. And that's still a small business. That surprised me, to be honest with you. I thought it was 4. But I believe it's 7, if I'm recalling it correctly. Bloodline in Mississippi. So many people in California is from the South. Yeah. Is it Judah, Utah? Is it Judah, Utah? Just ask the Mormons. Somebody said it's Judah, Utah. Ask the Mormons. Look, ask the Mormons. Yeah, I know I done talked about all this before. The Mormons know. You know, the same people that control and own partly AncestryDNA.com. The Mississippi is the Dow. I said that too. Yep. What does throwaway mean? Okay, the way I say throwaway, I know that's kind of like street terminology, but let me break that down a little bit. It's like, it's not really like it's here and it's gone. It's not really something that you keep. It's not really something that you keep. It's like in a long term. That's like a short term thing, in my opinion. That's my opinion, by the way. Some people keep them LLCs for a while, but I just feel as though it's better for you in taxes if you're going to keep that business for a while to be an S Corp. At least an S Corp. And you only go to a C Corp when you have, you know, more employees. When that business becomes a large corporation. Ancestry and family search. Yeah, and family search. Yeah, they involved. Judah, Utah. Just ask the Mormons. Yeah, to start off with, yes, I agree. To start off with, LLCs are good. You know, but that, again, that's my opinion. That's my opinion. You had your LLC for 10 years. Damn, I wish you would have. Now, keep in mind, all you have to do is have your LLC for as long as 2 years, and you can switch your LLC to an S Corp. 2 years is the max. And you can switch it to an S Corp. It will no longer be a LLC, it will be an S Corp. If you don't believe me, look this up. You know. Write it down and look it up. I dare you. Of a certain amount of employees. Yes, for C Corp, I agree. For C Corp, is when you going that high, because that's a different tax bracket, then that's when you know, it's basically your employees paying your taxes for you. Ooh, I hate to say it like that, but it's the truth. It's the truth. Your employees will be paying your taxes, your business taxes for you. You are a little Dr. CB. The Mormons got all the information. Not all of it, but they got a lot. They got a lot. You switch or just file as an S Corp. No, you switch. If you already have it for 10 years, all you got to do is switch. You ready to go. You can switch it. The minimum is 2 years. So you can switch it now. You can switch it to S Corp now. Without changing really anything. Like, you know, you'll see it. Look this up. You'll see what I'm talking about. Wherever you filed your corporation at in whatever state that was. You'll see. It's pretty easy. It's not But you just gotta wait for 2 years in order to switch that LLC over to the S Corp. But you're gonna see the benefit right away, tax-wise. So if I were you, I'll start doing that. What's tomorrow? What's today? Monday? I'll start doing that at 8 o'clock business hours. If I were you. You had your LLC for 7 years as a sole proprietor. Oh, no. No, you got destroyed in taxes here. You better switch that immediately. Change that ASAP. Don't hesitate. Hurry up. Don't say, ooh, I feel sorry. You basically got taxed the same way as an employee would get taxed. Ooh. Oh, I feel sorry for you. Because that's hurt. I know that hurt. Switch it. Hurry up. Switch it. And plus, you know, keep in mind that LLC is a limited liability. I know they say that it's going to protect you, but it's limited protection. You want all of the protection, you know. I'll just let you know. So, I mean, I know certain people be like, yeah, you know. I look at LLCs as limited time that you need to be having an LLC. Limited time so you can move it over to whatever it is, whatever it turned out to be. Like you just testing the waters real quick. Let me see if this business idea works. You know, that's how I look at it. That's me personally. That's how I look at it. Invest in land if you can, young people. Build your portfolio. Absolutely. That is the goal. Build your portfolio. Invest in land is very good. That's a very good investment. And your business can buy it. Your business can buy it. I just purchased a new book. I'm so excited to read it now. All right now. It's waiting on you. It's a masterclass, so it's going to sound just like my documentary style, the way I wrote it, like how I write my documentary videos. I wrote it the exact same way. So, you know, I forgot what chapter it was. Now I'm trying to recall which chapter it was where I got on y'all a little bit. Don't take that personally, but I'm just, you know, I didn't get on you like, come on, do this shit now. I ain't do it like that, but you know how you going to hear the tone. I'm going to sound like I'm being real adamant about whatever point that I'm going to make. I'm not trying to give it away if you don't got it. But it's the security portion of your trust is so important. I had to stress the issue. So I'm just saying, I had to stress the issue. I'm getting on you a little bit. Don't play around with that part. Don't play around. Protecting your assets is not a game. You inherited 4 acres. Oh, okay. In Camden, Mississippi, from your great grandfather through my eye, and I throw that in the trust. So it won't go nowhere else but your family. Is all this inside of the book? Yes. What you, huh? Yes. I'm not playing. I'm not joking. There's people in here that bought the book. Ask them. I'm not playing. Are you going to let us know about the masterclass on YouTube or the 13%? The masterclass? No. It's no longer a class. I put the masterclass in the book. I made it a book. The class that's what another reason why I converted it from a class to a book. That's why it took a little longer than expected. It was about 1.5 years for me to make that happen. But to get it right and exact. I felt as though it would be better for it to be a book. You know, but we'll see though. I'm still probably going to, we'll see. I don't know. I don't want to promise that. I don't want to promise that to give classes. We'll see. We'll see. I may. We'll see. We'll see. But it's still the master classes inside of the book. Like everything that you need to know is in the book. Like you don't have to come outside of the book to know at all. For nothing, in fact. You're not coming out of the book to learn anything else. Everything is inside of the book. You said we might be related. We might be. Your credit is so messed up right now, but you 33, so badly want to start a business and buy land. Okay, tighten it up. Open up that business. Tighten it up. Start investing in yourself. Quick question. Do you have a book on how to dismiss court cases? I don't have that. Has anybody successfully gotten the SBA loans with all the recent changes and alleged attack? I mean, it depends on which one you're referring to, but the $250 one, Yes, I done seen a lot of success stories with the $250,000 one, by the way, with our own people. That's why I was surprised. It was our own people that got that. How do you use a good game and don't fall completely off? Who's Jay? Reading is fundamentally. You meant to say fundamental. Yeah. And it's better because the way I set up the book, you won't ever get lost. And even if you do, look at the book. I show you. You need to backtrack right here. Go to page such and such and such. Not a game. I make sure. You said they dropped your loan debt on 10K. They dropped your loan debt on 10K. What you mean? Hold on. Say that a little bit differently. What you mean by that? I don't. Hold on. Yeah, say it again. Say it again. Business class. That I will have to think about that, Ken. I'm thinking about that. Because again, I was saying all of that last year as far as I was going to turn that into a class, and then I ended up making that a book because the class was a little much at that time. Of course, my time is different now. Of course, y'all know what I went through last year. Last year was rough for me, but we'll see because every time I put my mind on something, I got to be committed. Every time I say I'm going to do something, I'm committed. So but I'm not saying that that's not going to happen, but it's not going to happen right now, per se, as far as those classes. But I am going to be doing live streams on particular topics that I'm covering inside of the book. I'm going to do live streams and videos on that. So in a way, those are kind of like classes in a way. And it's going to be in my new style that's getting ready to happen. So you guys will see that here shortly. What's the name of the book? It is called The Quiet Blueprint of Wealth. All you got to do is type in Dane Calloway books on Amazon and you're going to see that. But it's called The Quiet Blueprint of Wealth. Trust, land, and family power. And the link is in the chat right now, by the way. Shout out to the moderators. Best way to get a loan is to deal with private lenders. I have a few that are asking. Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, the best way to get a loan, it depends on what you have in your portfolio already, because these people want to be able to trust you. And for you to do it on your business side is even better. You want that type of credit that way. You want your business to have the best credit. That's where you gonna get your money. Keep in mind, you ain't no Jew. It ain't no heater iska. It ain't gonna turn into, you see what I'm saying? It ain't gonna turn into an investment. It's still gonna be a loan and you gonna have to pay interest. So, I'd much rather you get a business loan. Never too late. Time doesn't even exist at the. I remember how they said they were gonna get rid of the IRS and all the rest of that. Y'all remember that? I was waiting for that. They was gonna get rid of the IRS and the 3 credit bureaus, all that. Man, I was like, man, okay, I'll believe it when I see it. And then all of a sudden, Trump pushed us into a war, bro. It's all like how you think age is only a number. That's young. Oh wait, I don't know what y'all talking about. They lied. Yeah, they lied. Man, I was so pissed. Man, I was so excited. Like, man, but hold on, let me not even, because I know they was gonna be lying about that. They gonna get rid of IRS and we gonna have to lower the tax rate and everything is still 4%. I'm like, come on, bro. We're cutting taxes. Hold on. We're cutting taxes in half. America is gonna, all these promises this nigga made, bro. He ain't even, I'm trying to think, did we benefit from anything yet? Because the prices are not down. The IRS is still here. Basically not censorship, the US citizenship is kind of sort of still the same. Nothing really has been implemented to change anything. The real ID has been the real ID since, damn. Which was that? Hey, hold on, real ID. No, that wasn't Obama. Was that Trump? I think that was Trump's first term. I believe so. Real ID when they proposed that stuff. Hold on, wait a minute. Am I tripping? I could have sworn it was. Didn't it happen up under Trump first term? You said Bush? Nah, it wasn't that far back. The real ID? Hold on. The real ID. Let me think. I think it was either Obama or Trump first term. No, I'm talking about when it first came, when they first proposed it. Not when they implemented it. I'm talking about when they first proposed it. It was Biden? It was George Bush? Biden? Y'all about to make me look it up. You think it was Obama? Hold on, I'm about to look it up now. That's what we're gonna do. I'm about to look it up right now. Hold on. Let me see. All right, so by the 9/11 Commission. All right, so July 2004. Wait a minute, he might have been right when he said Bush. Let me see. I ain't know it went that far back. No, it does. Yeah, it was. It was the Real ID Act was signed into law May 11th, 2005. And Bush was president in 2005. So the Real ID Act was signed into law May 11th, 2005. Bush was president in 2005. So he right. It was Bush. Damn, I didn't know it was that far back. That took a little minute. Yeah, it was Bush then. 2005 got to be Bush. Because Obama came in 06. Hold on. Was Obama 06 or 08? Uh-oh, now I'm trying to, damn, man, now y'all getting old out there, Chad. Y'all old. 08, he was 08? Okay, well then that was Bush for sure. Okay, so that was Bush for real. 2005, he was right. Who said that? Original Farmer, you was right. You 35, you old. You old. You only 50, you old. That's right. You about to be 43 in May, congratulations. You old. You old. We seasoned, not old, Dane? Nah, all of us are old now. The whole chat old, all of y'all. Anybody 18? You old? I ain't old. I'm still young. You 34? That's old. 50 ain't old? Nah, 50 is old. Somebody lied. I'm just playing. His dad was before Bill Clinton, right? His dad was before, his dad. You talking about Bush Senior? Hell yeah. You 23? You lying. You 31? You old. You only 29? You old. You old. You said you super old, 64. Yeah, that's when dinosaurs roamed the earth. I'm just playing. We all up there, man. But hey, look, we all young. We feel great. We doing well. We communicating. We up here. You know what I'm saying? Knocking it out. Dang, what do you like? 43, 44? Dang, you trying to make me old, huh? Nah. Nah, I just got there in my 40s. I ain't that old. Keep in mind, I've been on YouTube for 10 years. Everybody know my age. Y'all remember? Look, go back on my channel. I started off with the Ush Bush, remember? Y'all should see how long my hair is now. I can't wait for y'all to see it. My hair long as hell. You been a subscriber since 2016? I appreciate that. I appreciate that, E. Briggs. You was raised by old people. I don't think 70. Nah, I don't think 70 is old at all. My mother's 70. My mother's still kicking and pushing. You know what I'm saying? You ain't even 40 yet. You still old, Morgan. We elders now? That's how y'all feel? I don't know about elders. We ain't, that's, I mean, you know, that's, huh? You started off with the Macy Gray fro? I know you ain't going like that. You, Don't say that. The Macy Gray joint, though? Wow. That's how you feel? Dang, you about 30-something? Something like that, 37, something like that. Calloway, nah, you can't call me I ain't My kids are so funny. I ain't even gonna tell y'all. I'm chill. Your mom is 66. Your dad is 72. Yeah, it's similar to my parents are similar like that. Like my father is young. My father younger than my mother. You think we gonna win this war, Dane? I mean, to what end? Like when it comes to this war, I mean, winning. It's not gonna be to a point where we're defeating Iran. It's not gonna be like that. There's no defeating Iran when Iran has Russia in his pocket. It's not that. Now, is it gonna be to a point where they cease fire? I do see that. Is it gonna be to a point where a lot of our military folk die? I see that. Is it gonna be, there are people dying too? Yes, it's already happening, right? Ending war? I don't think so. I don't know, to be honest, but I don't see an end yet, you know, at least not right now. Would I want it to end? Yeah, I do. I don't want us to be, but it's not us. Keep that in mind. It's them. You know what I mean? It's not, we're not fighting for America. We're fighting for Israel. And we are not fighting. You know what I'm saying? They're just sending our troops over there and they're sending our boys over there, and it's not a good look. It's not like it's for something like that's going to benefit our people in general. It's not. It's only benefiting the billionaires. It's only benefiting the bankers. This is not a war. It's not a war. This is modern colonization. Okay, and I'm against that because colonization affected our people over here in America. I don't like it. You said we already lost a few thousand troops. It's crazy. Yes, I agree. That is true. We already lost a lot of, I showed you the picture during the live stream. That's a real authentic picture. So, I'm not going to do it again, but y'all saw it. If y'all were here during the live stream and I said I wanted to just show this to y'all really quickly without saying anything, I just wanted to showcase it to let y'all know it's not a game. It's just not. Get something special for your loved one. Huh? Get something special for your loved one. What the? That's Nightbot. Oh, and it's promoting my website. Huh? I don't remember that. I probably got to fix that up. Huh? Say what? I can't hear you. Open up my door. What happened? That was Max. Max was knocking on my door? Where? Come here, Max. My dog. Hold on, y'all. But he was at my door doing it? Come here, Max. Here. Look, Max, here. Look, here. Look. Nah, don't, look. Nah, Scarlett. No. If he not coming, no. He think he in trouble. Go ahead, close my door. I appreciate that. What you doing up? What time is it? You woke up at 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning? Okay. Oh, okay. Where's she at? Matter of fact, let me go down there. I'm about to get cussed out. Let me go down there. Okay, go ahead, baby. Thank you. I forgot about that. Yeah, I'm gonna get cussed out. I'm over here talking to y'all. She probably on that cell phone right now cussing my ass out. Yeah, I'm about to get cussed out. Damn, I'm about to walk downstairs and damn, I'm about to get get cussed out. I know I'm about to get cussed out. I know what's about to happen. It ain't a cuss out. It ain't like she about to be using profanity. The cuss out that I'm referring to is just gonna be her facial expression. You said she said the dog. Yeah, she said it was Max knocking with his tail. You know, so yeah, that's Uncle Calloway, you in trouble. You better stop that. You better stop that. Max wants your attention. Yeah, Max think he in trouble. That's why he ain't come in my office. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. Yeah, I know what time it is. Tanisha back in the house now. Queen back in the house. So I gotta. The king gotta do what he do. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make it happen. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm keeping it rated PG. So I know it's late night, but I ain't gonna get too explicit. I ain't gonna say too much. I'm gonna have to do what I gotta do. Have a good. You said that. You know what I'm saying? You know the feeling. 3:30. It's 3:13 right now. It's 3. Yeah, for Eastern time it's 3:13. It's 2:13 for us. Nah, no. Hey, contrary to popular belief, try not to use morning inside of your vocabulary. Keep in mind, Lucifer is the son of the morning. Morning is always bad. I mean, when people are mourning, we're not mourning. You know what I mean? What we mourning for? Try not to use that word. If you can, try to eliminate that from your vocabulary unless you want to, call it for what it is. It's a lot of tricks that they did with this language. They tried to implement their own little words and their own little slang in our language. Oh, notice I said our language. That's coming. That segment is coming. I covered it before, but the deeper segment is coming. Don't end up in the doghouse with the dog. That means I'm in the house. What you mean? The dog in the house. I got a house dog. Nah, it ain't gonna be that like that. What you mean? I pay bills here, huh? I'm gonna beat my chest right now. You better stop playing. Huh? What voice are you using, Dane? What you mean? Huh? I'm not using what? What you talking about? It's me. Look, I whispered. Basically, I whispered like she could hear me. I'm telling y'all, I know she on that cell phone watching right now. Use the word grand rising. Yeah, you can definitely say grand rising. I learned that from you 7 years ago. I really don't like that morning because even though it's not spelled the same, it's still pronounced the same. Like they're casting spells based off of the words you speak. That's a negative affirmation. That's why I was like, if you can, please do yourself a favor and please try to, utilize it where it should be and not when you trying to say, because there's nothing great in mourning. There's nothing really great in that. You know what I mean? He keep chasing that high, but I've been cut the supply off. He keep chasing that, huh? What you talking about? The voice goes high. Wait, what are y'all talking about? Usually say greetings. I say OCR, which is a greeting. Do you think about the Candace Owens, Erica Kirk beef? I don't like Erica Kirk. I don't trust her. I'm really skeptical about her. When I did my research on, simultaneously as Candace was doing her research on the Charlie Kirk murder, so was I. And I already put 2 of my videos out already. And I already came to a conclusion that she was involved. I said that months before Candace, and that's why I was questioning Candace, like, why is she not pointing the finger at Erica? Because everything based off of my research was pointing right back to Erica a long time ago. Like, she got her shit all over that. And, I don't trust her little spooky looking ass. Like, I really don't. But that's why I was questioning Candace. Like, man, when you gonna step up and say something about that heifer? And then when she finally, she turned the page, I said, okay, all right, she did it. It took her a minute, but she did it. Yeah, baby. Yep. And they're still on my channel. Both of the videos are still on my channel if you want to see what I did. But it was like things I was pointing out as far as the scene is concerned. I just didn't want to go too far because I knew back then they were doing a lot of censorship when you had to dance around that topic because they really wanted to put a narrative out there. And then YouTube was, of course, they being controlled too. Y'all already know, y'all saw what happened to this live stream, which I'm not sure is still gonna be up or not. That's another reason why I'm running my mouth. Because this live stream may be gone, but we'll see. You said that came in your spirit immediately? Yeah, that's why I was questioning Candace Owens at that time. I was like, what is she doing? What is she doing? But I was like, why is she not pointing at Erica? But yeah, I don't trust that heifer at all. I really don't. I do not trust her. Oh, and I believe she was involved. Some type of way. She was involved. Because TP USA was involved. And matter of fact, that's what my last video on that topic said. I said he got backdoored by TP USA. It was something like that. He was basically backdoored by his own people. They sold him out. He said she probably had to wait for somebody else to say it was either that or she was waiting for some more protection to come in place. I'm not sure. I really don't know. But it did take her a minute because I was calling it early. I was like, nah, everything is falling right back on her. And she was on track with the Israel part. Yeah, she was on track with the Israel part and, questioning the plane and stuff like that. I was watching her and I was like, okay, yeah, all right, now get on Erica. Because, her platform is a lot larger than mine. And I was like, yeah, come on. Get to it. Because if I could get to it, you could get to it. And I'm only one person researching. And I know your research boy probably ain't going to take that long. She only got one person that's doing her research. So that's why I said eventually I'm going to hire a research team. Because it ain't, it's up to y'all if y'all want to stay up late nights, early days. I'm going to have to drink something. That's what it was. And it's getting late, so I'm getting tired. But it was, eventually I was thinking about that last year, having a research team, but, now that, things that got a lot better with my situation this year. Yeah. I think that's going to be one of the goals. You said you at work until 7 a.m.? Damn, from what? Oh, wait, nah, you about to get off work here in a minute. You at work anyway, what's up with it? Wait, you do all this research solo? Yeah, absolutely. I do all this research solo. All the stuff that I put on my channel, I did it solo. No assistance. None. Now it was times when Tanisha got on board, creating content with me, Tanisha did her side and I still did my side. And that's when we were collaborating with certain videos, and which we probably still gonna be doing here in a second, but it's just gonna be different. But yeah, I did all this myself for sure. That's why I was pissed off when I saw people stealing my stuff, and they were repeating me verbatim. They were repeating my written words. Like I have scripts. I write my own scripts. I write my own writings. So that's how I knew they were copying me, and I was like, you did not do that, bro. Like, yeah, it is what it is. That's why I paused on documentary style videos, because people were stealing. But it was too late by then, because look at how much content got put out. So all they got to do is repeat everything. And then I was telling them my sources and everything, so they was able to pick up on certain websites they got to look at, or certain areas they got to look at. How to navigate it if they're serious about it. But it's a lot of so-called content creators out there that's looking for a shortcut. So they'll shortcut this, their research, and that's how I could tell the difference if they actually doing it or not. So that's why I'm like, nah, it ain't too many, it ain't too many people that's actually doing the research. A lot of them are just repeating. And it is what it is. Put you on a research team. Let me, you talking about Trina, get inside of the 13% community server. Let me see what you got. And I'm definitely going to be doing some test runs on that to see how people, see if we could work with each other, if y'all okay with the schedule. Because, researching is researching. It's not, it's 24 hours. You know what I'm saying? Technically, it's 24 hours. I'm not saying that you ain't going to get no break. I'm not saying that, but it's like, it's around the clock. You don't even use time most of the day. I be forgetting the time. I be forgetting the dates and all of that. Y'all know that. Y'all could account for that every time I go live. Will Miss Calloway be making more content? She put out a video yesterday or day before yesterday. She still make content. I sent you a picture of my family from the 1860s. Man, where'd you send it at? Because if you sent it on Instagram, I have not been on social media. I've been away from social media for a little minute. You want to be on a research and debate team? Oh, and debate team? That'd be cool. I ain't even think about that. A debate team? I ain't think about that. That'd be cool. I got to see what you about though, William. I got to put you to the test. You put me on your team and you would not be disappointed. I got the time. My son got us inside of the 13% community server. Let me see what you about. Get inside of the community server. What happened to a debate league? What happened to a debate league? I never thought about that. A debate league. I never really thought about that. That's something that sound fun and keep it educational. It would be nice. They know down for the research team. That's all I do anyway. Hey man, look, I'm waiting on y'all inside of the 13% community server. Miss Calloway, I like it that she is back. I was worried about yo. Nah, I was good. It was difficult, but I was good. It was just I had to make a transition. I couldn't go to my original content like how I wanted to, because it was time consuming. Researching is time consuming. That is the most time consuming process that I do. But I do everything on my own. All the effects that you saw on the screen or that you see on the screen, everything. All the little stuff like this, everything I do. All the graphics, the sound effects, I do the sounds. I get a license for the music. And if I'm not mistaken, right now I'm playing M16 beats in the background. Shout out to M16, Tuscaloosa, what's going on? And it was something else. Oh yeah, and I do my own writing and I do my own research. I do my own editing. It's, one-man army. So that was like, for 10 years, that was tough. But last year was even tougher because I, needed assistance with the children. I had to play both roles. That was tough. You research 10 hours a day for debates. That's perfect. That's up to par. I wouldn't mind hearing what you got, man. Going on when I get all here. Who do I contact if I have an issue? If you have an issue with what? It depends on what you mean. How much for a verse? Oh no, I forgot how much that. You ask Blue in here. Ask Blue Dreamer. I'm not sure. You send an email to Blue. I forgot the price of stuff. I'm not. Not good to. It's not good to be debating now, unfortunately. I mean, I see what you're saying because there's a lot of animosity going on with other, like some foreigners just trying to speak against us and what we got going on. I agree with you on that note. It's not a good time right now on that note. I agree because it's not a good look. We need to be unified. I agree with you on that note. Ain't be like, how I bring nothing to the table when I'm the table. Bars. Absolutely. With getting on the 13%, I'm a member, but I can't chat on it for some reason. Huh? You can't chat on it. Oh, you probably didn't do the, if you're inside of the 13%, there's a tab all the way at the top that says channels and roles. Click on that and complete the questionnaire. It's really quick, but it's for security reasons. And then the whole server opens up for you once you complete that. It's really simple. It's like yes or no and like multiple choice questions. It's for security reasons. We're trying to block those little bots that be trying to come up in there. But once you finish that, then the whole server opens up. You said dating chief? Dating who? Dating who? I'm not dating nobody. Hold. What we talking about, y'all? I didn't see what y'all was talking about. What we talking about? I be online. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. You online, they ain't looking for some smoke, pan goofies be trying to jump me? Nah, man, we got a whole lot of people that could, man, shoot. You lucky Levante not in here. There's a whole bunch of people that'll have you. That'll have your back. You need to be in the 13% community server. And bring it up. Hey, man, who trying to go with me and, the pop shots or whoever, they'll pull up. See, that was the problem on Discord. That's why I kept deleting it. Yeah, nah, I got it. We got it pinned behind a security thing. We got to because it was bots coming up in there and it was some stupid stuff happening. But it's that's the only thing. There go Levante right there. Levante a goddamn pit bull when it come to that. But like it's I'm telling you, we got some head honchos that's up in there, man, William. So if you want to do that, man, I know you trying to bite some people's heads off. There's some head hunters in 13% as well. They'll pull up with you, depending on what platform you on. You say Silver Surfer in the 13%. What up, Silver Surfer? What up, Silver? I'm logging on to 13% now. I bet. This is the spiritual war we need. And I was going to take the, if I'm not mistaken, I still have the 13% open. I do. I was going to take, if like YouTube wasn't allowing me to go back live on here, I was going to move this. Like when that happens, matter of fact, when that happens, I automatically go to the 13% and I go live in the 13%. And especially if I can't get back on. But hey, Silver, they ain't call you, did they? Oh, hold on. I don't know if you could talk about that right now, Silver. I'm not sure. But you ain't you, hold on. Who? No. Is he a Marine? Or I think, no. Silver Army, right? I don't think Silver a Marine. Are you good? You good, Silver? Where's Silver at? Yeah, there go Silver. Where, are you good? You not deployed or nothing? They didn't, you good? Army, nah, you good. Yeah, nah, you good. You good, brother. Man, that's why I'm like, man, my Marines, bro. That's why I'm like, I'm up. You home? Yeah, I know. And they got our Marines out there, bro. I'm mad at that, man. I'm so mad at that. But it is what it is, man. But I mean, I know they're going. My boys be fighting. Our boys be fighting. They don't play that. You know what I'm saying? But but I know they go with the Marines first. Then they, y'all know what happens. So, well, I don't thank you for asking. Absolutely. What are your thoughts on Uncle Luke running for Congress? Uncle Luke, the rapper? Uncle Luke? You talking about? No. The rapper Uncle Luke running for Congress? That's who you talking about? The no way. No way. Yes? No way. You talking about the No. The Uncle Luke? There's no way that he running for Congress. Yes, Senator? Yes. Huh? Too loud? Nah. He's gonna win. What? Uncle Luke in Florida. What? Bro, Uncle Luke with and he making the girls do what they do? Uncle Luke, 2 Live Crew? Come on, bro. What? I mean, unless he changed his ways, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the Uncle Luke that I remember is Uncle Luke. I don't remember I don't remember like the political route he paid for though. Oh, okay, but I don't know. The original Spring Break. Exactly. That's the only thing I'm gonna think about immediately is like, I can't take that serious. I can't take it serious. I apologize. I can't take it serious. He got, it's too many songs. But let me stop. It's too many songs that's gonna immediately pop up. He fought for freedom of speech. Daisy Dukes, Uncle Luke. Wait, I mean, unless he got older and, he changed his ways. Everybody could change, so he probably did change. But damn, as soon as you say Uncle Luke, that's the first thing I thought of. Like, that's gonna be hard to get out my mindset, to be like, huh? What is he doing? Wait a minute. This is a spiritual war. We need to form a spiritual team. I'm a spiritualist. You protect the research. We protect the energy. Come on inside of the community server. We got plenty. Come on inside of the community server. You'll feel right at home. And the case was taken to the Supreme Court regarding comedy and parody. He ain't right. He was doing his share too. I mean, yeah, so anytime I hear one of his songs coming on, we just go immediately looking at the ladies. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's cool. It was, but I mean, him going political again. He probably changed. He got older. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how he is now. He got to be like 50s or 60s. He got to be up there now. I know he ain't doing the same shit. Can't be. Yeah, Luther Campbell is running for Congress. Wow. Okay, that's what's up. That's what's up. How do you feel about Dr. Malachi Z. York situation? I don't know. To be honest with you, I didn't do my research to find out if any of that stuff is true. I heard about him, but I'm not sure. I don't know what's going on with that. Like as far as like if it's true, if it's not, is this mainly hearsay? And again, I didn't do my proper investigation into that. I wasn't really interested in, to be honest with you, to waste time to research on that to see what's going on. Like it was another person people were asking me to research, and I just didn't. I didn't have any interest in that. It was somebody else. I forgot that brother's name, but it's unfortunate if he's innocent. It's unfortunate. So, but apparently people were saying that he's innocent. I have no idea. Still can't take Trump serious. Seeing him, what you say? Seeing him on wrestling. I mean, but Trump is an actor. This is right up his alley. Like, what you mean? Politicians are actors. This is right up his alley. You would like to be the governor in California? I was looking at some of that after hours. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it would be. I would have to look and see what he talking about now, and if he's probably representing a particular party. If he a Democrat, that's out. Like, if he a Democrat, that's out, completely out. I think our people need to be, if anything, they need to be stepping away from trying to get with Democrat or Republican. They need to create their own. Then what about a bounty land claim? I found one of my 5th or 5th gen grandfathers who was in the War of 1812. You can claim land, but you need to have the paperwork to make or to establish proof or evidence that your grandfather had it at one point. And then we could probably track down and see exactly what happened to make sure that it wasn't sold or anything like that. Or if it was done fraudulently, if it was sold fraudulently, or if it was taken in taxes fraudulently. We would have to track that down. We have to track that down. Now, I hope plenty of people get that done. So I don't hesitate with that. Like when you got your paperwork on that, and you got some leads, and you start showing me, ask anybody that I helped. Yeah, it's not a game. I make sure people get their land back. Land is important, in my opinion. Our ancestors, and a lot of our ancestors had land. So don't be surprised if any one of you that's listening to this right now, one of your ancestors in your family had land. It won't ever fail because the land was stolen from our ancestors. Don't forget that. It was stolen, literally, and it was handed down and given it to these foreigners. And you heard, don't make me start it, don't get me started. And you heard, not Malcolm X, you heard who? Martin Luther King. Through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they receive the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. And you know who the county agents were. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize our farms. Okay? And today, many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm. And they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. This is what we are faced with. This is reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we're coming to get our check. That part, I'm gonna know that verbatim because he was alluding to the point that I just made earlier about that land. The land was stolen from our ancestors. That's the reason why Martin Luther King was eliminated. He said Luther, Uncle Luke Campbell, a rap music activist and former football coach, has announced his candidacy for the U.S. House of Representatives, Florida's 20th congressional district in the 2026. Okay, that's cool. He's a Democrat. Oh, nah, I'm out. I'm out. Nah, no thank you. We have to be more connected to our land. We're Mother's Earth, #1 children. I believe a lot of people that clean themselves onto the Democrat Party have no idea about the Democrats' history. Now, I understand, like, it's really no difference. It's two heads of the same snake or two heads of the same bird, whatever you want to use. But the Democrats are the worst. And I did full investigation on that and put out plenty of information about the Democrats. And I'm not interested in supporting that. I'm not interested in supporting that at all. But I know how some of our people may think that they need to get with one or the other in order for them to have the financial backing that sometimes it could be provided to them if they get with, say, the Democrats or the Republicans by way of these investors that were coming up in there and support their campaigns. But me personally, I'm like, man, look, if you legit, you legit. You know, people will come in and start investing in you regardless, because it shouldn't be about what party you're with. It's about what policy you want to push, in my opinion. But that has to change. But since this political game has a structure up under somebody else's rules and regulations that we don't really get a chance to see who they are, all our people are doing is just signing up to become people's puppets. And I disagree with that. He wants to protect his Caribbean people. Who's Caribbean? You non-politician? Political? You non-political? Got a good start. I get lost in so much paperwork. I know most of my ancestors' locations and names. It's exhausting. Nah, you can't give up. You can't give up. And I know how difficult that seems, but I mean, just look at it this way. It's going to pay off once it's done. Anything you practice and anything you get good at, it pays off in the long run. Anything that you put your time into, anything that you put your mind into, is going to pay off regardless. And invest it. You invest your time into it. And then also send it up to the ancestors and let them know what you're doing, so they could, give you them proper affirmations and the blessings that'll come your way and open up more doors for you. And you'll be able to, you seeking that. You demand it now. You demand answers. And they're going to provide them to you. They're going to provide them to you. Say it in your heart. Let your words and your actions meet. Say it in your heart. Say it in your mind. But can't nobody take that from you. This is about you and your family. I can show proof from my mother, good time grandma, and all of his 5 land patents, and I need help. Oh, okay, well, you need to get inside of the 13% community server and let me see them goddamn land patents. 5 land patents? Yeah, you need to get to the server. And I need to see everything. I'm not going to share it with the public or anything like that, okay? It's going to be a private conversation, but that's a lot. So I need to see what you got, and we got to make sure everything is legit. And I'll tell you where to go from there. I'm gonna point you in the right direction. Some of that stuff I can't get involved with because it has to do with your family, but I'm going to tell you what to do. And then you could possibly get me involved in certain things that I can assist you with, meaning, as far as the directions and maybe possibly speaking to your family members about certain, options that they will have on their table. But, I can't go to a place for you and go grab personal information about your family. For example, like vital statistics. Like I can't pop up there and request your grandmother's paperwork, for example. You're going to have to do that. Let's go within the ancestors. We'll give you even more downloads. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The doors are going to open for you. Y'all are so uplifting. I mean, that's automatic. That's exactly what this is about. Uplifting our people. Our people have been suffering for so long. Our people have been, dwelling on, what's the word? Like, I don't want to say submissive. Yeah, I guess I could say dwelling on submissive ideologies and the pains that they're going through, that they'll suffer from based off of the stories that they were given. Like I said, submissive ideologies, that's what I'm referring to. A whole lot of lies. Our people need to heal. Our people need to heal. So I'm here to uplift them. Of course, I'm here to tell them the truth, but I'm here to help them, assist them, for real. And it goes back to my main objective. I'm here to make people think. That's the best way that I can start making people heal. Make them think for themselves again. Unlock them chains from their, from their brain. Knowing and enlisting them that they have the power. Instill it in them that they have the power. Keep repeating it and keep repeating it. Keep repeating it. Because the more you repeat it, the more it becomes your reality. That's with anything, by the way. Anything in repetition. I mean, I'm just saying. Anything done in repetition. And the information you gave to the world wasn't easy soaking in. I know it wasn't easy for me neither. It wasn't easy for me at all. I was pissed. I was upset. Like my father said in the beginning, I was super radical. I was extremely radical, but my father understood. You know, my family understood. They stood with me. You know what I'm saying? They were like, okay, calm down. We're going to get this done. We're going to make this right. You know, luckily I just had my family support, you know, and they understood my frustration because, you know, I knew this all my life. I just didn't know certain things, but all my life I knew we were being lied to about our history. I was always giving my history teachers a hard time in school, you know, because I knew all that shit was bullshit. I was like, nah, that's not right. It's impossible for this, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. I'm always debating the history teachers. Anybody that went to school with me would tell you that I was the exact same way that I am right now in school, the exact same way. Nothing changed. I ain't gonna lie. Hold on, I ain't going to lie. I was mad. Yeah, I was pissed. I was upset. I was right. And I've been like that again. I've been like that since elementary school. Like I said, anybody that was in my classroom will tell you that Dane Calloway interrupted the damn class every single time. I was always challenging the teachers every single time. I was not playing. It's always been like that. That's the type of person that I am. And that's a mixture of my mother and my father, and especially my grandmother. It's a mixture of my family members' tones inside, but yeah, that's the way I am. And that's the way they raised me. They raised me as a book reader. They raised me to be nosy. The first thing that my father put in my face was a newspaper and showed me how to read the newspaper front and back. My grandma didn't allow me to go outside without me fully completing a book and then coming to her and telling her what that book was about front to back. And I better not lie because I won't be able to go outside. And then I had to come back in when the street lights came on. I was pissed off. By the time I got finished with that book, it was damn near dark. You better hurry up because you got to come right back in. I'm like, God damn. But that's how they were. That's how my family was. It was strict. It was strict, but it was worthy. And don't forget, I had my own, and I don't know if I shared this on YouTube, but I can because this is legit. Anybody that went to elementary school with me know that I had my own radio show when I was in elementary school. Every morning, my grandmother wrote the script. Every morning, I had to read the script that my grandmother wrote, poems, poetry, whatever, and you know, do it over the PA system inside of the elementary school that I attended in Washington, D.C. Southeast. And yeah, I was up on the mic early. You know, grandma started me off early. And that's why I was going to go to school for journalism, and I was going to go to school for, well, mainly it was going to be journalism. I was going to go that route. That was the reason why I showed y'all when I first started my YouTube channel that CNN offered me what they offered me. I showed y'all the email. The CNN basically offered me a job and I declined. And my mother was like, well, you better take that job. Let you see how many zeros in there. But yeah, I didn't take that job. I declined. You know, it was crazy. What DC schools you went to? I went to, like, it depends on what you're referring to. As far as high schools are concerned, I went to Woodrow Wilson Senior High School all the way to fuck uptown when I was living in Southeast. So I had the outer boundary pass to go out of, because I was real good in school. My grades were great. I was doing very well in school. So they, you know, my grandmother fought for that. My grandmother wanted me to not go to schools in Southeast. She wanted me to go to schools, you know, the best schools at that time. My grandmother was looking out for me. My grandmother and my mother was fighting for me to get the best education possible. During my junior high school year, I went to two of the top schools at that time. It was Jefferson Junior High School. Then I ended up switching to Isles Deal Junior High School all the way uptown. They wanted me to go to Allensdale Junior High School because it was better than Jefferson, which was in Southeast at that time, because it was the one-way ticket into getting to Woodrow Wilson Senior High School, which was the best high school at that time. But and I was doing very well with the, you know, the SATs and all the rest of that. I was a goddamn nerd, you know. And my vocabulary was on a 1. That was another thing. So I had to dumb my vocabulary down in order to be more relatable. In my opinion, I wanted to go back to how I used to talk. And that's what I did. Because in the beginning, like if you go to my early videos on YouTube, I was using a lot of words and people really didn't understand. And they used to say that in the chat. Like, dang, what does that word mean? What does that word mean? And then I started giving them definitions of certain words. Like, it was surprising because even back then, I was the one that started off with the term indoctrination, making that indoctrination term popular. And I was surprised that people didn't even know that term. And I was like, see, I got to remember that, you know, I was in different schools and I started dumbing my stuff down. I just dumbed it down. I dumbed down my speech. I dumbed down my vocabulary so it could be more understanding and more relatable. You know, that's why I said I dared Umar Johnson to step up. He think his vocabulary good. I'm holding back. I'm holding back a great deal. And it would surprise people. I think that's the reason why a lot of people didn't want to debate, you know, with me. I was on a debate team at Woodrow Wilson. I was on a debate team at Allensdale Junior High School. I'm ready. This debating ain't nothing. Y'all think yelling and screaming is debating. No. I was on the debate team professionally. Matter of fact, I was the president of my school in Allensdale Junior High School as well. So I had to debate people that were trying to run for president, you know, school president, stuff like that. I had to pass out flyers and, you know, that thing was, it was, you know, back then when I went to those schools, you couldn't wear uniform. It wasn't wearing no uniform. So on top of that, I had to keep up my attire. You know, I had to make sure I looked good. I had to play the part, you know, keep it fresh. And when you all the way uptown, they would joke on you, you know, make fun of you if you ain't up to par. You got to have all the fresh Jordans, this and the blah, blah, blah, that, and the Jabot jeans. I remember those days. So on top of all of that, I had to make sure that my grades was good, because if I come back home and my mother see it and my grandmother see my grades and it ain't no good, I'm in trouble. But yeah, that's how I was raised. That's how I was raised. And I'm from DC. I'm from Washington, DC, Southeast. Minnesota Avenue, Southeast. And I went to Orr Elementary School on Minnesota Avenue. That's my elementary school. And I was literally right there. So you see 23rd in Minnesota, I was right there. So, and I had to go all the way to hell uptown. And I heard these buses are gone now, but I had to take the 32 and the 34 just to go all the way uptown. And then I started taking the train, and I forgot what line that was. I forgot if it was green line, red line. I forgot. It's been so long, but yeah, that's what. And it took an hour and a half to get there and an hour and a half to get back, because it was always traffic, no matter what. But yeah, I graduated with honors too. Debating in school, but it was a game school, so nobody cared about debates. Yeah, nah. See, the schools that I went to really, like, they even had an acting class. Like, you couldn't graduate from Woodrow Wilson Senior High School without learning how to swim. They had their own, oh man, it was so crazy, man. Woodrow Wilson is a big ass school. Let me see if y'all can, hold on, let me show y'all. I don't know if they got these pictures up. I'm gonna show y'all. Let me show y'all how big this school is. It was almost like going to college, to be honest with you. Let me see. And again, this was back then when I was in school. So I don't know, you know, what it looked like now. I don't know if anything changed. Oh, they got one in Los Angeles, California. They got a Woodrow Wilson in Los Angeles, California. So let me type in Washington, D.C. There you go. Yep, home of the Tigers. Yep. This is it. This is how big this dumbass school. I'm talking about this school is so big. Hold on. Look at this school. This how big this school is. You see that? That whole property. I'm telling you, it was like a university in a way. It was like preparing you for college for real. Oh, they changed the front. What? What the hell is this? This don't even look the same. I'm looking at other pictures on my side. Wow. Yep, this is what it used to look like in the front. This is what the front used to look like right here. This is what the front used to look like. Now they changed it. And this is what the front looked like. I can't believe this. This is crazy. They changed that. I mean, it's been some years, you know. Damn, they not, I mean, well, but nah, this thing, this school wasn't no joke. The school wasn't no joke. The football team was like that. Pep rallies was cool. Everything was cool. The parties was cool. I remember one time, actually a couple parties. I used to DJ. I don't know why I was so interested in that back then. They used to hire the DJs and I used to ask the DJ, hey, can I DJ on your set? And because I don't know, I was so interested in back then to do that. And I swear, I'm not playing. Anybody that went to school with me, no, I'm not playing. I did that. So we had a building like Jetson's by now, but I digress. This thing. But the pool was over here. Oh wait, I'm not pointing at it. The pool was over here. And it was cool. You had to learn how to swim. You had to learn how to swim in order to graduate. They had a big ass art class that was on this side. It had everything was trying to prepare you for life and whatever you wanted to, you know, do in life. They actually had, you know, courses at this school. That's why my grandmother and my mother fought so hard for me to go to that school. Again, I don't know what it's about right now. I don't know if it's still the same. But yeah, that high school was no joke. And that, I mean, I'm talking about this is an aerial view and this ain't nothing compared to you being there and seeing the inside of the main school that you see right here in the middle and everything else that's attached to it. And I mean, even the hallways, the lunchroom, oh man, everything. Like it was a whole bunch of it was treated like a college. It was treated like a university because I remember Domino's used to come over there and sell us pizzas during lunchtime. It was Domino's and Pizza Hut and a whole bunch of other fattening food used to come over there. What's the name of that place that had the little cupcakes? They used to come over there by the truck. They used to smell good. It was tempting. They used to smell good. They, like, you could tell it was freshly baked. They used to pop up there and sell that to us in school. I remember, oh, matter of fact, I took sewing class. I sold my old clothes in there. That was my hustle. I made my own hats, shirts, jeans, and everybody was like, well, where you get that from? Where you get that from? And then I asked my mother, I started making my own shit and selling my own clothes. And everybody, it was like a little style back then. And I could have went that route. I could have made my own clothes. But I don't know. I mean, I'm a Libra. I just wanted to do my own thing. I never really wanted to be like anybody else. So I really did my own thing. And this is true. I'm not playing. Everything I'm saying, I'm using my real name. So anybody that went to school with me could verify I'm not playing. I was well known for that. People were definitely buying my stuff. I made my own money. I made my own money. But you said the jogging with a mess my kicks up? Nah, this was clean. You talking about jogging on this field? Nah, this field was clean and ain't no messing up your shoes. And then on top of that, you could get shoe cleaner. Like you ain't about to, you know what I'm saying? Like in this school, you better not come up in this school looking dirty at all. They cracking on you right at the door. They getting on you. They on you. As soon as you cannot do that. Not in this school. This was a damn, that was another thing, was a damn fashion show. It was a fashion show. And I was always the one that was trying to make a statement, you know what I'm saying? Because I wanted to be different. I used to wear mismatched Jordans, like the same, like for example, if I was wearing Jordan 13s, I wear some black and white ones on one foot and then the white and black ones on another foot. Like I was doing off the wall stuff and everybody's like, damn, I ain't even think. I always wanted to be different. Always wanted to be different, man. Like that was back then, man. Not LA, you said not all LA schools? Most LA schools? Nah, this DC. This DC. You said LA schools are like county jails? Oh no, this ain't look like no jail. Now, I did go to a school, I don't even want to name it. It's kind of like an embarrassment, but it was schools like that in DC, but they had a lot of that stuff got torn down and rebuilt to make it, or revamped to make it better. And then a lot of the old schools they tore down in DC, but based off of what I heard, it's not there no more. Do you attract and get along with the Aries sign? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I guess so. My interpersonal skills are very good. I get along with everybody. As long as their energy is good, like I can sense energy, but keep in mind, I'm an introvert. So in person, I don't do a lot of talking. I don't do a lot of talking in person. I do a lot of observing. And I feel like your energy is good, then I'm going to be, I'm more liable to talk. I'm telling you, off camera or offline, I don't do a lot of talking to people I don't know. Even though my interpersonal skills are great, but I'm reserved when it comes to meeting new people and trying to, figure them out. I want to see their energy without them even opening up their mouth. I want to feel it. And if I'm walking to your presence or if you walk into mine, I'm gonna have to, if I don't like it, you no longer in my presence. Libras are balanced. Yeah, some Libras are balanced. Yeah, most Libras are balanced, depending on what they went through. I hear you, feel you. I mean, I feel the energy too. Yeah. How long ago did you leave DC? I left DC. Oh, shoot. I want to say 2015. Either 2014 or 2015 is when I left. I remember I left right before I went viral on YouTube. So that was either 2014 or 2015. And then I went viral. I went viral on YouTube in 2016. So it had to been 2015. Because I went viral on Facebook first. And then YouTube right behind that. So I think it was 2015 when we left. Why did you leave? I didn't want to raise my children in DC. DC got worse as far as the violence is concerned. It was just not the environment that I wanted to raise my children in. No matter what part of DC you were in, whether if you was uptown and Northwest like this area you see here, or in Southeast where I was born and raised, and I just didn't want my children to. It was an incident, and I'm gonna tell y'all what happened. It was a particular incident that triggered me. That happened, and I believe we left that year after that happened. It was an incident where I was sitting at the red light. We were in my car. It was me, the children, and Tanisha. Tanisha was sitting next to me, and the children were in the car, buckled up. And yeah, this was definitely before Dayton was born. So, wait, was it? I think so. So we were at a red light. We were sitting right there by the shrimp boat and then waiting to go across the street. Then all of a sudden, it was a big ass white van flying down the wrong side of the street, coming down the opposite direction. And people were walking across the street. This was a busy intersection, Bennett Road. And that white van hit multiple different people, and the people started flying in the air, and my children saw that. A lot of people died right there. And then that white van started hitting multiple cars that was parked. And then he crashed right there beside that metro station. And I had got out the car because I saw a police car right there on the opposite side of the street going in the opposite direction, totally coming up Bennett Road. And the person was just standing there. And I got out the car like, what are you doing? Like, hey, call somebody, call an ambulance. And I walked a little closer and I noticed it was a young female officer. And she was panicking. She never seen that before. And she was panicking. I was like, hold on. You got to wake up. We got to wake up. We need your help. Call. We need an ambulance. We need an ambulance. I said, roll down your window. I'm not playing. You can ask Tanisha. This is not a game. And this is because she was right there. And so were the children. You know, unfortunately, I don't want them to recall that, but they saw those. They witnessed. To make a long story short, they witnessed people die early. And that's how I was like, nah, that's it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, I mean, I understand there was shooting and all the rest of that, but my children seeing something like that made me say, that's enough. That's enough. You know what I'm saying? That was it. And we got up out of there. And that person was high on a dipper, what we call a dipper in DC, but they was on some embalming fluid. And they was high as a fucking kite, flying down at, it was just horrible, and hit all those incoming people coming down, crossing in the crossing lane, doing the right thing. And they never had a chance to react because that person was going so fast. Yeah, it was PCP. And, and we were right there. And it wasn't like, we were cars behind. Keep in mind, we were right at the light, right where the people were crossing. Okay. And the children saw that, you know what I'm saying? And that was like shocking. And it was kind of, I forgot what me and Tanisha did in order to calm them down, because it was like, it was too overwhelming for them. I forgot what it was. It's been so long. But after that, so that's when I said, that's it. We gotta go. We gotta go. But yeah, because it was just getting worse. DC's, I love DC. I really do, but it was just too much going on. Way too much going on. Not saying that doesn't happen in every state, or in other states rather. Crazy stuff happened in other states as well, but it was just, DC is small. It was like, shit happen every 5 minutes. DC is extremely small. Everybody know everybody. And, something happening every 5 minutes. It was just time. I was sick of the city life. That's why I moved up to the mountains. Wanted to get away from that. They were probably in shock. Yeah, they was, and trying to explain to them all that. And, they saying, I'm not trying to get too graphic, but you guys could picture what they saw. It was a lot of graphic stuff happening, and they saw that instantly, and it happened so fast, and, it was shocking. You said drugs really do bring out them weirdo. Yeah, and that's another thing in DC, that all that, I didn't want them to go through that. I didn't want them to, I just didn't want them to be raised in that anymore. Like around the violence, the escalating violence, the escalating use of drugs and all these, and then that PCP smoke like goddamn paint. I hated that. I used to get on them little guys that be in the, like I used to have an apartment building. And they used to be smoking that embalming fluid in the hallway. And I couldn't stand that smell. I made them niggas like get out there. Hey man, y'all gonna have to take that somewhere else, man. Like, come on. This is going inside of my apartment, and my kids can smell that. Move away from here. Y'all could do that somewhere else. Why don't you go down there to the tree? You know what I'm saying? And they moved, they respected me, you know what I'm saying? And I was a youngin', you know what I'm saying? I wasn't really, but I'm strapped. You gotta be strapped anywhere you go, because you'll never know. Somebody can be like, man, fuck that nigga, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. But I wasn't, you can't be a punk in DC. You gotta step up and stand on it. But it's, they respected that move, and they never came back, you know what I'm saying? And never disrespected me. In fact, I got a lot of respect, out there too, as far as DC is concerned, and Maryland. So it's like, yeah, I didn't like it. I just didn't like it. We tried Maryland, didn't like it. We tried Virginia, and we liked Virginia, but it was just, it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. But, and same thing with Maryland. It's the same shit. Like, Like, keep in mind, DC ain't nothing but Maryland and Virginia, and, technically. But DC is DC, and nah, it's too small. Too much. You come from a hostile environment. Yeah, absolutely. Libras don't like chaos. Nah, I was just tired of it. Yeah, I can't take that type of stuff. You know, that stuff, that smell is horrible. Horrible. That smell was like I can't believe people was doing that. Like, you know that's bad for you. You know that's bad for you. You smell that, you know that's not something you should be putting in your body and inhaling or whatever the hell you doing. It was too much. You was born in 83, you saw all that? Yeah. You grew up in the height of murder capital era. Oh, stop right there. Stop right there. Never saw any of those things happening because it wasn't my world or environment. Yeah, but see, keep in mind, you know, it depends on what you was doing or who you was associated with and where you was located at. You know, some people just couldn't help it. PG County is DC without the islands. Yeah, I always say PG County is DC extended. PG County is DC extended, in my opinion. You was born in 83, you old. Yeah, he old. Everybody old. All of y'all old. Y'all doing an all-nighter. I see. Nah, I'm about to get up out of here because here it is. It's 3 o'clock for me now. I'm about to get up out of here. But keep in mind, this video may go down. I'm not sure. I don't know how they're gonna do it. You know. I don't know. Matter of fact, I'm gonna wait for a little second. I'm about to end the stream and see if this video is gonna stay. I'm gonna wait for a little second. But if it don't go, regardless, we'll probably. I'm gonna chop it up. That part that they zapped the live stream, I'm gonna chop that part up. I'm gonna still play it. I'm gonna go over some other stuff I wanted to go over, and then I wanted to get into the topic about did y'all see what happened with Ghana and the United Nations and the Africa this and the Africa that, blackity black. They trying to, I think it's funny, it's hilarious, you know what I'm saying? They and they looking for I ain't trying to go too far. I mean, I don't know. Should I switch it up later on tonight, or should we continue on? But okay, tell you what, I'll continue on with this particular topic dealing with Iran and Trump. If something pop off, like if something major pop off, then I'll do that. But if not, then I'm gonna, you know, yeah, let's do that. Okay, yeah, I definitely want to do that one because, you know, we can still have some fun with that, keep it educational at the same time. Same thing with this one. We were, you know, doing the same thing, but do both, please. Well, and one live stream. That, I mean, it's 2 separate topics totally. Look at this place and getting a boat and living on the ocean. Nah. Just, you know, just take care of you and your family. Just take care of you and your family. Ain't nothing to be afraid of. See, that's what they want our people to do anyway, is go run so it can make, you know, more room for these foreigners to come in and take over. Nah, stay here. Stay here. Love America. You know, just make it a better place. Just make it a better place. Do something about it. And it start with you at home. You said cancers are loving and nurturing, very loyal, but don't cross a cancer. You said, nah, yeah, Blue Dreamer, because I don't know if I can, like, putting both of them together like that, they unrelated, totally unrelated. It would be kind of like a waste in a way because it's not going to be related to the thumbnail at all. That's number one. Let's finish the present topic. Okay, yeah. So we'll see because it depends. And I got a feeling something, what is it? They did say April 2nd, and then we still got the April 6th where they, you know, Trump gave them 10 days. April 2nd, something's supposed to pop off April 2nd, and that's on a Thursday. I'm gonna look at everything. I'm gonna look at everything and see if something major pop off today. And if it do, then I'm gonna go live about that. And if not, then I'll go live about that other topic. I'll go live about that. Yeah, we just be agreed. Libras are very loving too and want to get along and keep the peace, but they get tired after a while. Yeah, I mean, you know, it depends on the situation, depending on who it is. If somebody not giving us 100%, why would they expect for the Libra to give them 100%? That's why I tell people all the time, it shouldn't be about 50-50. It's supposed to be 100-100. Wouldn't you want to keep it like that? I wouldn't want nobody to be half-assing with me. Let me hear that go-go intro before you log out. Oh, I don't have that loaded up. It's been a while since I used that, the go-go beat. Let me see. I don't think I had that on here. On my soundboard, nah. Because I basically revamped my whole look online. And I also revamped all my, I still got all my sound effects, but I don't have, let me see. Yeah, I don't have that. I would have to load that back in here. There's certain ones I don't have in here, and that's one of them. I don't have one. I don't have that in there. Because that was an old intro. I did that intro a long time ago. But I was, of course, paying homage to, DC Go-Go. Minnesota Avenue Station. Yeah, that's northeast side. I'm from the southeast side of Minnesota. Southeast side. Reciprocation is vital. Yeah, absolutely. That joint fire. Yeah, that joint is fire. That joint, absolute. Man, come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? And going in depth with one topic is better. Reparations should be. Yeah, that's what I said. I want to have it separate because there are two separate topics, and then I could go further in depth with whatever is being presented, and on the topics I could be covering, combating certain information if it needs to be combated. So I do want to do that. So if nothing pop off today as far as this topic is concerned, like nothing brand new that needs to be, mentioned, or like if my DMs don't blow up with, certain sources, top sources, we'll see. If none of that happens, then yeah, I'm gonna go live on that topic. So y'all take care. I'm gonna go ahead and end it right here. Do I have anything planned? I do. Hold on. So y'all take care. I'm gonna see y'all later on this evening. Now I'm probably gonna be a little later since it's like 3 o'clock this AM. I'm probably not gonna get up to like 10. So and I'm probably gonna take a nap again. I gotta make some moves. Cause today's Monday. Yeah, Monday I gotta make moves. So I'm probably gonna go live it's probably gonna be I'm hoping it's gonna be 7:30. And if not 7:30, let me be real here, it's probably gonna be 9:30. If it's not gonna be 7:30, then it's probably gonna be 9:30. Y'all take care though. Get sleep. Yeah, y'all too. Get some sleep. Absolutely. 8 or 9. Yeah, something like that. 8 or 9 Eastern time. 8 or 9 Eastern time. That's what I'm referring to. 8 or 9 Eastern time. So, and I still gotta call you, Blue. Absolutely. I gotta. Oh man. Matter of fact, yeah, Blue, you gotta wait though, because I know you about to do what you about to do. You know what I'm saying? So matter of fact, when you get back, Blue, just hit me. Matter of fact, when you get back. And hopefully it could be earlier than, before I'm about to get ready to go live, you know what I'm saying? So we can handle that, make sure everything's straight. Y'all take care though. Hold up. Where my outro at? Damn, I moved my outro? Oh, I moved it right here. See, that's why I gotta fix this. I am gonna fix this. Cut this off. Y'all take care though. I'm gonna see y'all later on this evening. I love y'all. Wado.
OCO, free thinkers.
I make you think, yeah. I make you think, I make you think, yeah. I make you think.